up on 3:30. We are on time for a 3:55 start today for Category 3 men. We'll start calling you to staging about 10 minutes before your race start. But until then, course is open for warm-up and inspection as we get ready for Category 3s at 3:55 this afternoon. Riders course will open for about another 10 minutes. Category 3 riders, you're going to enter from the staging area. So if you're Category 3, you're going to be staging off course, and we'll bring you to the line from the staging area. This course will close in about 10 minutes from now. So Category 3 riders, Masters riders, you got about another 10 minutes. And Category 3 riders, you can head into the staging area if you're worried about starting up front tonight. Again, Category 3 riders got about another 7 minutes on course. We're going to close this one down 10 minutes before the race starts. And then staging for Category 3 is going to happen off course in the staging area. So if you're worried about that staging, you're going to want to be off and to your left just before the line. That will be your official Category 3 staging area. And we will roll you onto the course from there. Everybody else, this course is going to close at 3:45, which is about 7 minutes from now.
We in Tulsa, heat rising in June. Saint Francis stamp on it, bikes going boom. Crank it up, clip in, yeah, we riding with pride. From Riverside Drive to the downtown vibe. 2 wheels, big dreams, fast lanes we chase. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, not your average race. Peloton tight like a school of sharks. Spinning through the city, leaving tire marks. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, bring the heart, bring the grit. From the grits to the climbs, we don't ever quit. Cry Baby Hill where the real ones ride. Sweat dripping, crowd wild, ain't no place to hide. Spin fast, ride clean, show them what you're made of. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, we were born for the love. Yo, Cry Baby Hill, that party is real. Costumes, beer spray, got that carnival feel. Fans yelling loud, ringing cowbells tight. If your legs ain't burning, you ain't doing it right. 3 days, 3 ways, Chris back to back. Speeding through the corners, never looking back. We got locals and pros, kids and the vets. Tulsa on fire, nobody forgets. Crits, Grand Fondo, Fixies rolling deep. From the sunrise grind to the late night sweep.
Riders course is open for about 4 more minutes, and all
Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, yeah, that's the goal. Saint Francis Tulsa
head
Tough,
over
bring
to
the heart,
Frankfurt
bring the
Street.
grit.
All
From the
riders
grits
will
to
be
the climbs,
staging
we don't
in
ever quit.
Frankfurt Street.
Baby
Again,
Hill where the real
all
ones
riders for our
ride.
Cat 3
Dripping crowd wild,
staging
ain't
in
no place
Frankfurt
to
Street for
hide.
the rest of the
Spin fast,
riders,
ride clean,
including
show
our
'em what
masters.
you made of. Saint Francis
Course
Tulsa
will be
Tough, we
closed
were
in
born
3
for the
minutes. You
love.
got enough time to do a
Here's
couple
the
more laps?
riders, the fans, the crew.
As we're getting
To
ready for the
Tulsa,
King of the
grit and
Road,
the breaking through.
2026 St.
Pedal to the
Francis
metal,
Tulsa
feel the
Tough.
crowd erupt. This ain't just a race, it's St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Got time for one more riders. Course closed in 1 minute. We're going to lock this one down in 60 seconds from now. Course is closed in 1 minute. All right, 3:45, this course is closed. We're going to ask all riders to go ahead and exit the course at your earliest convenience as we get ready for our 3:55 Category 3 men start. Coming up, Category 3 men, you're going to be staging off course. We're going to ask all other riders to go ahead and make your way off course immediately.
again, first call to staging as we're getting ready for the McNellie's Group Blue Dome Criterium. 20 years, that's right, the 20-year celebration of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Cat 3's to the staging area. Again, all riders, you will enter onto the course from the staging area. All other riders, course is closed for everyone. Course is closed. Cat 3's to the staging area at Frankfurt. As we're getting ready for the 20th edition since 2006, Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, bringing you some of the premier bike racing in the country. And a little bit later on for the Pro Women and Pro Women, it will be race number 1 of the American Criterium Cup. Welcome once again, first call to staging, Cat 3's to our staging area. Getting ready for our on-time start at 3:55. Next up at 4:40 will be our men's category 40 plus and 50 plus.
Hey. Hey, see, welcome. Yeah. Yeah.
Category 3s, welcome to Tulsa Tough. 3 days of cycling, one epic weekend as we celebrate 20 years at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We are 5 minutes away from your race start. We're going to give you a couple minutes to settle on the line. We'll give you final instructions, and then you are off and racing to kick off the best weekend of the year here at Tulsa Tough. Thanks for being here. We're glad to have you. You are 5 minutes away from Category 3 start.
Welcome, riders, to the 20th edition of Tulsa Tough. We're coming up on about 3 minutes out. Once again, you are getting ready. 40 minutes of racing, 40 minutes of racing. Your neutral service pit is around turn number 1. Do you guys see the black tent that says state on it around turn number 1? You have a mechanical, a crash, a flat tire, any kind of problems. That is where you take your free lap, right at around at turn number 1. Free laps are over with 7 laps to go. No more free laps with 7 laps to go. Do not ride backwards on the course to get to the pit. You can cut the course, but you are not allowed to ride backwards. Pretty big field. Welcome all of our riders. Who's here for a first-time Tulsa Tough? Raise your hand. Nice, love it. And I know we got a bunch of returning riders as well making their way back. Because it's such a big field, riders out of contention, you will be pulled. So keep that in mind. When the blue shirts yell at you, will have to remove yourself from the course after you go around turn number 1. Once again, 40 minutes of racing. Clock continues to be able to tick as we're coming up now on 3 minutes out as you're getting ready to be able to kick off your McNellie's group, Blue Dome Criterium. Riders will also do your podium immediately after your race. Top 3, podium is right there across from our announcing area. So again, top 3, do your cool down lap, head on over to our podium area. Be able to get you on your podium to be able to go out and get yourself something to eat and drink and enjoy the rest of the night. We got lots of categories coming up as well with our 40 plus to category 1, 2. The opening ceremonies at 6:25, followed by our pro women and pro men.
Coming up on 90 seconds to category 3 start. Tulsa, can I get a little bit of noise for these category 3s? They have been training all year, dreaming about this moment while they sat on that trainer through the winter, and today all the hard work comes to fruition at the great Tulsa Tough.
Riders, we are 1 minute out. 1 minute out. Riders will have some preems. That'll be notified by your hearing the bell. That'll be coming up randomly throughout your race as we're coming into that final 1 minute. 106 riders on the line. Of course, the Cat 3 showing up for Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
Great to see full fields back in Tulsa as we get ready for one of the best nights that you're going to have on 2 wheels out here. It does not get much better than this. I hope you guys are excited. We are inside 30 seconds. Category 3s, get ready! The training is done, the course is ready, and we are ready to go racing. Tulsa, can I get a little noise one more time? Join us as we count these guys down and send them off. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Category 3 is underway. Already got some escapees on the front here, and eager category 3 field out there today. As Frankie said, over 100 riders on the start line for this one. There's going to be a lot of working to get to the front here early on. That'll be a big goal for a lot of these riders. Get to the front and stay at the front, because with this many category 3 riders in this group, there are not going to be 100 guys coming to this finish line. There will be a lot of riders that fall off the back of this, and if you're on the wrong side of that split, that is now your problem too. So that's why these guys are scrambling to get to the front out there right now. And 1 lap in, you're already going to see a split here. All right, here we go. 1 lap in already. Got a split going about 1:45 on the lap time. 4 guys going to go clear here. They got a nice little gap. Working together and not a ton of interest from the field. So that'll be your first break of the day. Category 3's 1 lap in. 4 guys escaping.
One thing to watch out for is that first lap right at about 2 minutes. So that's from a standing start. Next lap will be a little bit quicker. Last lap leading him through with Todd Swain with Cura Racing Regent Bank as he leads them through with the top 4. Top 4 still remain away with about a 3-second gap. Can they increase it? As they've only gone in 1 lap in. Clock is ticking at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 40 minutes of total racing.
It's like DC Devo representing their Boulder Junior Cycling. Riders coming from all over the country for this Category 3 race. And representing in the breakaway here. So these 4 guys, even though these 4 are on different teams, technically these guys' opponents in this race, they're going to be best friends for the next 20 minutes or so because they need each other in this breakaway. So we'll see how that cooperation goes with about 100 sharks waiting behind them.
Come on, Tulsa, put your hands together. Look at that. They went away from lap number 1. Can they stay away? Here's your 4 riders right now with a 3-second gap. All the riders sitting in. 3 seconds is your gap. 3 seconds is your gap. But that's going to be Colby off. Violet Crown Racing leading them through. Different riders coming up to the front. This time, Felipe Gugliardo from Team Cadence doing the chasing. A lot of fresh legs sitting in the group, waiting for a little bit later on before they decide it's going to be their time to pounce to try to be able to win race number 1 of our McNellie's Group Blue Dome Criterium.
Field doing a nice job of keeping this breakaway at bay, right around 3 to 5 seconds. They're not giving them too much time. They're not letting this breakaway roll away and put significant time into the field. So that's good news for the sprinters that are looking forward to a bunch gallop at the line at the end of the night tonight. Bad news for this breakaway. They need to start putting significant time into this field over the next couple laps. If this stays at 5 seconds, they're going to come back before the end of this night. There's no question about it. It's kind of like walking your dog. You put them on a leash, you give them a little bit of space to run, but if they get too far out, you pull them back. That's exactly what this field is doing with these 4 guys right here. But that's why you go into a breakaway. You got to take those gambles. Probably not going to work out for these guys today, but they were your first gamblers of the day. We're going to make things interesting with our first preem of the day. Here is well over to cash to the winner of the next lap. The rider's going to hear the bell. We'll let them know what's on the line, and then they sprint next time we see them. Racing for 100 cash. Riders, $100 cash preem. Ringing the bell for 100 cash. 100 cash. $100 cash preem to the winner of the next lap. 100 cash. Riders, 100 cash next time through.
Coming out of that final turn, you can see it's a little bit of a gradual uphill. You can see riders are struggling as they're going around turn number 1. So the breakaway has been caught. We just have one rider dangling just off the front, but I got a feeling that cash premium, that's going to excite a pretty good amount of riders, and it's going to be a great chance for them to be able to test their sprinting legs. What position they need to be in coming out of that final turn, what gear do they need to be in to be able to do that sprint. A lot to be able to figure out right now as we got $100 up for grabs and a one solo rider trying to be able to hold off 100 other riders to see if he can make it to the line.
Believe that's Contrang, the DC Devo Racing Squad. We're number 515 on his back. And this looks good. Trunk's 16 years old on that DC Devo Racing squad. And I think he's going to do it. Looks like 16-year-old Connor Trog going to stay away. He's $100 richer for DC Devo Racing. Not bad for a 16-year-old kid. You got to mow a lot of lawns to make $100 these days.
Riders coming in out of the pit, taking advantage of that free lap, and that's going to be available until 7 laps to go. But big attack was Felipe Gugliardo. I mean, the sprint that he just did coming up that finishing stretch, surprised he didn't do that a little bit earlier to try to be able to pick up that $100. Trong Khan right now just riding tempo, 80% effort, making sure he keeps his little bit of a gap, waiting to see who can come up with them. 2 riders, 3 riders, that would be the perfect combination to try to be able to stay away and win. Again, 40 minutes total racing. We're only 8 minutes in as we continue with race number 1 here at the McNellie's Group. It's the Blue Dome Criterium celebrating 20 years of bike racing.
Trunk's still dangling out there.
Yeah, Brad, look how they're spread out across the road, right? A lot of it's like a coiled spring just waiting to be able to launch out there. Groups spread out, not in a single file line right now as they come around that final turn, getting ready to be able to come up towards that finish line. 1 solo rider, but I think that's going to be done as they're getting ready to come up on the 9-minute mark.
Make a little noise for Khan. Good ride out there on the front. Stayed away for 9 minutes of this race. Really went away on lap number 1, or at least started chasing that solo move. That's going to be it for him, though. We will hit the reset button here as they are all back together.
Last lap, a little bit quicker lap than what they've done in the previous ones, trying to be able to bring back Khan after that $100 premium. That has put about 6 or 7 riders in trouble coming off the back of the group. If they're able to slow down, they might be able to latch back on, but that's a big if because right now that race continuing to be able to go. A lot of riders sitting in, a lot of fresh legs waiting to be able to make their mark. And again, coasting and spread out across the road. And everybody wants to be near the front, but they don't want to be on the front. As a reminder, Masters riders, your entrance will be at Frankfurt. Again, staging for all riders, including our Masters coming up next. 25 meters before our finish line on Frankfurt Street. That is where your staging area, and that is the only area you're allowed to be able to enter onto the course.
Field all spread out across the road. Take a look at the shape of this group as they come through the line here. See how they're going fence to fence on the start-finish line? That generally tells us that the tempo is a little bit lower than what they're going to normalize today. You can tell a lot about what's going on in the race by the shape of the field. When they go to a long single-file line, and they will at some point tonight in this Category 3 race, that's going to tell you that the tempo is picking up. So that's like a 27, 28, 29 mile-an-hour lap. When they start to bunch up together, that's generally a slower tempo, 25, 26, 27 miles an hour. And it really all comes down to drafting. As the speed picks up, that drafting becomes more important. You've got to lock in right behind that wheel in front of you. But as the tempo starts dropping, you can afford to kind of stick your nose out in the wind a little bit. And that's what creates a wider shape in the group. So long line of riders, fast lap, riders all bunched together, little slower lap. Just like that, tempo going to pick up. Jonathan Dempsey from the Velocious team lifting the tempo up on the front of the field. Guys on the line here, going to get one lap to go. They're going to finish up next time through. You'll see our USA Cycling officials down here in the blue shirts starting to pull riders that have fallen off the back of this race. Once you are what we call out of contention, they will wrap those riders up early. Look at this solo rider on the front, going to spend his second lap out here. And that's going to be Brent Wilson for the Salty Dogs cycling team coming out of Colorado. Wilson has a problem, though, because he is up there all by himself. Ideally, he's going to want at least a couple guys with him. One guy up there is not a good scenario this early on in the race. So I think Wilson trying to leave the door open a little bit, but problem is no one's coming through it.
Riding steady on the front right now is Jonathan Dempsey with Velocious Sport in that red and green, but it's only Dempsey, so it's Dempsey right now against Wilson. And Wilson with the advantage with about a 6-second gap as they just came through. A lot of riders sitting in. There's fresh legs all over in the Cat 3 race. If they don't start making this race a little bit harder, it's going to get a little bit more dangerous when we get towards the end because there's going to be so many riders that are not tired out. No fatigue setting in. That makes it a little bit more of a crazy finish going into those last 5 laps. So still a lot of racing still to go. 40 minutes total of racing. A little bit later on, we'll switch it over to laps to go. Right now, it's just by time, and we'll be putting up lap cards once we get to about 12 laps to go to 10 laps to go, and then the riders will know exactly how long it is to get to the finish line. So that rider in the front coming out of Colorado, trying to be able to hold off the rest of the charging group behind. A very steady tempo. Throughout the day, you're going to be seeing some gorgeous pace cars, including our Cadillac coming through right here. A big thank you to Don Thornton Automotive Group as our pace car comes through. How about a $100 preem? Smith Farm and Garden, $100 preem up for grabs. $100 preem, $100 preem to the winner of the lap. $100 preem, Smith Farm and Garden, $100 preem to the winner of the lap. Winner of the lap, $100 preem. Leader's been reeled back in, so it's group all together. Now the sprinters are salivating, seeing if they can pick up this $100 up for grabs, whoever crosses the line first.
Yeah, this is a great chance to gather some intel for the finish coming up here as well. Your chance to kind of take this finish at speed, see what that last corner feels like at 29 miles an hour. Where do you want to be? When do you want to go? That's how you win a sprint. It's not about who's got the biggest legs or who the fastest finisher out here is. A big part of winning these sprints is timing. It's a little bit of chess and a little bit of racing. But if you go too early or too late, you got no chance, no matter how fast you are. So this is a great opportunity to do a little test sprint here. Just get a feel for what this finish stretch is like at speed in a group with other riders, because you're going to have to do this exact same thing when this finish comes up. Look at the waiting. A lot of looking around up on the front. No one wants to be the first to go out of this group. And there's your first jump. So this is the other strategy. If you're not a great sprinter, you go from a long way out so you don't have to deal with it. That's what this guy in the black jersey did. Did he go too early? Yes, he's going to get swarmed out the line, and that is exactly what I was talking about with the importance of timing. He just got his pockets picked by Tommy Snap. Check that, Finley Sonneman for the CXT Trek Bikes team. See how Sonneman did that, waited until just the right time, about 50 meters before the line. He came right around the guy who jumped too early. One of the worst feelings in the world when you start your sprint and you're like, I'm in the lead, you know you've gone too early because you are almost certainly going to get your pockets picked by a rider who's sitting in your draft and waiting to come around. Frankie did it thousands of times in his career, and it works, Frankie. It's a tried and true, time-tested and proven sprint strategy.
Sprint technique, absolutely. Kind of interesting also is our two preems that have been won by 16-year-olds. The young riders kind of dominating this race right now, as that was a 16-year-old Sonneman picking up the second preem, and our first preem, Con Trong. So the two 16-year-olds taking home all the money so far, as riders still all grouped together.
It's amazing how fit you can be when you don't have a job.
Thank goodness for summer break.
These kids got it made. Half these guys out here are like working 9-to-5 day jobs. They got families at home. These are category 3 riders. I mean, we are not talking about professionals that have a whole lot of time to dedicate to training. A lot of these guys are getting their training hours in late at night on the trainer in the basement, and they don't exactly have all the time in the world to dedicate to training here. So all the power in the world, all the category 3s that made it up here into the category 3 ranks and then made the journey to Tulsa Tough. We're glad to have you here.
Yeah, driving home Brad's point a little bit more. Oldest rider in this race is 57 years old. Youngest rider in the race is 16, and there's every single age in between. So a lot of different experience levels all out there tackling this 6-corner course. So once again, 40 minutes of racing coming up on 19 minutes, so that means we're almost to the halfway point. So a lot of racing still to go. We've seen two different riders trying to be able to break away, and they've been reeled back in. Nobody has really been able to establish a gap, anything over a 5-second lead. Pace is only going to continue to get quicker as that temperature, a little bit of cloud cover, keeping temperatures a little bit cooler, as temperatures right now sitting right at about 85 degrees, and it's typical for a very hot Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, as we're trying to be able to figure out who will be your category 3 king of the road. Nice shot right there on the other side of the barriers. You can see they got a crash going on right now as they're waving the flags, but that was the figure 8 course. You could see the other side, whereas turns at number 2 and 3, but a big group going down, as you're going to have a massive group coming into the pit here in just a little bit. I would say there's over... Riders, if you were involved in the crash, go to the pit. Massive crash on the backside. About 50 riders all getting tangled up and going down. Once again, go to the pit. Riders, go to the pit. All of you, go to the pit.
Hate to see riders involved in a crash, but most of these guys going to get what's called a free lap. In this scenario, if you go down in a crash or you are impeded by that crash.
Riders, take your time on the sidewalk. Again, riders, take your time on the sidewalk. We call it a free lap rule, but you can get 2 laps. Just don't go crazy getting to the pit area. We have spectators on the sidewalk, so please be aware and be careful. We got a lot of riders coming up to the pit.
All right, we are going to continue racing with this front group here. Just be careful in the pit, gentlemen. You are going to have a bunch of riders coming in from the pit. Just heads up, going by the pit. You will have a ton of riders getting reinserted here, so be ready. You got a big group coming in from the pit. If you're watching on the big screens, you see where that stack up happened right in the corner, Frankie. It only takes one. Everyone else behind it pays the price.
Just saw about 30 riders coming out of the pit to re-enter into the race, and more importantly for these riders, lap cards are up, showing 10 to go. Free laps are over with 7 laps to go. So in a way, it's very unfortunate to get involved in the crash, but a little bit lucky that it did happen at 11 laps to go. So we're able to take advantage of that free lap and get back into the race. Now, all of those riders that just got thrown back in, got thrown in the back of the group, they got to make their way all to the front of the group as racing continues here at our Blue Dome Criterium.
Yeah, a lot of people think that free lap sounds pretty good. Late in the race, you get a lap off, a little time to rest and relax, but the reality is there is no advantage whatsoever to going into that group. Your heart rate starts to drop, lactic acid starts to build, and then the worst part is you got to get back on that moving train. So whatever energy you save by skipping a lap, you give up 10 times by having to go from 0 to 30 and get back into that group when they come by. The free lap is really only advantageous to keep you in the race, to stop your day from being completely ruined. But there is no energy saving to be had. Once you do get back in the race, you then got to fight your way back up to the front. There is not a single guy in the pit right now who's saying, boy, I'm glad I got this free lap. Really glad I got to stop pedaling and take these 2 laps off, because once these guys have to go back up to speed, it is going to be brutal trying to get back into this group at 9 laps to go.
Riders' lap cards are up, showing 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 laps to go. A little bit more strung out, speed picking up. Stay to your left-hand side out of the corner. Stay to your left-hand side out of the corner. Riders coming out of the pit. Again, 9 laps to go, riders. 9 to go, 9 to go. Nice shot right there. You can see the riders coming out of the pit, rejoining the race as we continue to be able to count down the laps. This is your Category 3s that you're watching. Total of 40 minutes, coming down to the 9 laps to go. When they come around, they'll be seeing 8 laps to go. Got to say, Contrang having a pretty good race, patrolling the front. That's the rider in the white jersey from DC Devo. He's been off the front. He's controlling the front, riding on the front, looking very well within himself. He won that preem by going off solo, Brad.
Yeah.
How fast is he, I wonder?
Yeah,
Does he have a sprint, right?
The only concern is that he rode a pretty big check out there solo for a while, so we'll see if he's been able to recover. Certainly understands how to ride the front of a bike race. Very clearly a naturally talented rider that understands how to get to the front and stay at the front. He's not making any dumb moves or anything. I mean, he's using his energy wisely up here. So Trump absolutely going to be a factor at the end of this one. I just worry that it might be spending a little too much time up on the front. Meanwhile, guys still getting sorted in the pits. You are allowed to take multiple laps. We're going to ring the bell for a $200 cash premium as the front of your group rolls by. We'll see if Tron can do this again with $200 cash on the line. $200, riders. $200 cash premium to the winner of the next lap.
I wonder if he's working for someone else from DC Devo that's been sitting in, kind of waiting. Maybe he got another sprinter, a teammate, because he's just very tactical. He's got a good race sense right now, sitting on the front. But I think he just wants to be able to make sure he stays out of trouble, being able to pick his own line, coast around the corners. When anybody's attacking, he's able to go after it. So we just ring the bell for $200. We'll see if he's interested in the cash, or are they interested in saving themselves to try to be able to win here at Tulsa Tough. At the beginning of the race, I asked how many riders were new coming to Tulsa Tough for the very first time for our Cat 3s. A good amount of them raised their hands. So if they could put their names in the history books, that would be a massive accomplishment, as many of these riders have had this race circled on their calendar for a very long time.
Still busy in the pits. Meanwhile, this is Colby Off up on the front right now for the Violent Crown Racing team. Boulder Junior Cycling going to start moving some red jerseys up there as well. And I see Finley Sonneman, another early preem winner in that CXD gray jersey. Sonneman going to have a look at it. He's going to try and go right up the middle. Oh, got a bike throw. We're going to have to go to the camera on that one, Frankie.
Yeah, that was 3 abreast right there. A couple Boulder Junior Cycling, and then Sonneman, I think, in the middle of that, looking to be able to confirm which number picked up that $200 preem, but that was a nice sprint.
Finley Sonneman got it done in the gray jersey for CXD Trek Bikes. Wow, that was a great sprint. And you saw how Sonneman did it. Sat behind that guy in the red jersey, waited until just the right time, and then slipped right through the middle of 2 Boulder Junior Cycling teammates. He was outgunned, outnumbered, and somehow Finley Sonneman still got it done. His second preem of the day.
Now we know who's a good sprinter. We know who's got a little bit of speed in the legs. He's picked up 2 preems. Can he do it again for the final lap? Sonneman, the 16-year-old as well. He comes out of CXD Trek Bikes, which is out of Wisconsin, and riding in that purple jersey. Boulder Junior Cycling team in the red jersey sitting right behind him. They just came through, seeing 7 laps to go. Wow, look at it spread us side by side. Yeah. I mean, if you want a chance to be able to move up from the back to the front, now's the opportunity to be able to just use your legs. The least amount of energy will get you straight up to the front as different riders now starting to attack.
It didn't last long, but there was an opportunity there, a brief window where you had the chance to gain a bunch of places with minimal effort.
Riders lap card showing 6 to go, 6 laps to go, 6 to go. Brand new rider coming up to the front, 6 to go, rider, 6 to go. Austin Boardman. Austin riding for Speakeasy on the front with that maroon jersey, keeping the pace high. Wanted to be able to make sure he can stay on the front as well. 6 to go for our riders.
Conrad Chase also up there, 15 years old, out of Missouri for the Move Up Cycling Club. That kind of pink and yellow kit up on the front. I think they got a couple up there right now, so this Move Up squad doing exactly what their name dictates here, as they're going to get a couple up onto the front with 6 to go.
Pace starting to be able to pick up. DC Devo right behind. It's going to be, once again, Con Trong. I'd say no matter what, Con Trong has had a pretty good race. John Perkins sitting in second place right now, the 29-year-old, slotting in, waiting for our riders to come around and see 5 laps to go.
See these guys up on the front looking back, waiting for the surge to come. It's not a question of if, but when you start getting swarmed at the front of this Category 3 field. 6 laps to go, probably a little early to start making the charge up to the front. This would be the time to move up into like the top 20. Just get yourself up there, find the easy opportunities to move up in the group. but no reason to be sitting inside the top 5 right now unless you got the legs to be there and dominate, which guys like Trong are continuing to do up here.
Riders 5 laps to go. Lap card showing 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Kind of surprised the breakaway actually hasn't made it because of the slower pace that this group has been going, but maybe it's just everybody's paying attention. Every time they attack, everybody's getting out of the saddle, chasing each other down. A lot of fresh legs out there, and that's what's been responding. Anybody, when they get out of the saddle, everybody's getting out of the saddle. But again, this is the tricky part. The slower they go, the little bit more tricky it can get. We already saw one big crash. Obviously, do not want to see that happen again. Started off with 106 riders. We're down to maybe 50 left in the race.
Yeah, this is actually a little atypical for a Tulsa Tough Category 3 Friday night race. A lot of times we see this one get strung out single file from tape to tape, but today, been a little more conservative out there. That's a good opportunity for the sprinters here. If you're smart and you can surf this group, you are being served a golden opportunity in Tulsa tonight.
Yeah, it makes me want to think like it'll be interesting to talk to the riders once they're done. If there might be kind of a pretty good headwind on the backstretch, which is making them all sit up and bunch up. So sitting here, we're protected a little bit by the building, so not sure how much of a breeze is actually taking place out on course, but that's definitely affecting the way this racing is taking place right now. Look at them again, bunched up. You can easily go from the back to the front right now.
This is a great reminder for anyone who ever worried about staging early that you will have an opportunity to get to the front before the end of the bike race here, just like these guys did. Moving their way up. Now they're going to start stepping on the gas here, and more riders going to go down as they get tangled up in the corner again here at 4 laps to go.
That's the danger of that slow pace that I was just talking about. Guys trying to be able to put their wheels in where there's no room. A huge crash going down. 4 to go, gentlemen. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. 4 laps to go. Now it's strung out. Now it's single file line. You might have had a chance to sit in, but now you got to be able to play a game of catch-up.
Yeah, the easy riding is done now. It is all hands on deck out here as they start scrambling at the front of the Category 3 field with a big crash at 4 laps to go. Remember, no more free laps inside 7 laps to go, so those guys can be out of luck. These will be your survivors remaining on the front here.
Racing on instinct, they heard the carbon and the scratching, and they immediately started to accelerate and attack, trying to be able to separate themselves from everybody else. Single file line, a game of catch-up from behind. With this kind of effort, who's going to have the sprinting legs a little bit later on? And we're getting informed. I think that official waving his arms, and so we're going to wait to be able to see what's going to happen as we're making our way around. You can see from our moto official slowing things down, and the riders in the front slowing things down as well. And so once they come around to our finish line, we'll see what we're going to be able to do. It gives them a little bit more time when they go slower like this to be able to see if they can clean things up on the backstretch. Obviously, you know, making sure all the riders are safe and medically attended to is priority number 1.
Yeah, they're going to do their best to slow roll them here. And it looks like we will have to hold this group at the line. So, riders, we are going to stop you on the line. This group coming to the line right now. You are going to stop, and we will reset and restart from the line. But we are going to hold you on the line.
In this case, a little bit like NASCAR, when the yellow flag comes out, it's going to give an opportunity for many of the riders that were chasing in the back to be able to get back up into the group.
All right, so we're going to get this course clear once we get the go-ahead from our moto refs out on course that this one has been cleared. We'll restart this one, and I believe we're going to restart them with the full 3 laps here.
Gentlemen, just relax, just relax. We'll give you plenty of time to be able to get ready once we're ready to go. So just right now, get yourself something to drink, just relax. We'll give you plenty of time before we send things off again. Lap cards are showing 3 to go. We're keeping that also. Riders, we're coming up on 1 minute out. 1 minute, so that's your heads up. 1 minute until we're getting ready for our race start. Again, look at the lap cards. It's gonna be 3 laps to go, 3 to go. Gentlemen, we're 15 seconds out. Time to clip in, buckle up, and zip up those jerseys. You guys are getting ready for 3 laps to go. This is your Category 3s. You're going on the whistle.
Category 3's back underway. 3 to go, gentlemen. 3 laps to go.
Brad, you talked about taking a free lap and how standing there doesn't really help you. You tend to overheat, your legs start to swell up. Well, these gentlemen just stood on the line, all of them getting sort of what was like a free lap for about 2 minutes as we had to neutralize the race to make sure the rest of the riders that crashed were in good hands and safely off the course as our leaders now coming through, starting off with 3 to go. Once they come through the line, it's going to be 2 laps to go. You know who I'm not seeing is Khan. The white DC Devo rider that's been riding on the front the entire race and controlling thing. Maybe I'm just missing him, but
He's right there.
I'm not. Oh, there he is, Contron, sitting back a little bit.
Yep.
Well, that's good to see. See, that's where riding in the front can be able to save you. That's exactly what happened for Contron. Rest of the riders as well, as these are your survivors right now in our Cat 3 race. 2 laps to go.
There we go. Nice dig onto the backside. Going to pick the tempo up a little bit. Take us down to 2 to go. Make a lot of noise for these guys. 2 to go. Category 3s.
That's a 23-year-old on the front right there. It's going to be Tayton Parker. Tayton riding with the Oklahoma Flyers, trying to be able to win here in Tulsa.
Tayton driving here. Going to flick the elbow for Boulder Junior Cycling behind him. Getting no help on the front. I wouldn't help him either. He's doing great.
Yeah, as long as he's willing to do the work, you're going to sit on. The Boulder Junior Cycling team, they have experience. They know what's going on. Young 16-year-olds have won every single preem. They've won all of the sprints. Can they win the bike race? Things are staying a little bit strung out. That makes it a little bit safer, a little bit better. A lot of racing still to go. When they come through, we're getting ready for Bell Lap, and it's going to be 1 lap to go. These are your Cat 3s. They've been racing. Again, you start off as a Cat 5, move up to a Category 4. These guys have a little bit of experience. They got a few racings in their legs and trying to be able to pick up some more points to see if they continue to upgrade. Tulsa Tough, massive upgrade points available. Whoever can cross that line first.
A little bit of separation in front of this field. A couple riders just putting a little time into the group here, but not going to be enough to cause a split into what will be one lap to go. Field up and around the final turn. They're going to get the bell as they come through as we send them out for the last lap of racing. Down to 1 to go here, riders. Last lap, 1 to go for category 3 men. 1 to go, gentlemen. 1 lap to go.
Unofficially, I think that was Tavi Snap sitting in second, number 505 with the red jersey of Boulder Jr. He looked pretty strong on that uphill. He doesn't want to come by because, you know, you can't do a sprint at 30 miles an hour for an entire lap. You got to be able to follow the wheels. You talked about that slingshot earlier. Talked about taking advantage of the other riders, keeping the speed up. That's what's happening right now. Tactics, strategy in full play to see if they can win here at our Blue Dome Criterium.
Now, this is basically a game of musical chairs on 2 wheels. They're all fighting to be in the same position out of that final corner. I think you want to be second, third, fourth wheel. First guy out of the last corner, almost certainly going to get smoked on this uphill finish here. If you go first out of the last corner and you got someone on your wheel, you have already lost this bike race here in Tulsa. So I think these guys fighting for that right position. Second, third wheel. Boulder Junior Cycling, very good position here with 2 riders up on the front as they're going to occupy 1 and 2 into turn 4.
Adam Kubala sacrificing himself. A great job by the red jerseys of Boulder Junior Cycling. Sitting on his wheel is Tavi Snap. What kind of sprint can Snap? Can Snap deliver? Because right now, Boulder Junior Cycling controlling things.
Looks like Move Up Cycling Club also there. I think that's the pink jersey right behind them. As they head out of the final turn onto the start-finish stretch, they're going to open up from a long way out. Boulder Junior Cycling gets the jump on the group. Here comes the red jersey to the line, and they will hold on for the win as Boulder Junior Cycling gets it done on the line with Tavi Snap. Perfectly executed in the last lap for BJC. Lined it up 1 and 2, controlled the front, put Snap into second position, and then he launched out of the last corner. Beautiful team tactics from Boulder Junior Cycling.
Coming up on 1 to go, we had riders attacking, and Snap responded to that, making sure he stayed up near the front. So a nice job with the red jerseys working together to be able to set up Tavi Snap with the win. The 17-year-old Colorado winning the Category 3 race. Masters riders to the staging area. Again, Masters riders to the staging area. Masters riders, welcome. Masters 40 plus and 50 plus. 2 separate categories. You guys are racing together. We're going to have 2 separate podiums. So immediately after your race, top 3, make sure to be able to head over to our podium right across from our announcing stage. Again, 40 plus and 50 plus. Gentlemen, free laps are over with 7 laps to go. The black state tent right over there around turn number 1, that's your neutral service. If you have a problem, that's where you're going to be able to go to get your free lap. Again, free laps are over with 7 laps to go. Do not ride backwards on the course. You can cut the course to get to your free lap. And again, riders out of contention, you will be pulled. And again, 40 minutes of racing. So we're waiting for our rest of the riders to finish up their cool down lap, and we'll get you guys going in just about 1 minute.
Masters men's field on the line. These guys all have category 1 or 2 racing licenses, but they're also racing on their age category as well. Everyone out here 40 years of age or older, can I get a little noise for your Masters field? All right, last check's underway. We are just about ready to launch these guys for our second race of the night at the McNellie's Group Blue Dome Criterium.
Riders, unofficially 300 series numbers. Again, 300 series numbers are our 50 plus, and our 400 series numbers are our 40 plus. So keep that in mind when you're out there racing. Once again, we got to wait for all the riders that just on their cool-down lap to clear off the course. Once we get the cool-down riders of our Cat 3s off the course, we'll get you guys underway. Cat 3 riders, I need you to clear the course, please. Cat 3 riders, clear the course as soon as possible. On the line right now are some of the most experienced riders you're going to see of the entire day. Many of them are former road professionals, national champions, and they've been training and racing for much longer than what many of our pro men are going to be doing a little bit later on. The watts are going to be high, the speed's going to be even higher as our Masters riders now lined up. Again, waiting for final confirmation from our officials that the course is closed, and then we'll be able to get you underway. Gentlemen, we're 30 seconds out. 30 seconds out. Time to be able to take that last sip of water. Put some fuel in your body. Time to clip in, buckle up, and zip those jerseys.
Tulsa, that means you got one more chance to cheer for your riders. One more time to make a little noise for them. I think we're ready to go. Gentlemen, you are underway in 3, 2, 1. Masters man off and racing at the 2026 Tulsa Tough McNellie's Group Blue Dome Criterium.
As a reminder, Cat 3s, if you're on the podium, top 3 to the podium area. Again, Cat 3s right across from our announcing area to the podium. Riders all grouped together right now. It's lap number 1 done. How about a $100 preem to the winner of the next lap? Preem, gentlemen, preem. $100 up for grabs, $100 up for grabs, preem. That first lap coming through in about 1:57. Again, that's from a standing start, so the speed a little bit faster than what the Cat 3s did. Nice drone shot of our Masters riders coming through. Remember, we rang the bell, so $100 live, whoever crosses the finish line first. Pretty good group right here. 75 Masters on the line. Again, it's a combination of our 40-plus and 50-plus. Those 300 series numbers are going to be the 50-plus. The 400 series are going to be the 40-plus. Couple exceptions in there. Look at that sprint coming up right up the middle. What a great shot.
They're going to go for it. Little cash on the line, and I think Methods to Winning going to pull that one through.
That'll be Spencer Tanner picking that up. Spencer Tanner riding with that Methods to Winning team out of California.
Now this is a dangerous team here. They got a bunch of great sprinters on that squad. Looks like Tanner going to take a little flyer here, so they're going to plan A, a plan B, and a plan C waiting back in the field for this team. Category 3 riders, if you are looking for any gear that you may have lost in any of the pileups today, we are going to send all of that back to registration. So if you're looking for GoPros, sunglasses, anything else, Garmin's that might have fallen off your bike, we are going to send all of those to registration. So if we got anything, you'll see it at registration.
Nice little group right here with 3 riders, about 5 seconds. And very similar to what we saw in the Cat 3s. Will this one stick? That's the question. So that preem winner, that's the rider on the front in the blue jersey. That's Spencer Tanner, 42 years old. You also got Jeremy Stitt in there, who's going to be in our 50-plus, along with Miles Billings with Texas Roadhouse that made it into that group. Hey, number 507 with G-Flow, are you around in that Category 3? Again, Category 3 rider with G-Flow. Number 507, need you to head over to the podium. You have 2 minutes. So Texas Roadhouse, that's a super strong team. That's the rider in the front in the black jersey. That's going to be Miles Billings. He's coming out of Massachusetts. He's in that 50-plus division. Jeremy Stitt with Team Topeka has made it in there as well with the 50-plus. And then you got the solo in the 40-plus, and that's going to be Spencer Tanner, Methods to Winning, who picked up the preem. That's the rider in that blue jersey. Biggest gap we've seen so far is the 3 riders are working very well together. Again, Tanner in the light blue, as Jeremy Stitt with Team Topeka is more of the darker blue, currently sitting in 3rd position. Oh, looks like Topeka actually maybe starting to get himself in a little bit of trouble. A lot of racing still to go. Remember, 40 minutes on the start line, and we're coming up on 9 minutes in.
Still trying to hold on. This break of 3 turning into a break of 2 very quickly.
Come on, Jeremy, get on that wheel. Come on, Jeremy.
Jeremy Stitt trying to get there and trying to stay there, more importantly.
That's Jared Ridge in that white jersey sprinting up the climb to be able to shut that down. I think they just took about 2 seconds out of the riders in the front.
All right, looks like we are ready to go with our Category 3 podium across from the start-finish stage. We're going to start with 3rd place on the day, racing for the G-Flow squad. First up to the podium, welcome Caden Sutherland. Second place for the Move Up Cycling Club coming out of Kansas. Give it up for Lake Horner. And your Category 3 winner for Boulder Junior Cycling out of Colorado, it's Tavi Snack. There you go, men's Category 3, top 3. The 20th edition of Tulsa Tough will get Tavi his winner's jersey on the top step of the Category 3s.
Boulder Junior, guys. Boulder Junior, nice lead out. That last lap, set it up nicely.
There you go, one more time, one more picture with your Category 3 men's podium, day 1 of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
Well, started as a group of 3, dwindled down to a group of 2, as that's going to be 2-hour ladder. So each of them leader in their own category. Come on, Tulsa, cheer them on. Look at your leaders. They got about a 5-second gap trying to be able to hold off a charging group. Two riders up the road, about 5 seconds. 2 riders up the road, a 5-second gap. That's going to be Adam Mills on the front. Adam coming out of California in that white jersey, trying to be able to bring back our 2 leaders. Leader in a 40-plus and leader in a 50-plus. Miles Billing with Texas Roadhouse in the black jersey, and the light blue jersey, that's Spencer Tanner, rider out of California. One thing to keep in mind, remember Texas Roadhouse has some pretty good sprinters sitting in the main group. Mark Aledia, Chad Bertzelauskas, David Richter, just to name a few. So they're riding on the front right now. I see Chris Carlson in the Stars and Stripes jersey on the far, a little bit further back, about 25 riders back. And I think Richter's wearing a Stars and Stripes jersey as well. Looking over the shoulder, more than looking forward right now, coming up on 15 minutes. That's going to be 30 minutes left of racing. We're going to do a $100 preem to the winner of the lap. Preem, $100 preem to the winner of the lap. Winner of the lap. Got to catch the leaders. $100 on the line. $100 preem to the winner of the lap. $100 preem, $100 preem. The Cash putting a little bit of the nail in the coffin for our 2 breakaway riders. They were kind of looking behind them a little bit more. They weren't really trying. Got a little bit of arms up. Might be Phil Tinsman trying to be able to recruit some of his fellow teammates to be able to come up and patrol things as different riders trying to be able to make their way to the front. $100 live from Smith Farm and Garden. You're watching the Masters 40-plus, 50-plus, part of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, King of the Road, the 20th edition of the race. Coming out of the corner and immediately going for it. That's going to be your national champion in the Stars and Stripes jersey, David Richter. So Richter gets the money. Now he's got a decision. Does he keep going or is he going to be able to sit up? Alarm bell should be going off because Richter, he can win from the breakaway and he can win from the group. He's as strong as he is fast.
Yeah, I think that was just a little test from Richter here, and he's got to like the results of that one. So I think you're going to see more of this Stars and Stripes jersey up on the front as David Richter clearly feeling good early on here. Group back through, still all together. Seeing 18 minutes into this one. Richter back up, patrolling the front, keeping an eye on things. Not a whole lot of action up on the front of this Masters field. We saw a lot of kind of ebb and flow in that Category 3 race earlier, but aside from the early move, haven't seen any big ones go away. These guys going to try and change that and see if they can get a second split of the day going.
Couple of riders right now pushing on the pedals a little bit harder than this. A couple others as they're establishing a gap. They didn't really attack. They didn't get out of the saddle and launch an attack. They just kind of put their head down, stayed to one side of the road, and found themselves with a little bit of a gap. As a lot of fresh legs as they're sitting in, waiting for somebody else to be able to do the chasing.
Look at Texas Roadhouse keeping guys up there. Just saw Bird Zalauskas prowling the front of the group. Meanwhile, Caden's Rodder stuck out there all by himself, getting no love whatsoever from the group. That's Sean Watson trying to make the best of it here, but Watson getting roasted by himself here. Watson getting a little bit of space here. They're going to start seeing laps pretty soon. These guys scheduled for 40 minutes of racing. We run on a time-based system here, and then once the USA Cycling officials figure out a good average lap time, they will then do the math to figure out how many laps will keep this race as close to 40 minutes as possible. So pretty soon, Rodder's going to see a set number of laps to go. That's actually going to be right now. They're putting 10 to go on the counter. So now things change a little bit. You now move off of a time-based effort, and you are now into a lap-based effort. So we're going to shut the clock down. These guys are going to see 10 laps to go. Down to 10 laps to go, and a solo Rodder away here. Let's see if he can do it for another 10 laps. What a Sean Watson put some time into him here. Gentlemen, check the counter. We are showing 10 laps to go on the counter. We're counting laps at 10 to go, guys. 10 laps of racing to go. Gentlemen, 10 to go. Watson's going to be out of sight pretty soon here. finally got some bridge riders on the way up here. But even if they do get there, there's not going to be much left in the tank. Sean Watson back through the line. Gonna see 9 laps to go. Make a little noise for him. Sean Watson is all chips in the middle in this scenario. There is no plan B for that guy out there right now. He either wins this bike race or dies trying today. So he is fully committed to this move. He's got 1 on the way up. That's going to be 381 for Carl Bourdin on the way. But he's got about 11 seconds back to the front of the big group here.
That rider trying to be able to go up and catch Watson. A very good time trial. This is Carl Bourdin trying to be able to get up there. Watson is in our 40-plus group. Looking at my sheet, Carl Bourdin is in the 50-plus group. So great ride right now by Watson coming out of Florida. Just getting into our 40-plus category. 41 years old as they just came through seeing 9 laps to go. So Watson with a pretty good lead. Bourdin trying to be able to bring him back, and then the rest of the field. For many years at the 20th edition of our McNellie's Blue Dome Criterium, as it ended up in a field sprint. Will it be the breakaway that's going to survive? Oh, look at the grimace. It's a mask of pain on the front right now. Watson trying to be able to stay away with 8 laps to go. Here comes Bourdin, and then the group is behind him. I'm going to call that about a 12-second gap. 12 seconds. 12 seconds is the gap. 12 seconds is the gap. 2 riders up the road. 12 seconds is the gap. 12 seconds. Well, a flat Criterium should fit into the Florida-type rider as Watson continues to be able to go around. Remember, they're going about 28 miles an hour, a little bit breezy on the backstretch as well, having to be able to battle through the wind. A 6-corner course. He is the opposite of Arrow. He's just sitting up, putting out all the power as we're going to be seeing 8 laps.
He is putting some serious numbers out there right now, that is for sure. This is a big break to move around this course all by yourself out in the wind, but Watson continuing to put time into it. As long as, the thing about being a big rider is as long as you've got the engine to match that frame, you're good. It's a ratio of strength to weight. And this guy's obviously on the right side of it because Watson is having a great ride here inside the last 10 laps.
Tulsa, he's getting ready to be able to see 7 laps to go. And now Texas Roadhouse coming to the front. 4 riders from the same team trying to be able to bring back the 1 rider. Come on, Tulsa, cheer him on, make some noise. He's got to be able to stay away. He needs your encouragement with 7 to go. Watson from Florida right now. Look at it. He goes around turn number 1. They haven't even come around the final turn.
Watson continuing to put time into these guys. Despite the full-on chase effort back into the field, this solo rider is still gaining time on this field.
Texas Roadhouse starting to be able to fall apart a little bit as well. There was 4 riders all riding well together, but the little gradual uphill and the speed starting to be able to crack some of the legs as 2 of them find themselves dangling off the front right now. So right now, it's going to be a hard one, but advantage Watson, because remember, these riders have to go faster to be able to bring back our leaders. David Richter swings off. You got one of his teammates or another rider swinging off as well. So they're slowing down as much as instead of chasing. There is no commitment to bringing back Watson right now, which means advantage for Watson. A little bit of cloud cover you can see from our great drone shot, and it's going to be Watson out of Florida coming through with 6 to go. What a beast. What a beast.
He's pushing a huge gear on that bike. This guy's not messing around. Watson just pure power out there. We're going to bring a $100 cash premium starting right here in front of the field for $100 cash for the field. $100 field premium. Riders, $100 cash for the field. This will be a field premium. Leader not eligible, 100 cash.
Big thank you to Bicycles of Tulsa. $100 up for grabs for the field. The only rider not eligible is Watson, who's off the front. All other riders, whoever crossed the line first, will pick up the $100 as they just came through seeing 6 laps to go. That's a good sign for Watson. Look how they're spread out across the road right now. Riders are not in a single file line. They've almost given up. They think the first place has gone away. Now the battle for the podium. Now remember, Watson is in our 40-plus division. The winner in our 50-plus is still in the main group.
Methods to winning, rolling off the front of the field. I'm not sure if this is a move for cash or if they're trying to reel back Watson a little bit here. But either way, this Methods to winning jersey got a nice little gap off the front. Here's Watson back through, 5 laps to go. This guy has got some cojones to do what he's doing out here. Make a little noise for the gambler of Tulsa today.
Gaps come down maybe by only about 2 seconds. $100 live. Whoever crosses the line first, that's going to be to this rider right here. This is our preem winner. Excellent job. That's going to be number 423, winning $100.
It's Tyler Locke. Familiar face from the elite fields, now graduating into our masters fields. Meanwhile, Sean Watson still on the front, still pushing his signature massive gear up here. Watson is a beast. So when this guy comes by, I want you to look at the gearing and the cadence that he's using. He's pushing a massive gear. Low cadence, but that means big effort with each pedal stroke. Then you'll notice the guys back in the field, they're going to have a much higher cadence, a much easier gear to pedal. It really just comes down to preference. Every rider's got their own kind of style, but Watson is a Mack truck out there today. Look at this guy. Pushing a massive gear, massive power, and that's translating to massive time. Make a little noise for Sean Watson. Gap coming down a little bit. These guys finally starting to chase and bring back time. 4 to go, guys. So the danger now at the front of this Masters field, the front of the big group, is that basically everyone up there tries to pass the buck. They all know that they need to chase this guy, but no one wants to be the one to do it. So this is like the check dropping at dinner and everyone just kind of staring at each other. No one's reaching for it. Same thing happening on the front of the field here. They all know that this guy needs to come back, but none of them want to be the guy to do it. And so that's why the job isn't getting done. They're all pointing fingers right now. And the buck is just getting passed every lap. And meanwhile, your solo leader, Sean Watson, taking full advantage of that lack of organization back in the main field. It's Justin Kirk up on the front right now, Texas Roadhouse. But Kirk can't do this alone. He's going to need to pass this off immediately to another rider. Whether there are more riders willing to do work like Justin Kirk is right now remains to be seen. Here's Watson back through. This guy is in some serious pain. Tulsa, make a lot of noise for him. Help him out here at 3 to go. You can start to see the grimace on Watson's face as he comes through. He's starting to show those signs of fatigue up on the front.
Riders 3 to go, 3 laps to go. You got one team coming to the front trying to be able to keep it together. I don't know if they're thinking they can bring back the leader, but again, Watson's in the 40 plus, so the 50 plus riders are trying to be able to get onto the top step of the podium. That's what many of them are thinking about right now, and that's going to be, I believe that's Phil Tinsman's team. Titan Racing on the front in the white jerseys, 3 of them. Texas Roadhouse put 3 riders on the front they could not do, so Titan Racing now coming up to the front.
Well, they're going to try and get organized here. This might be too little too late. Gap at 20 seconds up to Sean Watson here. And Watson not showing any signs of weakness. He has been almost perfectly consistent with his lap time so far. They're only deviating by a few seconds per lap. So Watson up on the front, riding his own race. He is in his comfort zone. He's making sure he doesn't redline the engine right now. That's your worst case scenario. But very impressive to be able to ride consistent lap times the way that Watson is up here solo. Field is not doing that. They are all over the place. They'll have a fast lap, then a slow lap, then a fast lap, then a slow lap. This guy's cranking out consistent 145 to 150 laps, and that is exactly what he needs to do right now. 20 seconds, 2 to go. Make a little noise for Sean Watson here. But here comes this field. They are starting to chase, a full-on chase effort on the front of the group now as Titan Racing gets organized and brings back 5 seconds on that lap. So Titan now bringing back 5 seconds per lap, but he's got 15 seconds and 2 laps to go. Even Frankie can do that math. Yeah, so Titan, or this Titan train, would need to bring back 7 seconds this lap if they're going to trend this in the right direction, if they're going to have a shot here. And they're not looking like they got the organization that they're going to need, or the time, more importantly, that they're going to need to bring this one back. Gotta respect the effort, though. Only one team willing to go to the front and chase this guy. Titan finally said enough is enough, and they are starting to bring back time here.
Watson right now starting to be able to tie up a little bit. He's looking behind him, getting ready to be able to come around that final turn as we're getting ready for Bell Lap with 1 lap to go. Come on, Tulsa, cheer him on. It's his final time. Can he stay away? Can he win here at the Blue Dome Criterium of this mid-Bell Lap?
Down to 1 lap to go. Sean, 1 to go for Sean Watson. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. go. Here's your field. Will they make it? 1 to go, guys. Last lap of racing. 1 to go. Watson still looking back over the shoulder.
It's going to be close. That gap is starting to be able to come down. There's going to be some fresh legs as these guys start to battle for the sprint, the positioning. The speed is only going to get higher. There's going to be about a 10-mile-an-hour difference between the leader, Watson, who stayed away for about 25 laps, compared to the main field coming on. But luckily, Watson should have enough to be able to hold on. Rider out of Florida right now, trying to be able to win the 40-plus division. Remember, 2 different categories out there. The 50-plus is still up for grabs.
Halfway through the lap, Watson still holding on to the gap. I think the odds are now tipping in his favor here, as Sean Watson is now just 2 turns away from hitting the line.
Texas Roadhouse coming back up to the front. Watson with a glance over the shoulder. He knows he's got to keep the power down. Has he done too much too soon, or will he have enough to be able to make it to the line?
Chaser's got him in sight. They're now about 50 meters back from Watson here.
Come on, Watson! Is he coming around that final turn?
Here's Watson. The field will not get him. Tulsa, help me welcome your solo Masters winner from Caden Cyclery. It's Sean Watson.
Unofficially, I got David Richter finishing up in second. And Richter, I believe, not sure which category he registered for. That's what I'm trying to be able to figure out right now. So Richter will win our 50-plus unofficially. I got Stalin Quintero Coelho finishing up in second place in our 40-plus. And a nice sprint by Drew Christopher to finish up second in our 40-plus as well. Still got to be able to figure out the third places on 40-plus and 50-plus. Podium up for grabs. As a reminder, Category 1-2s, everybody will enter the course over at Frankfurt Street. Your only staging area to enter the course is at Frankfurt Street for the Category 1-2s.
All right, Masters riders, going to go ahead and ask you to exit the course at your earliest convenience as we try to get this one cleaned up and ready for our Category 1-2 race. Coming up next, Masters riders, go ahead and exit ASAP. We're going to get our pace car through and in place, and then we'll bring our next group up to the line. Masters men, exit the course immediately, please.
As a reminder, Masters riders, top 340 plus, top 350 plus. Need you to head over to the podium. And once again, Masters riders, that once you get a chance in your top three, head to the podium. All riders, course is closed as we're waiting for our next riders to be able to come to the line as you're getting ready for the Category 1-2 race here at our Blue Dome Criterium.
Let's go ahead and send them. Tulsa, help me welcome your men's Category 1-2 field to the line. Category 1-2, the last stop before you race in our elite men's race later tonight. These are the guys knocking on the doors of racing under the lights next year.
Gentlemen, welcome 122 riders on the start line. To our returning Tulsa Tough riders, welcome back. And to all of our new Tulsa Tough riders, you're getting ready for a great 3 days of racing. 45 minutes, that's what you're racing for. 45 minutes, free laps are over with 7 laps to go. Right around turn number 1, the black state tent. That is your neutral service. You have a flat, a crash, a mechanical. You go to that black state tent. That is where you'll be able to take your free lap. And again, no more free laps with 7 laps to go. Do not ride backwards on the course. You may cut the course. Riders out of contention, you will be pulled as well. Make sure to be able to listen to the officials. Riders out of contention, you will be pulled. Top 3, hey guys, immediately after your race, top 3 to the podium as we'll be able to whip that off and you guys have a great time for the rest of the night as we continue with our King of the Road, Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So right now, waiting for final confirmation from our officials and everybody else to be able to make sure our course is secure. And then we'll be able to get you guys underway. 45 minutes of racing. Our Tulsa Tough presented by Saint Francis Health Systems. Gentlemen, as a reminder, this is day number 1. You still have 2 more days of racing as you're getting ready to be able to tackle this 8-corner criterium. This is your McNellie's Group Blue Dome Criterium. All right, hey Tulsa, you guys ready for the Category 1-2 race? Let's get ready and make some noise as the officials are ready. Our timers are ready. You guys are gonna be going on the whistle when I say, riders ready. We're underway, your Category 1-2, 125 riders. Little backlog right there, trying to be able to clip in. Hey, Daniel. That rider in the back right there, Daniel Holloway, former professional who has won Tulsa Tough 3 different times, the overall. He retired, how long did he retire for?
6 years, 7 years.
Retired for about 6 years, gradually started getting back into racing, and pretty much just racing this just pretty much for fun.
Yeah, he still got the love for the game, that's for sure. Daniel is going to be joining us on our broadcast later tonight for our pro women's and pro men's races. So not only does the guy talk the talk, but he's out there walking the walk right now as well. So great to have so many current and past pros out here at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, including my partner here on stage, 9-time Tour de France finisher, Frankie Andreu. Having a little noise for Frankie. You're a popular guy here at Tulsa, Frankie.
You just made me popular.
Well, minute 7 in to our Category 1-2 race out there right now. Already got a little separation on the front. These guys chomping at the bit for some action out here. This is going to be one of the best races of the weekend.
Taking advantage of getting in that front row. If you can start on the front row, you want to be able to make sure to start on the front row. One thing to pay attention to, if you've seen in our other races, it's been bunched up, right? It's been 5 across the road, 6 across the road, all grouped together. Look at what you're going to see right now. A single file line as these guys are putting the pressure down. It's gas pedal.
Yeah. These guys are cooking tonight in Tulsa as they go single file front to back through this 1-2 field.
Look at that. They're going around turn number 1, still coming around the final turn. Hanging on for dear life back here right now. This is your Category 1-2 race. Average speed will be over 28 miles per hour. Hey, Watson, across the street. Hey, Sean, Watson. Oh, he's busy chit-chatting. Watson, over here. Hey, did you have a power meter on your bike? What kind of power were you doing when you were going around here? About? Did you say 350? Dang, 350 watts riding on the front, trying to be able to stay away for about 25 laps. That's what it took to be able to win our Masters race. Category 1-2, don't watch it. He was looking over his left shoulder. Somebody sneaking up on the inside and the right side. That was 278 making his way through, looking comfortable up there as well. That's going to be C.J. Morrison, local rider out of Oklahoma.
Meanwhile, it looks like some of the guys from Engine 11 in the kit. This is a Korean Criterium team that has come to race here at Tulsa Tough, a group of South Koreans who are not only race promoters, they put on their own crit series in South Korea, but they decided to make the journey and race here as well. So that's the Engine 11 squad you're seeing out of Korea in the pit right now.
One of the larger fields we have of the night so far. Might have a little bit more once we get into our pro men's race, but right now 125 riders on the line. 5 minutes in as different riders are going to continue to attack. Category 3s ended up in a field sprint. Our Masters had a solo breakaway. What will be the outcome for our Category 1-2s? Once again, 45 minutes of racing total as we're timing how long it takes them to do the first 20 laps. Then we'll be switching over to lap cards, counting them down. In the meantime, cheer them on. Coming through here, that's going to be Ruben Bacon. Ruben Bacon with the racing division presented by Pace Coaching. He is the CEO of Pace Coaching. Different riders sitting in, trying to be able to save their energy for a little bit later on. And I'm corrected. It's a 55-minute race, not a 45-minute race. I had maybe made a typo, so I had that wrong. 55 minutes of racing for our category 1-2s. Continue to be able to stay strung out. Nice drone shot. Crowds are starting to fill in as well through the parking lots and all of our VIP areas and the expo area and the vendor areas. Everybody's turning up for the Blue Dome Criterium. A little bit of cloud cover, keeping the temperature cooler, 85 degrees. Leading him through right there is going to be Quinn Caldwell. He rides with the Black Jerseys team of Velovit Elite. Quinn coming out of Pennsylvania at 27 years old. Riding on the front, wanting to be able to stay on the front. First 5 laps can be super difficult, but once you survive that, that's an opportunity for the other riders to be able to move up.
Going to be looking for Stalin Criterium Coelho to the podium, please. CRCA, Dave Jordan Elite Road Team. Stalin Criterium Coelho to the podium immediately for our Masters Men's podium presentation. How about David Richter? We have a David Richter ready for podium. David, where are you? I see Sean, I see Stalin. We're just waiting on David Richter to the podium, please. All right, last call for David Richter. We are 60 seconds away from our Masters Men's podium. 60 seconds to Masters Men's podium.
One rider trying to be able to go solo right now. We're coming up on 12 minutes in. He's testing the legs of everybody. He's testing his own legs as well. On the front right now, we started off dead last. That's Daniel Holloway. He's a former overall winner of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough 3 different times. He's won here at the Blue Dome Criterium as well. Now in chase mode, trying to be able to bring back our leader.
All right, let's get into our Masters Men's podium presentation. We're going to start with 3rd place on the day today, racing for CRCA. First up to the blocks is Stalin Criterium Coelho. Second place, riding for Texas Roadhouse Racing. Not able to be here for the podium, but we do want to recognize David Richter, 2nd place on the day. And we'll go to the top step for Team Caden Cycling, presented by Waldo Racing. He did it solo today in Tulsa. Welcome to the top step, Sean Watson. We'll get our Moo Moo Apparel winner's jersey on Sean's back. And if anyone deserves a winner's jersey, it is this guy for the solo effort today. Make a little noise for Sean Watson, your Masters men's winner on day one of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
Black jerseys once again. That's going to be this time the Houston Heat. That's Seth Holland. Seth, only 18 years old, leading him through, coming out of Texas, as he's from the Houston Heat cycling team, riding on the front of this group. Things slowed down again. I talked about the first 5 or 6 laps. You can see in the pit area, Cleveland Cycling Academy has a rider in there in the white jersey. So now a little bit of calm. Different riders are going to attack, but once you're in that bubble, you got a little bit of time to be able to relax and be able to find your legs once again. Very fast first 5 laps. Now a little bit of a calm right now. Different riders trying to be able to attack. Different riders trying to be able to get into the break. Can they make a solo breakaway like we saw in our Masters race?
Coming up on 16 minutes in, little solo move, rolling away off the front here. A mini Sean Watson in the making here. Gonna be Joshua Walker, University of Montevallo, Alabama.
Riders coming through right here. We got one rider trying to be able to go solo. How about if we put a $100 preem up for grabs? Preem, $100 preem, $100 preem to the winner of the lap. $100 preem to the winner of the lap. Preem, riders, preem. $100 to the winner of the lap. $100. That was a fast lap, trying to be able to bring back that sole leader, because look at how it's strung out here. Gaps are opening up here as well. A little bit of struggle with the speed in the back of the group. $100 up for grabs. Last lap, our leader's been brought back. Oh, the money, the motivation of money. That's what's happening right now. $100 up for grabs. We got one rider going for it. Some riders have the speed. They got the fast twitch muscles. Others do not. They got to go from a long ways out. And that's what's happening right now. He's glad looking under his shoulder. Now here comes the chaser in the pink. Can he catch up to the sole rider? Coming up on 19 minutes in. 55 minutes total racing. It's a two-man show with $100 on the line. Whoever can get to the finish first.
It's going to be Connor Prestonbach trying to get there. Prestonbach knocking on the back door. He's going to come close. Here comes Prestonbach. He's going to come up just a little short on the line here. But more importantly, look at the gap that these guys holding up. If they can get together and work together, they got a shot at rolling this group of two.
Samuel Manzanares picking that up. The Night Owls, a team out of Texas. So he's going to be our pre-winner. So Prestonbach and now Manzanares find themselves with about a 5-second lead, maybe even more. Connor Prestonbach with those pink sleeves, only 17 years old. Manzanares coming out of Texas at 33 years old. Doesn't matter the age, it matters the strength. And look at it, they got a pretty good gap. Biggest gap we've seen so far in the race.
Yeah, Prestonbach did the right thing. Got up, but even though he lost that sprint, he immediately got to work in this breakaway, realizing that he had done the work to get away, and you might as well take advantage of that now. So we're going to have a little break of 2, maybe 3. There's one in the gap on the way up. I think that would be a welcome addition to this breakaway. If you could add just one more horsepower to it, 3 guys would be a great scenario for this one.
Riders got about a 10-second gap. 10-second gap. In the middle is going to be Aaron Widman out of North Carolina. Different riders starting to be able to make his move up there as well, as that's going to be again Quinn Caldwell. That's the second time we've seen Caldwell leading that chase group.
These guys linked up, locked in. Third rider still trying to get on. Give him a little bit of love. Let's see if we can get this up to a group of 3. It's Aaron Widman in the gap. These guys working well together up on the front. Trading poles, flicking elbows. That's exactly what you want to see from this break of 2. So these guys are working well together in this breakaway. And if they continue this, they can absolutely win this race 1-2. But the important thing is that they have to continue working together all the way to the end of this one. If they start getting greedy and start worrying about how they're going to come out of this group too early and start racing against each other, that's going to give the field the chance that they need to catch these guys. But right now, they are laser focused on trying to stay away from this one. Weidman is about to get there. Maybe. Poor guy's dangling off the back of this. Meanwhile, field not looking real worried. Not a ton of panic back there. It's only a few seconds off the front for this group 3. Still manageable for this group right now.
Weidman finally trying to be able to get into that draft. Oh my goodness. Gentlemen, it's about 6 seconds. 6 seconds is the gap. 6 seconds is the gap. Get on the wheel, Weidman. 6 seconds. Now we got new riders coming to the front. Look at the speed difference, too, coming through this finish line. That is going to be a big effort right there, as that's going to be Ron Tuazon, Space City Development Team out of Texas, the 25-year-old in the purple jersey, now leading the chase. All that work by Weidman might go away in one lap.
Well, and even if he does get up here, I don't know that he's going to be much help to these guys for at least a couple laps. He's going to need a little bit of time to recover. He's put in a massive 4-lap solo effort to go across this gap. He has finally made it into the slipstream here, but the field also lifting their tempo and bringing some time back.
Main field a little bit reluctant to chase or finding someone to do the chase. Remember, category 1-2s, a lot of them, they want to be able to do well themselves. There's not a lot of big teams willing to be able to put riders on the front to sacrifice themselves, and that might be needed. Is you're going to have some riders have to sacrifice themselves to be able to chase back the 3 leaders. Weidman with 1 lap to be able to recover will start pulling through. That'll be a little bit extra horsepower for our 2 leaders, as the 3 riders, they had a 6-second lead, looking to be able to increase that. That's Preston Bach on the front right there with the pink sleeves pushing the pace. Weidman sitting on. Let's pay attention. Is the rider in third? Is he pulling it all, or is he just sitting on? Single file line from the main chase group right now. Speed is picking up. They're getting a little bit more committed, starting to be able to take that lead group a little bit more serious. Front 2 riders are not going to be happy about Weidman dangling and sitting there. It's like they're pulling an anchor around.
This group about as smooth as a wool sweater right now. Three guys still dangling off the front here. We're going to give them a little incentive to stay away from one more lap with a $100 cash premium. Attention riders, we're going full race, 100 cash, $100 cash premium, full race, 100 cash, $100 cash premium to the winner of the next lap. Full race, $100 cash premium.
$100, a big thank you from Smith Farm and Garden for putting up that $100 cash for many of our earlier categories as well. Smith Farm and Garden. Three-rider break decimated into one rider. Connor Prestenbach even giving up. So all the riders have been brought back together. $100 for whoever crosses the line first. That was Pablo Cruz with Team Cadence as he was leading the chase. He just swung off waiting for somebody else to be able to come through. Remember, sitting on the wheel, you save about 30% of your energy. Very important to be in the draft. You want to stay near the front, but when you're on the front, you are doing more work than everybody else, and you got to have some energy for a little bit later on in the race. Some riders in the race are going to be the sprinters. They're going to have the fast twitch muscles. Other riders are not going to want a sprint, and that's what you're seeing taking place right now. Trying to be able to break the race apart while other riders are trying to be able to sit in and save themselves until that one lap to go.
$100 on the line, up and around the final turn. These guys going to stay away from the group, and one of them going to get paid here. That looks like a Piedmont kit to me. Believe Shannon Hempstead going to lock that one in with $100. Confirming Hempstead.
It looks like Shannon's sitting up as well. He went just hard enough to be able to pick up that money, then easing off the pedals. He looks over trying to be able to see if Hempstead's going to even get onto the wheel. Now Hempstead deciding, all right, we got a pretty good gap. Maybe we can make this work, coming up on the 30-minute mark. Remember, 55 minutes total of racing.
Call a group of 5 going away now. Couple seconds off the front of the field, but group chasing hard to bring these guys back.
Black jersey Archer Myers coming out of the group, trying to be able to bridge up to that group of 5. One rider would struggle at the 28-mile-an-hour average speed. 5 riders may have a chance to be able to stay away. Alarm bells should be going off in the main field. Look at that, Archer Myers in a black jersey taking things into his own hands, trying to be able to be rider number 6 to make it into the front group. All the riders together. How about a $200 preem? Come on, Tulsa, cheer 'em on. $200 preem, $200 preem to the winner of the lap. $200 preem. Thank you, Bicycles of Tulsa. $200 preem. Whoever crosses the line first will win that mid-race prize. That'll put $200 cash in his pocket. Brought to you by Bicycles of Tulsa. Riders tucked in right now, going about 30 miles an hour on that backstretch. Remember, it's a figure-8 course. Good chance to be able to test their legs in the sprint. A little bit of a scramble right now, sitting in about 4th and 5th position. Coming around second to last turn, heading in towards that final turn. Gonna have a good chance. What gear do you need to be in for this gradual uphill sprint? $200 up for grabs from Bicycles of Tulsa.
They're also going to be counting laps, seeing 10 on the counter here as your sprint comes to the line. They're going to go 3 wide, and that'll go right up the inside. 253, making it look easy. Little cash into 233. Check that with Tommy Fagg.
We saw in our category 3s when it slowed down and bunched up, we had a massive crash. Riders all jumping into positions they shouldn't have been, putting their wheels where maybe they shouldn't have been as well. So a little bit slower. Fast lap, last lap, trying to be able to pick up that $200. Now the riders are getting ready to see 9 laps to go, and we got a solo. We got a flyer. He's trying to do it alone. Can he stay away? This is going to be Ryan Bennett from Full Send Racing. One rider for 9 laps. That is a big ask. But Bennett up for the challenge. Now look at this rider, how he gets arrow. Tucks his kind of in, complete opposite of what we saw with Watson. Watson, he's just all power, sitting almost straight up. But this rider, tucking in, getting his elbows in, getting that chest low, getting the head down, trying to be able to cut through the wind as quick as he can.
Ryan Bennett still away, no help on the way. So if he's going to do this, he's going to have to do it solo. There's Bennett. Not much time out of the final corner. I think that's probably going to be it. He'll come back into the group, and we are all back together at 8 laps to go at the front of your 1-2 race.
Day number 1 of our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, brought to you by McNellie's Group since 2009, with over 23 unique restaurants in different locations throughout Oklahoma and Arkansas. Founded by Elliot Nelson, who studied abroad in Dublin, Ireland, fell in love with the Irish atmosphere and hospitality, and brought that back to Tulsa. 2004 was his first pub that he opened, the James E. McNellie's Pub House, and it continues to support Tulsa and our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. This is the Blue Dome Criterium. What you're watching right now is our Category 1-2s. After this, the opening ceremonies, and then we go into race number 1 of the American Criterium Cup with our pro women, followed by our pro men. Look at his team on the front. White jerseys all coming together. Nice to be able to see that right there. So the Oklahoma Flyers, I believe, is the teams in the white jerseys. 5 riders on the front right now. Have they started too early? We saw before other teams coming to the front. Texas Roadhouse. We saw Titan Racing with 3 or 4 riders. That was with about 5 laps to go. These guys are starting with 7 laps to go.
Hey, look, if you got 4 guys that can get organized and all get to the front of the bike race at 8 laps to go, I say go for it. If it's 1-2 race, they've clearly got the numbers to be here. The guys have the legs right now. I like this move from the Oklahoma Flyers right now.
Yeah, great organization, and if anything, your sprinter's going to be able to sit in. He's going to be able to stay rested. Doesn't have to fight for position. He can just follow his teammates, but right now they are looking spectacular setting up this lead out. Now, Brad, what is a lead out? Why are these guys riding on the front right now so hard?
Well, what they're doing here is trying to protect their sprinter at the back of this line. You see 4 guys lined up here. The sprinter is either going to be 3rd or 4th position in this line because they're trying to give him the biggest draft that they can here. Now, being at the front also means that you can control this race and keep it together, which I'm not sure if that's what these guys are trying to do or not, because they got a little space rolling off the front here. But one thing is for sure, this Oklahoma Flyers squad controlling this race, coming into 7 laps to go here. There we go, back together. They're going to see 6 when they come through the line. Got a little excited that lap. Broke the trade up a little bit. And they're right back in line where they want to be.
Big thinking of Rudy's Ritas. Hey, if you're walking around, maybe you're looking for something to drink, Rudy's Ritas is right behind us, and they donated $200 for a cash premium for our riders. Make sure to go by and get yourself a drink. Let's ring that bell. We're coming up with 5 to go, and $200 premium, $200 premium, $200 premium, $200 premium, $200 premium, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. So this could put a little bit of kink into that lead out. Remember, we got one team riding on the front, the Oklahoma Flyers in the white jerseys. Will the $200 money grab, is that going to screw them up? Are they going to be able to stay on the front and get the money? Or will we have a different set of riders come right over the top of them, try to be able to grab the money and then keep going, catching them a little bit by surprise? They know the money is on the line. What will the Oklahoma Flyers do?
Looks like they've adopted an honorary fifth flyer, Daniel Holloway, tacking onto the back of this one. He knows a good thing when he sees it here. Holloway, former elite professional Criterium national champion. And he has found his way up to the front right behind these Oklahoma Flyers.
There's our lead pace car coming around that turn. Big thinking of Don Thornton Automotive Group with a list of our different pace cars coming through. Behind, the Oklahoma Flyers in the white jersey still on there. $200 live, riders, $200 live. They're like swinging off, waiting for somebody else to be able to get it. Hey, guess what?
Like, I'll take it.
You're buying dinner, Daniel.
Holloway realized that those Oklahoma guys are laser focused on trying to control this race. No amount of money is going to throw these guys off the scent of controlling the front of this field. They have thought about this moment for months. The idea of being able to control the 1-2 field at 5 laps to go, night number 1, is the kind of thing that dreams are made of for Category 1-2 riders here. And these Oklahoma Flyer boys are doing it right now.
Oh, man, did you see that jump from number 314? He almost hit the deck. That was going to be Jonah Tanos with a great save. I think he clipped a pedal. I think his rear wheel came off the ground by about 2 inches. There's Daniel Holloway in that light blue jersey sitting on the right-hand side, starting to be able to battle the Oklahoma Flyers. Riders are going to be seeing 3 laps to go when they come by as well. Starting to be able to move up, number 241, that's going to be David Gaona. That's Team Cadence. They won the Masters race. Now they're trying to be able to win the Category 1-2 race. I don't know what Holloway is looking for. He's a former multi-time national champion in the Criterium. He's been retired for almost 8 years. Coming back to race for fun, using the body a little bit as well.
It is getting downright nasty up in the front of this one right now. They're starting to make contact, starting to jostle a little bit for position inside the top 5 spots. Holloway having a little chat with the guys up there. Oh, they are bumping shoulders out here. 3 to go, guys, 3 to go. Not making any friends on the front, that is for sure.
Daniel Holloway trying to be able to get in the middle of that train. They got 3 teammates all in the white jersey. They want to be able to keep following each other, but the light blue jersey starting to be able to get in the way. It's not like it's the final lap either. We still have a lot of racing still to go. And remember, there's about 80 riders behind, sitting in, waiting to see what they can do.
Holloway is in a 4-versus-1 fight right now, and he's like, bring it on. Put him up. Let's do it here. Flyers still in control here. Holloway in that light blue jersey, sneaking into the train.
One thing to keep in mind with a lead out, they got to keep the speed high. You can't ride at an 80% tempo coming up with 2 laps to go. Riders have to start leading themselves out. They got to go to a full sacrifice or they're going to get swarmed, and that's exactly what's starting to happen right now. Oklahoma Flyers, they need to commit themselves. They've already done a fantastic job. They just need to be able to finish it off.
Well, now more riders getting into the mix up on the front, starting to lose control here. Guys are starting to infiltrate this train. It's going to be Michael Pincus, Houston Heat, getting up there in the black jersey here. Lap counter got to take us down to 2. Oklahoma Flyers back in control. Tulsa make a lot of noise for him at 2 laps to go.
One thing to remember, free laps are over, so if any kind of incident, a cross of the wheel or a crash, there's no more free laps. 2 laps to go. Oklahoma Flyers in the white jerseys continue to be able to ride on the front. Again, they can't slow down. Look how it's starting to be able to spread out across the road. That's an indication the speed is not high enough right now. They want it in a single file line, but can they do it?
Oh, they're having trouble stringing this one out on the front into a lap and a half to go. Riders starting to move up the outsides here. Flyers losing control, but they are still up there.
Looks like a rider in that pink jersey. Baker finds himself up there battling for position. He's only 18 years old. He's in that bright pink jersey on the far left-hand side. The sprinters now, they know they need to be in a good position.
Cleveland Cycling Academy going to try and move up the outside as well. The scramble is on for position as they get ready to head into the last lap and get the belt for 1 lap to go here. The Oklahoma Flyers trying to control, but here come the reinforcements.
The washing machine in full effect. It's agitation everywhere with 1 to go. Come on, Tulsa, cheer them on. It's your final lap.
All back together. 1 to go. This will be anyone's race at the front. 1 to go, guys. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
Coming down to crunch time right now. That speed needs to be able to pick back up. They need it in a single file line. The sprinters, they are salivating. Who's going to show off? Who's going to be the Lamborghini of the Category 1-2? The Ferrari, the Turbo, the Nitrous. It's all going to come into play in the last half a lap.
Look at these efforts up the outside. Guys trying to move up. Time it just right here. That's the name of the game. Into turn 3, still together.
That Cadence rider, number 241, David Gowana. He's sitting in a good position in second right now. The Oklahoma Flyers have been swarmed. Their sprinter is still in there. Cleveland Cycling Academy in the white jersey, sitting in about 4th position.
Carson Baker in a good spot as well. Still third. Going to have an outside line here for the left turn coming up. Baker going to get pushed out.
Look at the fighting going on behind. Oh my goodness. Left, right, zigzag, serpentine, whatever you want to be able to call it. It's a mad dash to 2 corners to go. Now, heading in towards the final turn. Who's going to have the momentum? Who still has the legs after 55 minutes of racing? Your Blue Dome title on the line.
Oklahoma Flyers down to their last one. They're going to lead it out of the final turn. The Flyers will get it right. They executed perfectly. Isaiah Colbreth times it right and holds on for the Oklahoma Flyers. What a show for the home team today.
You see the individual coming across the line with his hands up, but my goodness, what a team effort from Oklahoma Flyers as Isaiah Colbreth wins here in Blue Dome.
And how about the team? Make a little noise for those guys. They were a huge part of Colbreth's win. Wow. The Flyers pulled it off in Tulsa. There's another flyer. Job done. Mission accomplished. Isaiah Colbreth, your winner today. We're going to get ready for our Tulsa Tough board photo on the line up next. So we'll make one last call for our Tulsa Tough board as we get ready for our annual team photo on the line for the Tulsa Tough board. Unofficially, Jackson Clary going to pull out a second place finish today in that 1-2 race that just wrapped up for the Cleveland Cycling Academy. And then Owen Lloyd rounding out your top three for Piedmont University on the podium. right, I see Jackson, I see Owen, I see Isaiah. Andy, how you feeling over there?
Oh, yeah. Breakdown where you're running. Now, Chris told me I have to stop that.
All right, we are ready to go with our 1-2 podium. Coming up right now, we're going to start with third place on the day. He races for Piedmont University out of Georgia. First up to the podium, welcome Owen Lloyd. Second place, joining Owen from Cleveland Cycling Academy. Next up to the podium is Jackson Clary. And your top step from the perfectly executed Oklahoma Flyers. Give it up for your 1-2 men's winner, Isaiah Colbrath. A moving winner's jersey for Isaiah on the top step. That'll be the bullseye on his back heading into stage 2 or day 2 tomorrow. There you go, one more time for your men's 1-2 podium with Isaiah Colbrath, Jackson Clary, and Owen Lloyd. All right, with that, we are 15 minutes away from your pro women's race start coming up at 6:55 today. As Isaiah slips on his Omnium leader's jersey over top of his daily winner's jersey. All jerseys provided by Lulu Apparel here at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So he'll have another jersey to add to his collection. Nice job out there, Isaiah Colbrath, your winner today for the Oklahoma Flyers.
ready? We will not lose, let it sink in. Never back down, we don't play around. Coming for the dub and the crown. Battle for the win, we the kingpin. We will not lose, let it sink in. Never back down, we don't play around. Coming for the dub and the crown. We will not lose, let it sink in. We will not lose, let it sink in.
As they come out, Kendall Ryan has the advantage. Can she finish it off? And Kendall Ryan.
Welcome to the McNellie's Group Blue Dome Night to kick off our 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway, and we are thrilled to be here to bring you guys all the action for our quick trip live stream as part of our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Now, we've got a great show for you guys here today, but we are going to kick off the night with our professional women's race. Let's take a look back at the 2025 edition where we have our final lap lead out being done here by Alexis Magner, leading it out sort of on behalf of her sister for Kendall Ryan as the sisters dive into sixth there. As they start to wind it up, the other team's trying to fight for position, and then they make this turn into 8, and this is the point at which Kendall just launches the sprint, and nobody else is even able to match the jump that she delivered. And Kendall Ryan comes to the line, queen of the McNellie Group Blue Dome Night 1, where she was crowned our champion last year. She will be looking to do that again. She is wearing the national championships jersey this year, this time with her new team, Caldera Aurea, which we're very excited to talk about. Now, we are also going to look back at our conversations that we had last night with our Ride with the Pros. We do this amazing event here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where we jump over to the Spoke House and then we talk to some of the riders. We've got a few clips for you guys right now of our riders from last night. Daniel actually did the ride last night. It's turned out to be a spicy one, I hear, out there. A little bit of an opener for you in your race here today.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it was a huge turnout, 500-something riders of all abilities. It's called Ride with the Pros, and so anybody on flat pedals and a hybrid bike, or if you're a Cat 3 racer, can come out, meet the pros, ride with them. It's pretty civil until things take off.
Well, let's hear from those pros at Ride with the Pros last night.
Shift this year in general with a few more big teams. It's no longer just 1 or 2 good riders on each team. You've got full squads of 5 to 7 riders who can all really do some good work for their sprinter or breakaway or lots of dynamics.
And we're going to now talk about our American Criterium Cup, which kicks off tonight here at the McNellie Group Blue Dome event. The American Criterium Cup, or also ACC, as many of us know it at home, kicks off right here. We're going to take a look at our standings from 2025 right now, where we can see who is returning to our races. Aline Seitz winning the series last year. Seitz racing with us here tonight. Andrea Sear also racing with us this evening. Riley McMullen racing, and Ryan also racing. So we're going to have a very amazing night here to kick off our American Criterium Cup. Let's take a look at our course map for the McNellie Group Blue Dome race. This is an amazing race that we have here. Daniel, walk us through what happens at McNellie Blue Dome Group.
Yeah, so this is the course has been for numerous years now. 8 corners, long backstretch on First Street and Second, going to the final 2 corners. The course is aged. It's getting bumpier out there. It's not as smooth. There's tarmac patches in the back that add a different dynamic. So if you're not on the perfect line, especially in the last couple laps, chain can come off, bounce a wheel. Momentum can change. So it's really about spending, the first 50 minutes of this race finding the line at speed, because it may not just be apex, apex, apex. It might be outside, might be inside. And the wind is kind of swirling out there just in that Catman's 1-2 race. It just felt heavy. No definitive headwind, no definitive tailwind. So you're going to have to find where you can hide lap after lap to save your legs.
Yeah, well, that's a great segue, because we have a new sideline reporter this year joining us for our 20th edition of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, and it is Brad Huff. Huff is out on the sidelines. Here he is. Let's hear from Mr. Brad Huff, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, 2-time winner right here at Blue Dome. I know this race. Daniel knows this race, but it's going to be different. The riders are having a bit of a tailwind down here. The energy is calm, but they're about to build up. We are ready to go here.
A lot of excitement on the start line for our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough McNellie Group Blue Dome race on our Friday night. We're going to bring up the women to the start line. Looks like they have gotten themselves there, and we have a star-studded group of women racing with us this evening for the professional women's field. We got ourselves another amazing race. We're going to jump into our YouTube chat. So if you guys have any questions for myself, Gabe Lloyd, or Daniel Holloway, who was actually just racing, as some of you in the chat were noticing, as Mr. Holloway was getting a little spicy there at the end. I'd love to talk about that. You all are welcome to jump in there and let us know what any questions that you may have. You can also jump over to TulsaTough.com if you're not yet there for any reason, where you can find race results there. So maybe if you're only on YouTube, you can jump over to TulsaTough.com to get those results. We're going to do our call-ups right now. Paula Munoz, racing for Fearless Femme, presented by the Beasley firm. Coming up, Paula is an Olympian from Chile. She's a very strong rider, very capable, and she's very much resurgent in the past few weeks, having found herself contesting for our top sprints. No stranger to the top of our steps tonight with Riley McMullen coming up to the front. Riley racing for the Virginia Blue Ridge 2028 program. Riley having success here at Crybaby Hill in the past. We're really looking forward to her dynamic with her team with Virginia Blue Ridge, where she has Marleis Mejia and Sofia Ariola racing with her this evening. So that trio, very much one to watch for. Andrea Sear, I believe, will be your next call-up. That's actually Aline Seitz, your ACC winner. My apologies. Seitz is an Olympian as well from Switzerland. Seitz, I spoke with her a little bit at Ride with the Pros last night. She's very excited to be here, and she is using tonight as sort of her kickoff to the LA 28 games, where she hopes to be selected for Switzerland one more time. Coming up next, is this going to be Skylar, I believe? Or is it Sam? That is Samantha Schneider. Sam is no stranger to success, having won nearly every major criterium in the United States. And Sam is finding her legs one more time. Funny enough, she came out to the Easton Criterium and Tour Somerville a few weeks ago. Those were her first crits back since Tulsa Tough last year.
Oh, wow.
And her sister, Skylar Schneider. Skylar taking a win last weekend at the Armed Forces Cycling Classic, and she is one to watch for sure. She's very much looking forward to tonight here at McNellie Group Blue Dome event, where she will be focusing heavily on her former teammate, who's now being called up, Kendall Ryan, U.S. national champion. Spun off her own team this year, bringing many of the Legion Lionesses with her. So Kendall Ryan now racing for Caldera Medical Area Racing. Kendall very much wants to take a win. She also won a stage of last weekend's Armed Forces Cycling Classic, so she is certainly coming to us with a lot of fitness. Looks like that'll be the extent of our call-ups, and I believe we're going to toss to our national anthem singer here at the McNellie Group Blue Dome event to kick off our ceremonies for the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough 20th edition.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red clear, the bombs bursting in air,
great song, singing there by our national anthem singer. John Zink, a sponsor of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. No better finish line in Criterium Racing, but also no better accompaniment to our national anthem. Big thanks to John Zink for bringing us those John Zink flares. They're an industrial leader in our clean energy solutions, and they're based right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So another hometown company supporting Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Looks like we are getting ourselves ready to kick off a great, not only evening, but 3 days of racing for our 20th edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Again, my name is Gabe Lloyd. I'm joined by Daniel Holloway, who was just racing out there as well, and Brad Huff will be joining us from the sidelines throughout the evening. Very excited to have our cast and crew ready to bring all the action. Sounds like Brad Soner and Frankie Andreu, who are on the stage here for this event, are doing a great job getting our crowd ready to go and getting super excited to kick off our night of racing.
10 seconds, riders. Tulsa, help me count them down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. We are racing. Daniel Holloway, how does it feel to be sitting here in the booth in our Zico broadcast booth for the 20th edition of our St. Francis Tulsa Tough? You came here on year number 1. Now we're watching our professional women kick off for season 20.
Yeah, it's wild to think that there was probably kids in that 1-2 race that weren't born yet when I won this thing the first go around. And it's just a surreal feeling because I still feel like I'm 20 years old. But no, it's amazing to be back. So awesome. We have some nice overcast here, so we're not getting beat up by the sun. It's still a little warm, but it's not as hot as it's been in years past. So nice to have that as we sit here in the booth with the sun right in our face, but behind some clouds.
Yeah, we've had some years where we're getting absolutely blasted by the sun sitting here, but weather today, 79 degrees and overcast, but I think wind may actually become one of our factors. So prior editions that I've been present here, we've had real fields of like 108 sitting here in the booth, whereas this year it's downright mild. It's beautiful conditions. We've got a lot of people out racing or spectating with us this evening because there's no better place to be and the conditions are perfect. I was talking to Brad Huff about the wind conditions. He was telling us earlier that the wind was coming into turn 7 really heavily. But you were talking about a different experience out there. What was your experience with wind here tonight?
Yeah, since we're still kind of downtown adjacent, there's a lot of buildings, there's a lot of just avenues for wind to travel, even though we look at some of the buildings and can see strong, consistent wind here in this glass building. But on course, it almost seems like the air is funneling ever straight into a headwind, or it just felt heavy out there. It wasn't a definitive make a corner, feel a tailwind, make a corner, blatant headwind, except for kind of up the hill around, corner 6.
Okay.
That everywhere else just felt kind of heavy. You couldn't hide, and we kind of saw that with 2-3 riders getting away, but it just wasn't fast enough for them to keep their rhythm, and so it just came back from the front more so than the chasing behind, because the course conditions just, as of 30 minutes ago, just felt heavy out there. It didn't feel flowy.
Okay.
Didn't feel smooth. So typically as the night goes on, traditionally the wind kind of dies down. The women are in that tricky time zone where it can start gusty and then kind of flatten out by the time they get to their finish. So it's one thing they're going to have to think about a little more than maybe the pro men or the Cat 1 before them had to deal with.
All right, well, great insight there from Daniel Holloway, who has won this race at least 3, maybe 4 times, depending on which memories we have. And then Brad Huff, who is also joining us, has won twice. So a lot of experience from the two of you that are joining us here tonight for our broadcast team. Now, Daniel, let's talk a little bit about the race dynamic of our women's programming this year, because we now have a number of very strong teams that are racing with us this year. We have not only Legion of Los Angeles, who really kicked off the era of very strong, very strong women, but also the era of starting to bring in more teams into our sport as well. And we are now seeing Caldera, Areola, and then we are also now seeing the programs of Andreas Sear coming in with the Higher Dose program. Higher Dose is having a very strong season so far, and I'm wondering whether or not you think that the team dynamic will really affect the outcome of tonight, because we see at least 3, if not maybe 4 teams in our pro women's race that are doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, you have Caldera, you have Higher Dose, you've got Legion, you've got 2020 Virginia Blue Ridge program. You've got a couple independent riders, so it's a pretty deep field. You're also looking at Fearless Femme, presented by the Beasley Group. So, you know, the depth is there in the women's field, maybe compared to years past. And I don't think we're going to see full teams of 6, but we're going to see, you know, definitely groups of 3 moving around, working together, and take some different tactics towards the finish. Andreas here shared with me a little earlier today that, you know, they're not necessarily going to put all 6 at the front and do a lead out. A couple are going to watch throughout the race, and they're going to work as a smaller group, ideally towards the finish. But they're not. Their plan isn't to do a full-blown lead out with 5 to go or 3 to go or anything like that.
Interesting. So we'll see whether or not we have an aggressive tactic at the front of this field or not. Looking at the front right now, we do have Higher Dose. They're easily identified by the multi-color sleeves, where we've got the blue on what we're seeing as left and the red on the right, but is their left sleeve red. And so then we're seeing Caldera in the red sleeves, and the Legion of Los Angeles will be in this gray. It's actually a paint crackle fleck. In the blue jerseys and second wheel right now, that's Sophia Areola. She is racing for Virginia Blue Ridge, Team 2028. Sophia just covering right now, and now as Kingdom Elite comes to the front. Kingdom Elite having a little bit of a roster switch in the transition from 25 to 26, where we are now seeing them picking up riders like Izzy Harden and other sprinters from the southeast area. So Kingdom Elite now coming up to the front of the field, and Sophia Areola from Virginia Blue Ridge 2028 program sitting right there. Well, but you can see a number of the Higher Dose riders patrolling the front right now early on, just to see if they can maintain control. I think that the Legion riders are going to be really doing their best to see if they can really just not fall out of the front of the race early on or not. Because there's a limited squad here for Legion of Los Angeles. They send one of their riders to the front right now, but they are clearly going to be riding for Skylar, as she is the one with the best legs at this point in time. But we also have to keep an eye on what Caldera's strategy will be throughout the night. And let's not forget about CCB. I can see CCB women patrolling up near the front. They had a very respectable weekend at the Armed Forces Cycling Classic last week as well. So we have a lot of powerful teams patrolling up near the front. And let's not also forget about Fearless Femme, presented by the Beasley firm, where they have Paola Munoz, but also Bryony Botha. Botha was in the breakaway last year with Grace Arlinson, and they built up such a lead that you and I, Daniel, were talking about, all right, this race is over, just the 2 of them are gone. And then I believe Chloe Patrick, when she was on the team with Alexa, yes, Inesca, bridged up with them, also with Paloquin, I believe, from La Suette, right? And so we've got, it was this really interesting race dynamic late in the event last year that we saw completely shift in the last 3 laps, where we had a lead that was almost insurmountable, but then brought back in the final 3 laps.
Yeah, and go back to Legion. They only have, I think it's 4 riders, but you cannot count out that experience. You know, so much experience can replace 2 extra riders in strength just by being super smart, knowing how to move, and really working together. And that's when we're looking at some of these new teams that they have the riders, they have the full 6, but they're still figuring out their team chemistry on how to work together and maximize using those 6 riders. So even though we're in June, it's still the first ACC. Teams are still kind of figuring themselves out for the year. And that nod just goes to Caldera. They have a really deep roster with strength and experience that I think we're going to see play out. But there's always a dark horse here. And kind of going back to Kingdom Elite, I mean, Shannon Cook won one of these days 20 years ago. So Shannon Coke has as much experience and success as Huff and I here, and she's going to be able to pass that along to Izzy Harden and the rest of that program on how to be successful here.
So we're about 9 minutes into racing with our pro women's race here at the McNellie's Group Blue Dome. McNellie started in 2004 right here in Tulsa, and they've done an amazing job bringing so many restaurants to life here in this particular part of town, and we're very lucky to have their support for this race here today. So big thanks to the McNellie Group. They've got the Fassler Hall, Yokozuna, Dust Bowl lanes, and a new Forno Santo, all right here in the historic district. So big thanks one more time to the McNellie Group for kicking off our 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. And we now see the women up at the front. It looks like Bryony Baltha of Fearless Femme, presented by the Beasley firm up at the front. Baltha is a silver medalist from the Paris Olympics. Oh, look at this, though. We got our man Brad Huff in the pits with some insight. Brad, what do you got?
All right, I've got Matt Stevens with Aegis LEO. Tell us what's going on there. You have one rider.
One rider, been doing stage races this year. Grace Arlinson is our rider here, winner Tour de Bloom, and she's like, I love Tulsa, I'm going no matter what. So we're here in the pit for her, on the radio with her, and just giving her support.
How fast and can she handle the speeds at Tulsa Tough being a stage racer?
Oh, totally. She was here last year racing for a different team and was in a 2-up break, got caught at the end. Ironically, my wife, Lauren Stevens, was one of the ones that chased her back. So there's no Lauren in the field today, so she might try to go solo again.
Awesome. Well, we can't wait to see her out there front again. Hopefully make it all the way to Crybaby Hill off the front.
Yeah, that's her day.
Right on. See you there.
Arlinson was off the front. I can see Lauren Stevens right in front of us in the broadcast booth as well, here to support Grace this year, and that will be, but not having Stevens in this race this year will certainly affect the potential of keeping this thing together. Nevertheless, the women in this race are very capable at each in their own right, and again, I really am excited about the number of teams that we see racing out here, and they truly are racing as units. As we start to see the similar colors of the squads racing together right now up near the front, right now in the front with the Caldera squad with Laurel Rathbun now coming up to the front and setting that tempo. Great to see Laurel racing with us here today. She is very excited for this entire weekend. She started off her sort of 3-week block with us at the Easton Crit and the Tour of Somerville with a limited squad of Caldera riders, and then last weekend they brought Kendall into the mix for Armed Forces, where they got a stage win, and then today full squad of Caldera women, where they are very much looking to defend Kendall's title here at the McNellie Group Blue Dome event. But you can now see Higher Dose right behind them, really organizing, and you see Fearless Femme also patrolling up near the front. So I do believe that our teamwork is going to have a very big impact upon the outcome of today's races. Fearless Femme on the front right now as we are setting some tempo here with about 13 minutes worth of racing coming up to the front as the women all looking at each other, and very cool FPV shots from our expert pilots here in Tulsa as we get to see what's going on. I did see the Cuban national champion helmet of Marleas Mejia in that FPV shot, and Marleas is a very capable rider who is very much looking forward to potentially notching herself into history. She's had a remarkable streak, taking back-to-back wins at Winston-Salem and then back-to-back at Easton and Somerville. Last weekend at the Armed Forces weekend, she did not quite get what she wanted as far as stage wins, but she did take the overall Omnium, so she's still very much a factor in any given night. You can see her sort of patrolling up near the front right now with that red helmet on the front and the blue jersey. And he is just patrolling, keeping left and right, but again, she's got two very capable teammates in here with Sophia Ariola and Riley McMullen. Caldera seems to want to be taking the initiative here, Daniel, right? Like, the Caldera's been on the front, not dissimilar to the tactics that we saw from Legion of Los Angeles in prior editions when Kendall was on Legion, right? So do we feel like this is a Kendall directive to put her team on the front to control this?
Yeah, I think it's just like, hey, let's go ride the front, see what that feels like, how that is going to be. And, you know, they waited kind of 10 minutes to see what the general race tactic or feel was going to come out like. And if it's like, oh, it's going to be a little bit of a negative race, there's not going to be much attacking, let's just get on the front, set the tone. You know, again, they probably have the strongest, deepest group of riders in the field, and so why not just take the front, get it under control, and set the tone of the race.
We got Brad Huff back in the pits right now. Brad, who are you talking to out there?
You know, I'm actually not talking to anybody. I don't want to mess with him right now. We've only have one rider in the pit. We haven't seen much action here, which is a good thing. That means the riders understand what's going on out there. As Daniel was saying, the course is a little beat up, but it's actually pretty fast, and you can see it in the riders. There's not many here.
Great to hear. We'd like a very boring pit. That is actually good news for everybody all around. I'm going to jump over to our YouTube questions. Somebody asking about who is that rider in the green and white. That's Claudia Marks racing with us solo this year. Marks is an Olympian from Australia. She uses the American Criterium scene to get herself up to speed. She will do a number of races here. I believe she's going to go up to the Tour of America's Dairylands after this to really get some time on the bike and race some American crits. We may actually see her at the Valley Preferred Cycling Center in T-Town at the end of her campaign before she heads back to Australia, where she will then jump back into the Australian national team program. She is very much a piece of the Australian Olympic squad, where she is one of their top riders looking for team pursuit victory for the Australian squad in 28 in LA. But that rider in green and white, not that one in particular, but the one further back, is Claudia Marks, and we will certainly be looking for her.
Yeah,
So
she's on the inside of the frame, 15 wheels back. I mean, she's riding well right now. She's staying in Boulder. I actually rode with her on a group ride, and yeah, she's looking, you know, really good on the bike, making front splits when you know, I'm not even. So she's going well. She's definitely a dark horse, but somebody that has all the skills and knowledge to be able to just kind of do it by herself, place herself in the right position when the other teams are doing the lead out. So she's a dark horse and is 100% capable of pulling out a result.
big thanks to Don Thornton for their support of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Don Thornton has been part of our editions for a long time, and they are one of the leading dealers here in the Tulsa area. So big thanks to Don Thornton. Right now you're seeing one of their Lexus vehicles, but they also have Audis, Volkswagens, Land Rovers, and Cadillacs right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So thank you once again to Don Thornton for your continued support of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough for our 20th edition of our races. I got you know, we'll jump to that one later, Daniel. I got a specific Daniel question. We'll jump to that during the men's race. Right now on the front of our field, we have the Fearless Femme presented by the Beasley firm. Doing a lot of good work. I'm reading this right now as a just a good dynamic. It seems like a somewhat I don't really like the word relaxed because we're racing full gas, but I think that there's a lot of organization within the field right now, and it seems very much like there's a pointy end of this race at all times, which is why relaxed is not the right word. But I think what I'm seeing again is just sort of cohesion and respect within the field here. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little atypical from what we've seen in the years past. It's, you know, Aria put some ladies on the front. Now we see Fearless Femme put a couple riders, Higher Dose up there. very much akin to a World Tour race where it's like, hey, we want a few teams want the field sprint. And like, let's just get there together. And so each team is kind of putting a couple riders forward to keep the pace high and mitigate these start-stop accelerations that really wear on a sprinter's legs. We definitely prefer something a little more smooth, consistent, with a big ramp rather than, lots of attacks and start-stop racing. So a few of these teams kind of have come to a ladies' agreement of like, hey, I'll put 2, you put 2, we put 2. Let's keep this pace high. Keeps things a little more safe and a little more consistent for their sprinters.
So an interesting truce dynamic, apparently, of it coming out into the fold here on the front. It's Alex Obrand for Legion of Los Angeles. Obrand joining the Legion of Los Angeles program, I believe, for this season.
I think she was on Blazers last year.
Okay, yeah. So still part of the Williams Racing overall. Now the consolidation of the Williams Racing program into simply the Legion. They brought a number of solid riders. One rider we haven't really spoken about quite yet because we were talking about the 2 riders who got called up, which are the Schneider sisters, but we can't forget about riders like Holly Breck. Breckenball is definitely one to watch for. She could certainly either be a pivotal lead-out rider, but she can also be quite the finisher in her own regard.
Yeah, I mean, she's this dynamic rider that if things get out of control, they can put her on the front and she can weld it back. If they want to send her in that odd space between 5 and 10 to go and there's a lull and it's timed right, she's a rider that has all the ability in the world to make that stick if that's the race dynamic that kind of plays out. So she can be a kind of a dual threat, definitely a really big weapon within that squad.
There's a number of dark horses within the mix here, as well as some of our YouTube comments have also pointed out. Stephanie Holomek from Brooklyn, New York, racing with the United Cycling team. Stephanie's actually gotten, I believe she's gotten a top 10 here before, but Stephanie's also won a number of races in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Eastern Crit in years past. How does a independent dark horse rider so Claudia is like an Olympian, diesel, making splits you can't even make, right? Holomek is different in that she has a very explosive sprint. She seems to find herself in the right place at the right time, but she's never going to be like a diesel to weld it back. She really needs other teams to help it out. So let's think about that dynamic and maybe any other women within this field that really are sort of maybe not here with a lead-out train, going to try and play off others. How are they going to get themselves some success here at the end of the night?
Yeah, I mean, during this part of the race is really just keep your powder dry, pick good lines, pick good wheels, and really, as an independent rider, you kind of have to narrow your focus. And here we just had a crash here. Kind of missed that one, but I'm sure we'll get a replay. But yeah, when you're an individual rider, you kind of have to just keep your powder dry, and at the end, really kind of limit your horses, and your choices.
Let's take a look at this crash that happened, I think, out at turn 3. I'm trying to find out where that touch of the wheels occurred. Whoops, yep. So we had Legion rider sort of coming out wide, it looks like, and then the rider behind them ended up being pushed into the curb a little bit and really nowhere else to go. So unfortunate, but we do have a neutral pit, and those women will have the opportunity to get themselves in there. We do have neutral laps in Criterium racing in the U.S., so as long as they're not riding backwards on the course, they can get themselves over here to the neutral pit right out of turn number 1, get their bikes safely ready to join back into the race. We'll see them return once again.
So a rider like Stephanie has to say, know the teams, know the players, but maybe pick a rider that, like Claudia Marks, to be like, that's going to be my lead out. I'm going to follow her. I know she's by herself. She's going to have to look after herself and know that she could push forward and kind of use Claudia as her lead out gal, and be like, oh, she's super experienced, because, a rider like Stephanie's not going to be able to be super efficient battling for the wheels of Kendall Ryan and Skylar Schneider. She's better off kind of letting somebody else do that work for her and look for those opportunities to stay out of the wind and make those key moments and key accelerations when the pace gets really, picked up inside of 3 to go.
All right, nice job by our course staff there to get all of our women out of the race line, so our race can continue under green flag situation. This is Caldera on the front, driving this pace. Laurel Rathbun is doing the pace setting. Behind her is Olympian Yareli Salazar from Mexico. Yareli is a great rider, having represented Mexico in the Olympic Games, and she's also a multiple-time Mexican national champion and a Pan Am champion as well. So great to have her racing with us. So I believe our riders are doing well. They're entering into the pits. Let's take a look over there and see just how a re-entry occurs. Brad Huff, what do you got for me?
I've got Kingdom Racing, I got Full Send, I got Nashville Local. It doesn't seem like the whole group has made it over here. They're pretty calm. They don't look beat up. I think they're going to make it through okay. No one's really stressed right now. It's pretty calm, but you see Caldera Racing at the front taking control because they don't want this to happen again.
Staying calm when you're in a crash situation is so important in the success of riders. It really defines the difference between an experienced rider and maybe a rider who's newer to the sport. I always am interested to see how that dynamic shifts, where when a rider has a lot of experience, they take their time, they make sure they're okay, and then they come back into the race under their own power. They're a nice re-entry by those women. But staying calm, that's something, Daniel, you talked to me a lot about, is the importance of staying calm in these races. There's a lot of intensity that occurs, a lot of adrenaline, but staying calm is really the difference between a good rider and a great rider.
Yeah, I mean, especially when things aren't going your way, being involved in a crash, you're frustrated, your feelings are up, all these things. And if you just kind of let that take over, you start making bad decisions. And it's as simple as riding backwards on the course, going the wrong way, just being flustered and just taking too much time. Even trying to get your bike put back together, is you can actually make it worse as you're just trying to get your chain back on. It's still sucked in, and you're damaging your frame, or you're hurting your wheels, or something like that. So if you just kind of take a couple deep breaths, look at your stuff, and really compose yourself, you do have time. It's going to make the transition back into the race that much easier. And having that big adrenaline dump is never good. You want to definitely monitor that as much as you can. And then again, when you show up the pit and you're frazzled, and all that energy comes into the people that are trying to help you. But when you show up calm, you can speak clearly, tell them what the problem is, then they're the best chance for them to fix your problem, rather than just be like, I need a new wheel. It was like, well, front or rear, like what,
Yeah.
But you have time when you're getting to the pit to be like, okay, it's my front wheel. Then that's the first thing I'm going to say to the person helping.
We got a Preem on the next lap. This is going to be coming up, and Preem is an intermediate sprint that is awarded to the field for the first rider across the line. Next time will win $100, but there is no change in that rider's scoring as far as the final result is concerned. As these riders come by us here at the pit, Brad Huff is standing with Lauren Stevens out there. Let's hear from a very capable rider with Brad Huff.
Listen, I've got one of the strongest rider who isn't in the race, the former U.S. professional road race champion, 3-time gravel champion. What are your thoughts on the pace today, and what would you do?
The pace is high. I would just sit in and wait for the next 2 days.
Do you think the riders are going to be able to make it through all the way to Crybaby Hill with your type of ability to get off the front, or is it going to be a sprinter's weekend?
I think some breakaways will happen tomorrow. I think tonight will be a sprinter's day.
Right on. Thanks, Lauren.
Sprinter's day is
what about the headset? Everyone's asking about it. What do you think?
What is that?
What's your thoughts?
It's a great way to talk to your friends, to tell them you love them, and to tell them they're doing great.
Did this start around the house with you and Matt, like in the yard? Hey, pick that up. You dropped it. What was the reason?
We got tired of yelling at each other on the mountain bike trail, and now we can talk like normal human beings and ride behind each other.
You hear that? Communication is #1 out here on the course and off the course.
Thank you, Brad. Yeah, communication is key. Now, traditionally, riders will have a race radio tucked into their back pocket and then feed a line up into the ear, but they have to touch press a button on within their jersey to have a microphone activated. I believe those new devices that are coming online now, the Fearless Femme women have been racing with that in the Mid-Atlantic, and it looks like Lauren Stevens' crew also now racing with those. So they're an interesting look, big white box on the side of your face, but apparently they work. Who grabbed that preem? I believe it was Laurel rolling through there and trying to get that $100 for the Caldera squad. Second wheel behind him, Margie Bemis from the Higher Dose crew. Margie actually I believe she's still doing coaching work at Marian University, her alma mater. Marian, a very strong university for cycling. We've had great names come through there like Corinne Lebecki and Stephanie Lawrence, who is, I don't know if she's racing with us here because there's a UCI race at the Valley Preferred Cycling Center this weekend on the track where Stephanie's focusing a lot. But, you know, the Marian's crew always developing next generation talent, and Margie Bemis not only part of that when she was in school, now continuing that as one of their coaches, and she is second wheel right now representing the Higher Dose squad. Our live stream today is brought to us by Quick Trip. They've got 1,200 locations throughout this region, and they are Tulsa-based. This is a Tulsa-based business right here. They are very involved with the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We got to meet some of them earlier today, even at staff briefings, and they are so excited to be part of our event here today. And of course, Helmrich and Payne, our drone sponsor for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Helmrich, another Tulsa-based company and one of the world's leaders in carbon capture, I believe, for our oil and gas industry that's based here in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
It's interesting. Ooh, you get a little spicy there with Marleas, but we really start to see Caldera ride together. Higher Dose is really starting to get all 6 of their riders together. We're at the halfway point, you know, coming to this. But what's really interesting when I'm seeing Virginia Blue Ridge is we see Marleas here, second wheel. We've seen Sophia a little bit up and around that area, but we haven't seen Riley. I'm a little surprised by that. And, you know, who knows if, you know, maybe she's going to be the one they're riding for tonight. And Marleas is just kind of keeping tabs on that. But, you know, I really haven't seen much of Riley considering the small dynamic within that team. I would expect, you know, Riley to be riding where Marleas is and Marleas to be a little more hidden.
Yeah, Marleas tends to, I wouldn't say like jittery on it, but she's very attentive, right? She likes to be at the front and keep an eye on stuff. Riley is very cool with just sitting back, letting that first third of the race play out and not letting the small squad, remember there's only 3 of them. So Riley will very much lean into letting everybody else race themselves down a little bit and then come to the forefront. But I do agree with you in my experience of seeing that Marleas is riding very far forward right now, and I don't see any reason for that. As you say, now Andrea Sear on the front right now for Higher Dose, talking in the radio in a more traditional radio sense. As I was saying, she pinches the microphone in the jersey to speak to the team behind, and then the rest of the team coming up. What's the strategy with Higher Dose? Because I believe they're working for a sprint at the end of the night, but we're only 32 minutes into this race.
Yeah, just staying at the front, being attentive. You know, any team that has radios got word that there was a crash at the back, right? So now that's like, hey, people are falling down, get together, move towards the front, take care of each other, be safe. So they're just pushing forward a little bit, you know, and, you know, I think Higher Dose has 2 options. You know, Andrea, who's got more experience, you know, a lot of top 5s in these big races, but they really are trying to get Odell up there, who I think is more of a pure sprinter, more of a fast finisher. It's just they're trying to get her into position to take advantage of that. If we look at the highlight reel from the opening, is that she was on Fearless Femme last year, had a big turn of speed, but was coming from 6th, 7th wheel, and it was way too late. But if they can get Odette on Kendall's wheel when it starts, she actually has a fighting chance.
So let's talk positioning, how crucial it is here on McNellie Group Blue Dome Night. We have 8 turns on this course, but it's sort of 2 rectangles touching at their corners, so to speak, right? And so in those 8 turns, we come out, where are we at right now? We're going into 6. So I believe we're coming out of 5 now into 6. We're going to get our course map up real quick just so we can take a look at what we're talking about. So we're out of 6, and now we're coming from 6 to 7. And out of 7 tonight, we got some head crosswind. There we are. So now, right now, we're looking at coming out of 6, which is off of South Elgin onto East 2nd. So currently we're on East 2nd. They're about to make the right-hand turn onto South Greenwood. So this is turn 7. And now turn 8 is going to be the right turn from South Greenwood to East 3rd Street. All right, so now we've laid out our course. Historically speaking, Kendall Ryan has put herself first wheel or second wheel if she has an actual lead out of turn number 8. How important is positioning in the finale of McNellie Group Blue Dome?
Yeah, it's top 3 out of that last corner. It's pretty simple, unless there's an absolute dedicated lead out person that, you know, we have seen that, you know, may take it from corner 3. You know, they've done such a long term and happen to make it to corner 8. You know, that's kind of a dead wheel, but it really seems like getting through the final corner in the top 3 positions is where you want to be. If you're coming from 4th, 5th, you know, again, like we saw in the highlight reel, you know, somebody could make themselves in perfect position and just have bad legs and not carry any kind of momentum, and you're just dead. So you really want to be top 3 going through that final corner with 0 interruptions for a fighting chance at the top step tonight.
We had Samantha Bosco on the front there. She is actually a para world champion for C4 classification. Bosco wearing those rainbow bands on her right sleeve. But then taking over is Eileen Seitz, I believe, from the higher dose program. Now, this is an ACC sprint. First place $300, second place $200, and third place $100, but it is an ACC sprint. So are there points on the line too for ACC, or is this just ACC doing money? We're not entirely. So either way, an ACC sprint is going to call attention to our ACC riders. And then we have Caldera coming up to the front. Here's our big lift out of turn number 7. A little prelude to what we may see later on tonight. We have Andrea Sear driving that pace into turn number 8. Our FPV's got to even catch up to this launch as we come out of the turn. Big kick out of the line. Looks like Ureli Salazar, I believe, giving that kick off of the hip, and Salazar will go ahead and take that sprint for the win there. So Salazar taking $300 and potentially maximum ACC points. We're not entirely sure. And then Andrea Sear, second wheel with, I think, Skylar. I'm going to get ID there on that ride. That is Skylar. So Skylar Schneider getting 3rd position in that wheel. Skylar now driving this pace, countering that sprint, and this is going to call attention to everybody else in the squad. Skylar Schneider driving this pace, very attentive, not only getting 3rd in the sprint, Skylar Schneider now driving this pace.
Yeah, so really is the teams need not panic. You know, if you're not Legion, and it's just, I'm not going to say it's just Skylar, because she's an absolute weapon, but it's one rider. Team's got to be thinking, okay, it's one person. Let's collect ourselves, take a deep breath after that sprint, after that acceleration, and just, you know, let Skylar hang out at 7 seconds, 10 seconds, around that, where it's just enough where any kind of bridge from another rider or team, it's big enough where most people would kind of hesitate and say it's too much for me to pop across and add to Skylar's firepower, but enough where you could close it down in the last 2-3 laps as needed. So these other racers, the other teams really trying to jump across, I think is too much effort.
Okay.
You know, because it's going to start this chain of events. These other teams should just kind of look at each other and say, hey, let's just rotate. Let's let Tulsa Tough's winningest rider ever dangle.
Yeah.
Why do we want to go one-on-one with her? Why do we want to go like 5-on-1? Let her kill herself, right? And then close it down to absolute last minute. So them racing to chase her back so fast, I don't think is a great position when Skylar puts herself in that position.
That's a great insight there from Daniel Holloway to let it, because yeah, you could force Skylar to dangle out in the wind. And look at Skylar, she's so composed right now, checking over the shoulder, and even looking out of the sidelines there, you can see her eyes through the lens of her glasses as she comes around. She looks very composed, very much in control, and you're right, Laurel Rathbun had to do a huge turn there very early in this race.
Yeah, it's a big bullet, but now it's somebody needs to counter this, right? Yep. That was a big move. It was a lead out for the sprint, one counterattack. We need a second one. You know, somebody like Kingdom Elite, CCB, maybe Fearless Femme, you know, they just need to move, you know, keep that pace up, and maybe they do cause a separation. Maybe they do find something, them on the right side of a separation, but you know, kind of all that intensity goes for nothing. But here goes Holly Breck.
Yeah, Breck is now going to count. It's a little late, though. She's, I mean, perhaps maybe snap that acceleration a little bit earlier to cause that split. But what are you seeing?
Yeah, small gap. Holly Breck, Grace Harlandson, Tess Edwards, and another rider we're going to get the name from. But this four, if they start turning and burning, could put the field in an awkward position. Higher Dose has missed it, and they need to make this quick decision of whoever that rider is needs to either pop across or just start riding hard enough where it doesn't get out of hand, rather than look around saying, yes, no, what do I do? So like I said, this four, you know, immediately with a decent gap,
yep,
they need to commit. They need to be getting communication from the side. You know, again, Matt Stevens, Matt and Lauren are going to be telling Grace, hey, this is a good move. Ride. You've got help.
Yeah.
Keep it rolling.
Arlinson on the front. She's in that pink and green at the front of this move. Remember, Arlinson was one of the pivotal riders in last year's breakaway that really drove that pace, and she is now looking back at Holly Breck and the other two that are with her. Ironically enough, I think is that an automatic?
That's Park.
Oh, that's different.
Park's Law Firm, right?
We got Brad Huff out here one more time. Brad, what do you got for me in the pit?
Man, Matt is trying to figure out where his rider is. It's kind of getting strung out. Matt, what are we finding out there?
She's in the break right now. Nobody will work with her, though.
Exactly. When you have a strong rider, no one wants to pull through. Everyone else in the group is reacting. How's she going to be able to convince those riders to help her?
Kind words. I'm not sure it's going to work.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming back, so look for riders going off the front of the lot. I think someone's losing control of the front.
So Arlinson driving very hard herself, trying to force a separation at the front to recreate what we saw last year. She is driving this single file right now, all by herself. No teammates within the mix. Caldera will not work with her because their best interest is to keep Kendall safe. And so she will not get a pull through. And if Caldera does go to the front, it will be to actually stifle what Grace is trying to create here right now. And Breckenbald now going towards the back of the group now, easing off of the tempo as she knows that there's no real point in forcing this situation. Tess Edwards is your rider for the Caldera Medical Aria Racing program on the front right now, but you can see intentionally letting the pace drop a little bit. And this is going to be Alexi Ramirez from Legion of Los Angeles, our former Trinidad and Tobago national champion. She has been she did not retain that jersey because she was in Europe racing on the track during that competition time, so she was not able to defend her national title in Trinidad and Tobago, but she has been trying to get UCI points on the track so that she can try to go to the Olympics for Trinidad and Tobago. This is the first crit back for her as after that track stint. How do you feel like track legs translate to Criterium Racing, Mr. Daniel Holloway, former national team member?
Really good. You have this change of cadence. You have the ability to just kind of ride one gear and really just, you know, instead of shifting, you have this ability to go from 100 RPM to 110 really quick. You know, just kind of do these little micro accelerations. You end up not shifting that much because you're just so comfortable in one gear, and you can kind of shift really quickly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And the track is so much smaller. I mean, one of the things that I loved was racing 6 days and then coming back and straight into the crits. The crits felt slow motion because the track you're on, it's 200 meters, 250, everything's tight, happening super fast, and then you come out to a 3-lane road and it's slow motion. So I really enjoyed coming off the track into Criterium racing.
And frankly, I was never at your level, but I actually got a lot better at riding bikes when I started racing on the track as well. So if anybody out there is questioning whether or not they should ride a track bike, they absolutely should, because it will make you much, much better at racing bikes. Here we go. We got a nice counterattack here that was coming into turn number 7. It's being driven right now. Looks like Arlinson covering that move. So Arlinson
with Sky Schneider.
with
So
Sky. Who we got here?
So it is somebody that wants to ride, has showed that they want to ride off the front. It's in pieces. Higher Dose has a rider that's trying to get there. Aria has missed this. Fearless Femme has missed this.
Caldera's not there.
Kingdom Elite.
Oh, you said Aria. So on the front is Claire Aubrey from the Team Winston-Salem.
And then we have Stephanie Halmanek chasing. She's wasting energy when there's other teams. She's got to be able to read this situation very, very quickly to realize the bigger teams have missed this, and it's not her job. This is a bullet that she can't waste if she's really trying to sneak onto the podium or top 5 here. Even if it might be a short term or a half lap, it's just enough to take stuff out of the legs. But now we see, I want to say Marleas coming across with another CCB rider, Tess Edwards, in Alliance Sights right behind her.
So yeah, Holomek doing a lot of work. The little separations are starting to occur at the front. Just jumping real quick into the YouTube chat, got a question of how long is this race in total? It's a 70-minute race, and now we're at about 45 minutes worth of racing, and so I believe laps will start to come live for us here shortly at the start.
10 to go.
10 to go. We'll look at it. Okay.
We'll see it around 55 minutes, maybe. 57 minutes, we'll see 10 to go to make it 70 minutes.
So it should be about 70 minutes total worth of racing. And at this point in time, what are we doing with a halfway to go? Or, like, I love seeing these attack, counter-attack, keeping it single file. Love to see the aggressive style of racing up near the front. Who else can contribute to this type of aggressive maneuvers? CCB. Bryony Botha. Yes, Bryony, again, an Olympic silver medalist from Paris Games for Team New Zealand. She was part of the Team Pursuit squad that earned that medal, and a Team Pursuiter on the track, just an absolute powerhouse when it comes to gear control. So Botha could be one to drive a slight separation. Clearly Skylar is very motivated to do something. She's been very active the last 7 minutes or so.
Yeah, and you know, a rider like Skylar, she does have some teammates, but she doesn't have the depth that Kendall has. So Skylar's being strategic on how can she place herself off the front and wear out Laurel, wear out Tess Edwards, wear out Ureli, wear out Samantha, you know, so to lessen her lead out. So when Sam, you know, ideally or very likely, and Holly get to the front to take care of Skylar, it's more one-on-one rather than 6 versus 4 or 5 versus 3. She really is trying to find these strategic ways to wear out the larger number of teams. Okay. So when she gets to the finish, it's a little more better.
A little more better.
A little more better. Help me with vocabulary.
Tonight for the McNellie Group Blue Dome, we've got an amazing after party. It's the Friday Boom Pop Party. Tonight's Boom Pop Party on the Blue Dome is presented by Pearl Beach Brew Pub. Pearl Beach has been bringing the beach party to downtown Tulsa since 2019 with craft brews, a full bar, frozen drinks, and the kind of backyard energy that turns any night into a memory. The party starts here all weekend long. Right now behind us you can hear the Friday Boom Pop starting at 3rd and Elgin and continuing with live music on Saturday in the Arts District and the Vast Bank stage on Sunday. So big thanks again to the Pearl Beach Brew Pub for helping us out with our after parties here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough for our 20th edition of our racing here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We got Brad Huff in the pits one more time, talking to Legion of Los Angeles, I'm told. Brad Huff, is that right?
Okay, I've got one of the unknown Williams brothers. This is CJ. He's the heart and soul of the team. What's going on in the women's race right now? Why are you sending riders off the front?
Well, it's kind of hard to not want to send riders off the front when you have to sprint against Kendall Ryan. So if we can get away or have them use bullets to not be as strong, we got to do that. So trying to weaken up the legs of the Caldera team. 2028 is also a really good team to try and get away from. But hey, we're just trying to soften up the field and see what we can do.
Now, of your two sisters that are on there, the Skylar and Sam, they've won this race 3 times apiece. What's the goal this weekend?
I mean, we would like to go after the overall, but if we can get like a race win for each of the days, that'd also be cool. So I think we're more looking at the overall than a day-to-day thing, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, here you go. Legion's hitting it hard.
Legion trying to soften up this field for us. And because, well, here's this interesting dynamic. Kendall Ryan was on Legion for a number of years. So Legion knows exactly how Kendall wins, but also exactly how Kendall loses. So knowing that in tow and listening to CJ, do you agree or disagree with that strategy, Daniel?
No, I mean, it makes sense, right? We just were talking about what that team needs to do to Caldera Medical to have. I mean, Skylar's always going to have a fighting chance, but how do you, again, you always are trying to move the chessboard, move the game board into your favor. You're trying to put as many pieces into your pile as you can, regardless how strong you are, right? And the Skylar Snyder sisters, the Schneider sisters, Kendall, I mean, they've been racing together since they were juniors, 14, 15 years old. They know each other as good as anybody's going to know each other in and out. So you're just trying to go back in your Rolodex and years and years and years of what do they like, what do they not like, what have they complained about this race course or this race day. Yeah. You're trying to go really far back in the memory and how do I take advantage of this friend, past teammate to get the edge over them. So it could be somebody has a little trick, right, that they're going to try, or it's just going to be a dogfight. It's just going to be an absolute drag race, and the better rider's going to win tonight. And, you know, we're talking about Skylar versus Kendall, right? But we have Odette Lynch, we have Eileen Seitz, we have Andrea to put together a team. We have Fearless Fim to put together a team. So there's these other cards, these other factors that they also have to consider in the last lap and a half, because if they watch too much, they play too many games, another team, if they're ready, can take advantage and make an upset.
We got a preem lap on this time around, so we'll get to see how the sprints are lined up. Eileen Seitz up, actually Odette Lynch up near the front for the higher dose squads. We'll see how that sprint plays out in their favor. And here we come, jumping out of turn number 8. We'll see if we have any passes taking place. Looks like Chloe Patrick thought about it, lost the window of opportunity where the door shut, and she was unable to make the pass. Safely backing out of that, and that gave the preem over to our rider number 14. It didn't make our start sheet. Sorry about that. Oh, we're in switching to laps mode. Sorry about that. My start sheet does not have rider number 14 on it. YouTube, you can help me out if you want. I'm looking at the comments right now, so if anybody knows the rider in the pink jersey who just got that preem and is off the front right now, we'd love to give them a little bit of a shout out, but we did not make our start sheet here. We're looking at 10 laps to go in our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough McNellie Group Blue Dome night. This is night number 1 of our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough 20th season of racing here this evening, and we are looking forward to seeing how this final sprint is going to play out. 10 laps to go. Very much looking forward to seeing the races coming to their conclusion here. Looking at Yusmari Diaz, potentially. Yusmari Diaz from Cuba getting that last cream. So thank you, YouTube, for the help there. Appreciate it.
So now that lap cards have come out, maybe one of these smaller teams, this is potentially their opportunity to catch the big teams that aren't ready to commit for a full lead out to, you know, send a rider or a 2 off the front and catch. And this is a split right here that has everybody except for Virginia Blue Ridge. I think has missed this.
CCB made it? Yeah, that could be good. Well, let's see. No, CCB missed. What do we got here?
So Fearless Fim, Higher Dose, Legion, Caldera, and Kingdom Elite.
Nice. That's a good mix.
If these riders commit, right, there's very few people to chase or make this come back. It may not be everybody's ideal rider, but these riders all have a role to play in the lead out. I mean, these are all lead out riders. They need to, put pressure on some of the people that have missed it to let it get away, and that means it saves everybody else's main riders.
Yeah, none of these are finishers, so to speak, in the
traditional sense.
Yeah, in the traditional sense. And I wonder if Tess Edwards, who's on the front right now, is actually intentionally stifling this move for the benefit. Flor Esperanto from Dominican Republic on the 1K flips program bridges across to that with Marleas Mejia on the wheel. So two of our Caribbean riders bridging across that move quickly. Unfortunately, Higher Dose seems very interested in shutting it down, even though Margie Bemis was in the mix, and that's probably because they're working for Odette. So it had the right jerseys, but not the right riders within those jerseys for that mix to survive. With 9 laps to go, we've got thousands of people here spectating at our race here tonight. I'm hoping Brad Huff finds ourselves a character out there.
Here we go, Grace Arledson on the attack. I mean, this is really where her specialty is. Like we talked about, finding this opportunity in a lull in the race where no team wants to commit. And so we're going to see, I think, Laurel, right? Like if I'm part of Caldera, I'm telling Laurel to work. I want to put other teams under pressure. And it's still far enough out that Laurel can work. And if she doesn't, this is going to come back quickly and not take enough firepower from the other teams. In my opinion, Laurel needs to work, extend this gap, keep it going, right? And instead of putting her power in the absolute end of the lead out, wear down the other teams, right? Like if she committed 2-3 Higher Dose riders, could end their race in the next 5 laps. Legion would have to spend a rider, Virginia Blue Ridge has to spend a rider. But if not, Laurel's just making it easier for this gap to be bridgeable, be monitored by another team. So I don't love this personally. I understand it. But again, I think if Laurel commits, it puts the other teams under bigger pressure than her just sitting on. And she could, Laurel, even if she turns, probably could outspin Grace.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I mean, Laurel's so good, even if she takes turns, compared to a rider like Grace.
So you're saying rotate, maybe at least rotate once or twice, so you see Laurel's just
keep
doing
the momentum.
Nothing. Yeah.
But as soon as you don't rotate, Grace gets tired because she's in VO2 max power and doesn't recover.
Yep.
Grace is just going to sit up and boom. Gap goes away, and Higher Dose doesn't have to spend that much energy to actually bring it back.
Yeah, it's just Margie that has done the work on the front right now for Higher Dose in the past half lap, and whereas you were saying perhaps they could have burned up 2 or 3 in this inverse lead-out situation. Well, let's. We're learning here. Brad Huff on the sidelines. He's got. You got some characters out there, Brad. What's the vibe out there?
I have more than a character. I have an engineer with SRAM who's out there racing the pro women. Izzy from Colorado Springs. What's going on out there? How is your shifting? How's your heart?
Heart is good, head is good. It was a tough race out there. Everybody's on form. Tulsa is probably one of the biggest races of the year. I'm just here. I wanted to have fun today, and I did. It was so fun surfing the wheels, being out there. My day ended a bit sooner than I would have hoped, but there's 2 more days, and I'm excited to give it another go tomorrow.
Is he a rider like you that knows what the professionals need and racing with the professionals? What does it mean to be out here with everyone, participating, racing, and going for the win?
It means it's crazy. Honestly, I think that it's kind of a dream being out here. I feel like, it's hard to put into words right now given that my heart rate is so high, but racing is something that I do for fun. It's like my passion. I love it, and it's always just a pleasure to line up. I feel like not doing this full time, it's a lot of work, and I put a lot of time into being ready for these races, and so I just want to enjoy it.
Well, Izzy, thank you for being a leader out here in the women's races and helping us all ride better.
All right, that was Brad Huff out there with one of our SRAM engineers who is racing with us at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. SRAM have a number of sponsored athletes within the mix in this race and for our pro men's race as well coming up. We got a preem on this lap with 8 laps to go. $200 courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. $200 is enough to really start to draw out interested riders in pre-money. You know, remember, teams will split these pools here, so yeah, Kendall would still benefit from any one of her teammates catching the screen, but look at her moving herself up into third position right behind Chloe Patrick. Laurel on the front right now, driving the pace into turn number 8 with Patrick right behind. Looks like Ureli Salazar.
Yeah, and then Kendall's really, it looks like Chloe Patrick is really going to be the one taking care of Kendall in the final laps.
So Salazar collecting her second preem, and then Yusmari Diaz of Parks Law Firm coming across to it. Nice to see our Cuban contingency racing very well here tonight, because remember, Maleas Mejia, the Cuban national champion, also in this race racing for Virginia Blue Ridge. So the second wheel right now in the pink jersey is going to be Yusmari Diaz. Right on the wheel of Ureli Salazar. Holly Breck in the frame right now. Now Kingdom Elite countering this move with 7 laps to go. Kingdom trying to, do they have a dedicated sprinter we're working for, or are they
Harden?
Izzy is
I would say that would be their, if she's having any kind of good legs or anything like that, that would be my guess is the rider they're going to be.
So Shannon, even though she's won this race, is maybe not their protected rider. Izzy would be their protected.
Based on recent results. So.
Yep. I would think that. Heidi Praderas also within the mix for them. So we'll see how Kingdom Elite strategizes to get themselves the best possible result. And Fearless Femme, presented by the Beasley firm, now on the front. They have Paula Munoz. Very strong sprinter. She was in the top 5 for my race weekend 2 weeks ago at Easton and Somerville. So I believe that she's got the pop that she needs to get herself a result.
Yeah, I mean, a rider with huge track history, ultra savvy, very good rider. And, I think she's on a new team this year, so there's a little bit of, gelling with the new riders to get it right. But yeah, she's definitely a rider that, again, can take advantage of other teams making mistakes, other riders hesitating. She's easily a top 5, if not podium rider here tonight.
Awesome to hear. So let's see what plays out here for us right now, where we've got
Shannon Koch.
Shannon on the front.
And again, this 6th lap to go, the wind has died down a little bit, looking at some on-course flags. And it's far enough out where a team doesn't really want to fully commit, because the course is heavy tonight, and again, a rider like Shannon, that if she gets some momentum on her side, she can be an upset if she's got the legs and other teams hesitate just too much. But looks like Tess Edwards has things under control.
Refresh me one more time why you use the word heavy to describe tonight's course.
Yeah, because again, again, hour and a half ago, I was out there. I couldn't find a sweet spot. I couldn't find anywhere where I could truly rest. It just felt like I always kind of had to be on the pedals. There was always, felt like some kind of wind in your face. And so that's what I mean. It's just you go around every corner. There's not like, oh, there's this big tailwind section where I can soft pedal and maintain speed, keep momentum. Out there, again, relatively recent, it just felt like there was nowhere to keep momentum. Even if you come off 1, it's downhill into 2. Again, if you punch through 1, it wasn't like you kind of could really coast and keep speed. It was like, I'm slowing down just enough. We're coming out of 2. It just, again, felt heavy. It did feel like you couldn't keep momentum going on a night where here, if it's dead still, it could be a lot faster.
We're looking at organization coming to the front right now as fatigue sets into the legs. We are now seeing Virginia Blue Ridge with those blue jerseys moving themselves up to the front, with Riley McMullen sitting about 4th wheel right now as Legion of Los Angeles takes up control at the front, as we see Alexi Ramirez trying to drive that tempo with now 4 laps to go. 4 laps remaining in our race, 4 to go with our pro women's race here for the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough 20th edition of racing here at the McNellie Group Blue Dome on this night. Ramirez taking up the charge here with 4 to go to really drive this pace. She will probably, I would expect, empty her tank at this point, at this late, with this pull at the front.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a metered effort, that it's not going to be Alexi's full gas. It would just be too fast and put the whole race and even her teammates under pressure. So she's floating this, again, it's 4 laps to go. It's Alexi find that line of your 1 minute maximum and your 5 minute maximum. You got to float somewhere in there and take this as long as you can, extend the lead out and the pace, because they don't have 6. You know, so she's got to ride like 2 riders and float that middle of how long could she go at the highest possible pace that, again, is in that VO2 level power output.
We're only missing one of our Virginia Blue Ridge riders with Sophia Areola, so I believe she's going to get herself up into the mix. Yeah, she's pretty far back right now. We're looking at our split screen here. Big thanks to the production crew for this, where we get to see overhead shots presented to us by Helmrich and Payne. So thanks again to Helmrich and Payne for their support. Local Tulsa business supporting our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We see the red jerseys of Caldera. Now we're seeing the movement of Higher Dose on the left side, with at least 4 of the Higher Dose women moving themselves together. You see that blue jersey in the middle, right behind the Calderas of Kendall Ryan, trying to force their way through. Now looking at 3 laps to go. This is true lead-out territory. Bryony Botha of Fearless Femme is just sort of chilling right there in second wheel, letting Alexi do all the work, but she's going to have to swim here real quick because the wash is about to overtake as we come through turn number 1.
Yeah, Bryony is trying to get up there and be a placeholder, be a wheel to land on for Paula Munoz. Right? She's not trying to go back for Paula. Like, as a sprinter, sometimes it's your responsibility to ride up to teammates, not have them come back and waste. It's wasted effort. So Bryony is placing herself, having a safe wheel for Paula to come up and either go in front of, because Bryony can just give her the wheel and they can readjust, or, again, get there behind her. Even though they're a little far forward, at least you have a teammate there that can usher you around the course and do that work for you.
Eileen Seitz on the front right now. Remember, our Swiss Olympian for Higher Dose driving this tempo right now. She's also the ACC winner last year, so very capable rider as part of this program, trying to drive this pace. But now you see Caldera cut across the road and really try and almost drag race, and you see the head of the Fearless Femme rider trying to figure it out. And look at that, Marleas Mejia coming right up to the wheel of Fearless Femme. Mejia now sitting third wheel, very quickly moving herself into good position without really pedaling too much. She really used a good momentum, but here we swim one more time through our figure 8, where our 2 rectangles touch each other. We're at a 6, now heading down towards turn number 7, and Caldera is on the front. The other riders trying to push their way in, but Kendall Ryan's not going to let Marleas Mejia in, because she knows just how capable of a sprinter Mejia truly is. Is this the insight that we need to see here, where Kendall has so much protection right now as we're going to be coming into 2 laps to go?
Yeah, I mean, she's in a sweet spot. She's got 3 riders to really monitor the effort for the next, lap and a half before they really let Laurel go. That's kind of the ideal scenario. Marleas is fighting by herself. She's kind of in a bubble, which is nice. But again, if it's a swarm can happen and she gets pushed back too far back. So she's really hoping for Riley to come up and help. Don't think Sophia is going to make it up there at this point to do any kind of last pulls or big help. But Marleas is end up kind of fighting the Higher Dose program when she would really just love one wheel to sit on and really find that pocket of draft.
Yeah, look at this. Caldera really screaming at each other. Tess Edwards trying to scream instructions to Laurel and Chloe as they're trying to keep this all together here. And Laurel backing off the effort just a little bit. And they're looking for maybe Urelli to join them up at the front to help out. I see Urelli very far back, though, so that's not going to happen in this time span. We're a lap and a half out from the finish line. And now Chloe Patrick, a U23 and junior national champion in her own right. She's also now part of the U.S. national team as a project for LA 28 in the team pursuit and other track disciplines. She's a fantastic track athlete and, of course, a fantastic Criterium rider. She's on the front right now, a huge asset for the Caldera squad. And it looks like maybe they've only got 3 left, though. Are they going to insert Chloe as the sweep on Kendall's wheel? She's not going to sweep, and in fact, look who's right behind Kendall. Who is Marleas Mejia, the Cuban national champion. That's a perfect spot for Marleas. Can she hold that spot in the next lap and a quarter?
Yeah, Higher Dose was doing a really good job to go ride next to the Caldera train instead of behind it. And they've fallen back. They really need to push forward and ride Kendall's hip or just in front of that to stay out of the washing machine. We saw Eileen and Riley McMullen kind of fighting for wheels, pushing each other out, and Higher Dose just needs to be further forward at this point if they're going to go side by side, right? Right now, their sprinter is 5 wheels back from Kendall.
Yeah.
That's the wrong place to be. You need your sprinters bar to bar going into these final corners. If not, it's too big of a surge. But now we have Legion with Skylar coming back. And there's a small gap in this lead out, which is leaving Kendall a little bit vulnerable at this point to a big surge.
This lead out seems to be coming apart a little bit as Tess Edwards is driving the pace, and Laurel's unable to hold the wheel. Laurel looks like she's really suffering here, and that's going to force Kendall to potentially have to serve. Look at this widening of the field as behind is now Paula Munoz, and we see Odette Lynch and Marleas Mejia each fighting each other behind the wheel of Ryan. Everybody's marking Ryan out. Tess Edwards driving this pace, but she's leaving her own teammate and Laurel out to dry.
This
Ryan,
is super long for Kendall.
super long for Edwards as well. Kendall now comes up onto the wheel, and it's very far out, very early for Ryan. Can she recover this and show us that she's still the queen? As we now see on the inside, Higher Dose takes over. We're on the front. Higher Dose with Andrea Sear drives this tempo. Clearly now working for Odette Lynch. And look at Ryan trying to recover this and get on the wheel, but it's Paula Munoz on third position right now. And here's the final lift, but here comes Ryan on the outside, taking the control through turn number 7, but it's a drag race, and Ryan is first wheel as she comes into turn number 8. Does she have the final kick to the line? She waits, and now she kicks. It's going to be Sight trying to come up and around, but here comes Skylar Schneider. Can Skylar come there? 3 up to the line. It's a bike roll, and the Skylar Schneider get the win here at McNellie Group's Blue Dome on Friday night.
That was incredible. We haven't had a finish like that here, I don't know, in ever. That was just absolutely amazing. We're gonna have to watch this replay 4 or 5 different times to see all these pieces fall into place, how everybody got where they got in that finale. Absolutely spectacular, incredible fight from Skylar to be patient and really do that incredibly well.
Wow.
Very impressive.
Skylar Schneider. Currently your unofficial champ. I think that I just heard from the stage, though, with Frankie and Brad, that Skylar Schneider is confirmed as your winner here. That was Eileen Sykes from Higher Dose that was drag racing, and Kendall Ryan dethroned here. We're going to roll this back with Quick Trip, rolling it back to the line. 3 up sprint, and wow, love to see that that Skylar Schneider throwing it at the line. She's the rider on the left here, Sykes in the middle, and Ryan on the right, your U.S. national champion. Look at the form of Schneider, just very composed over the top of the bike doing exactly what it needs to do, and then they do the final lunge. We're talking inches here. What a thrilling finish.
Oh
here
my goodness, a tire. One tire.
Wow. Wow, Schneider.
I mean, part of that success is if we go back and watch the replay, you know, not for certain because I was caught up in the moment, but Skylar just had her own line through there. We saw Kendall and Aline battling into that final corner, not taking their most optimal line because they're focusing on another just enough where Skylar had the momentum to come from behind the way she did. And again, this finish straight, it's 2%, and then right at the very end, it kicks up so that if you have momentum and you're taking a run, that's all in your advantage with tired legs. And Kendall had to do a lot of work herself. And, I mean, it was impressive what she did, but it was not enough.
We got Brad Huff with Samantha Schneider, Skylar's sister. Brad, let's hear it.
Listen, I'm with the winningest family of Tulsa Tough. How does it feel to have your sister get it by just an inch?
Feels amazing. She's been pretty excited to come back to Tulsa. It's one of our favorite weekends in the entire year, and we've got the whole family came out today just to watch the race. And yeah, we had a full squad here with Legion of LA, and we got the job done by inches. So we got 2 more days to keep doing it.
You know, I was amazed at your composure at the start line. You were side by side with your sister. You were laughing. You were just joking with each other. What do you feel going into a race like this with this importance?
We come in pretty calm. We do this every weekend, so we just come in, have fun, and I mean, we get to travel the country together as sisters and teammates, so it doesn't get any better than that.
You two are a dynamic duo. I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. Congratulations. Good job, Sam.
Amazing. So cool to have Sam, give us a little bit of insight there, and Skylar now talking to her family here on the sidelines. Let's listen to Brad Soner talk to Skylar Schneider.
For you in Legion Los Angeles tonight, talk to me what's going through your head as you took that cool down lap here in Blue Dome.
I really didn't believe it, and it was so close in the end. I thought, oh, maybe second, and then just threw the bike, and I think I heard my mom screaming, so that was the extra bike throw. So they flew down from Milwaukee today, and yeah, Tulsa, it just shows what Tulsa means to us, that people from Wisconsin fly all the way down and watch us race, and every year, so thank you, Tulsa.
West Dallas travels well, as we say. Skylar, talk to me about who is here to help to experience this victory with you. We know your older sister Samantha here, but talk to me about who else was in the crowd for you tonight.
My nephew, Sam's 2 sons, so she's out here racing after having her 1-year-old a year ago, so inspiring the whole entire field. My mom, who used to race, aunt, uncle, cousin, brother, brother-in-law, and probably future sister-in-law.
I like it. Skylar, did you realize the history that could be made coming into the night tonight as we talk about a 3-time winner here in Blue Dome? Was that on your radar, or were you just racing your bike like you know how to do out there?
Well, I think my sister had the record, so really wanted to pass her up.
Little sibling rivalry out there. Well, night 1 is done. This has got to bode well for you for night 2 and 3. How you feeling headed into the rest of Tulsa Tough?
I know it's going to be a big battle. This was the night I was most worried about minimizing the damage in the overall, so to have the win here gives a lot of confidence, and I have a really strong team here, and they really believed in me, so yeah, we'll go all the way in.
You're going to see more of this rider, and you're going to see more of this team. Tulsa, give it up for your night 1 winner. It's Skylar Schneider from Legion of Los Angeles.
Awesome. Great interview there by Brad Soner on the finish line with Skylar. Let's take a look back for thanks to Quick Trip. Let's roll this back one more time on our replay of our finish here tonight. As we come into
1 to go.
1 lap to go. Thank you. With Tess Edwards on the front, really driving the pace, and Laurel Rathbun 2nd position there, trying to protect Kendall Ryan as they came out of the final turn. But tell me, Daniel, really quick, what
so this is out of 2. Tess has gapped Laurel. So this has left Kendall super vulnerable, and you see Holly Breck taking care of Skylar, super patient. You have Higher Dose on the outside, biding their time, but perfect. I mean, Odette is in a perfect position where she needs to be. We're going to go down this backstretch. Unfortunately, we just missed that corner, how it's set up, but Odette lost her teammate's wheel in that pinch point. If she would have held her teammate, if she would have held Eileen's wheel, she would have been going into this second to last corner in a perfect position.
Yeah.
And then would have come underneath her teammate and been ahead of Kendall. But Skylar, look at her, she just bides her time, takes a perfect line. Look how much space she closed to Eileen's rear wheel just through that corner to carry momentum, and that's what won her the race. Absolute professionalism to stay calm in that moment where she's a couple gaps behind. But again, composure over everything, carries momentum, and races to the line.
Love to see it. This is your 1 inch of victory on the finish line. A bike throw.
You think they're going to frame that? Is that one you frame in the house for when your sister shows up? You're like, hey, this is the one.
Yeah, this is the year you take the winner's jersey and the race number and this photo, put it in a frame and put it on the wall, because this is an absolute stunner of a victory here. Eileen Seitz in the middle there, number 43. Again, our Olympian from Switzerland racing with the Higher Dose program. Great to have her racing with us here as well. So champions of champions at the front of our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough McNellie Group Blue Dome night of racing. It looks like the Schneider sisters are hanging out. Welcome to our Zico broadcast booth. I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. We're thrilled to be here for the 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. This is the premier weekend of racing, and Mr. Daniel Holloway, he won the first edition in 20 years ago. Did I get that right?
Yeah, it hurts to hear that.
That's right. You were still a teenager, technically. So
yeah, I think it was 19 when I won the overall.
Yeah. So, I think that there's so much history here. Also joining our broadcast team this year is Brad Huff, who has won this race twice. So we've got a lot of expertise thanks to Zico thanks to Quick Trip and all of our community partners who have helped to make our 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough so amazing and so spectacular. Our men's race is now up on the schedule, and we've got an absolute stunner of a race coming up as well. It's going to be hard to top what we just saw for our pro women, but our pro men are up next. Let's take a look back at last year's finale for our pro men, just to see what's in store for us here tonight in our 20th edition.
You ready? We will not lose, let it sink in. Never back down, we don't play around. Coming for the dub and the crown. Battle for the win, we the kingpin. We will not lose, let it sink in. Never back down, we don't play around. Coming for the dub and the crown. We will not lose, let it sink in. We will not lose, let it sink in. Wins on Crybaby Hill.
Welcome back to the Quick Trip live stream here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We're right here in the Zico broadcast booth. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway, and we're about to get into our professional men's race for the 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Let's take a look back. We're going to take a look at our ACC results. It looks like this is the kickoff to the ACC. Racing with us this evening, Brody McDonald, Lucas Burgoyne, Dushan Kalava will all be racing with us. Brian Gomez also, and Preston I all taken to the start line here for our 2026 edition of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Do check out American Criterium Cup standings over at their website and follow along for the action throughout the entire season. Big thanks to American Crit Cup for keeping American Crit Racing going through our 26th season. We're going to take a look at last year's final lap for our pro men to see how this race shook out. Daniel Holloway going to give us a little bit insight here as we jump into our final lap. This is coming out of turn number 6. Daniel, take us to the finish line as we jump out.
Yeah, this is the Tegros team going into the last two corners, and we see Dario Raps coming around the outside with, that's Jordan Parra, I believe.
Yep.
And again, so much momentum around these final corners that's basically set in place. I mean, look at that gap that extends. Dario, an absolute madman through those final corners, and drives it all the way to the finish line to take the first day.
The finale there with Dario Raps taking the win last year, but last night we kicked off our celebration with Ride with the Pros, and we got to talk to a number of athletes throughout. We kicked it off with a former winner of this event, Justin Williams. Let's hear what Justin had to say about our intro to last night.
Something special about night one of Blue Dome. I always get up for it. I've done more with less, and so I'm really excited about our chances with Jim Brown and Corey and Tyler taking the start line. Eder is an Olympian. Like, we do have a pretty fantastic team. Noah.
All right, that was Justin Williams from Ride with the Pros last night. It looks like we are already cutting over to our call-ups for tonight's races. Big thanks to John Zink for providing us with the sponsorship for those amazing flares.
Thank you.
John Zink, one of our local businesses here. They're an industry leader in industrial flare systems. This is Sebastian Hayedo racing with us, the actual Sebastian Hayedo coming over from Girona, now tonight racing with the Foundation Cycling team out of New York City. So we'll see what he's doing. Daniel, you had a little bit of an interaction with him last night on Ride with the Pros.
Yeah, we spent 10 minutes riding next to each other. He's pretty far removed from racing. Again, he was here in North America with Colavita, Toyota United, and then got picked up by Saxo Bank and started racing the World Tour stuff. So he's actually never done Tulsa Tough. He's working for GC and now doing a lot of content. So they're here kind of doing a media piece for their Spanish channel to show everything about that. So I asked him if he's excited, what to expect. He goes, I ride 6-8 hours a week, but 6-8 hours in Girona with that community is different than most other local communities. So I think physically he's going to be fine. Technically, he's going to be good. how people move around him, he's going to have to figure out quickly.
Fair enough. We had Lucas Burgoyne called up on that last time, and now we got one of our Cheney Windows and Doors riders called up. Lucas Burgoyne is your U.S. Elite National Champion. Burgoyne has had a tremendous run of victories over the past few weeks, taking wins at Athens Twilight, one of our American monuments of racing. Then at Winston-Salem, he was victorious, and then he went back-to-back at the Tour of Somerville, America's longest-running bike race. He's one of the few men in history to go back-to-back, let alone win it twice. So Burgoyne on a good turn of form right now. And then he won at Armed Forces the next week. So he would love to take tonight, but we've got 70 minutes of racing between this moment and the finish line. Marcos Mendez, I believe, got a call up there. Mendez, another rider that has been absolutely phenomenal this season. Corey Williams now getting a call up for Legion of Los Angeles, our former Belizean national champion, it looks like. The Williams team and Williams brothers doing a lot with the history of Tulsa, Oklahoma when they are here over at Redemption Avenue and whatnot. I hope that we are going to get to see some of that more tomorrow night when we're actually racing in the Arts District. Now Justin Williams coming up to the start line. Justin has won this race before, as we heard in the intro. Justin has, as he said, done more with less. He's got a good squad. His teammate Jim Brown taking the win 2 weeks ago at Easton Criterium, thanks to the lead out of Justin Williams. But tonight, I think they're going to be racing for Mr. Justin at the finish line. But we'll see what happens. It is a bike race after all. If we knew what was happening, we wouldn't have to do this whole thing. And Dario Raps going to get the call up. Dario from Germany. He won last year, as we got to see on our 2025 recap just a few minutes ago. Dario loves being here in Tulsa. We had a great interview with him yesterday at the Ride with the Pros. He's just very excited to be here. He loves racing with the energy of America and the energy of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Right next to him is Brody McDonald, actually, and next to him is Jim Brown. So very capable riders, all right up at the front of this race. So many names that we didn't even get to talk about. Brian Gomez is in the mix as well. Luke Fetzer, your U23 national champion, in the mix. Just so many fantastic athletes who are about to take to the start line for the 20th edition of the McNellie Group Blue Dome event. Here, there's your DCC riders at the front. What's the sensations, Daniel, for coming into the 20th edition? You got any picks for me? Got any, just sort of vibe checks on what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's, as an analyst looking at this, for me, it's a little hard to decipher. You know, a lot of guys have won recently, but nobody consistently, right? I mean, you did mention Lucas, but he'd have a good day, then he'd have a bad day, right? He hasn't gone back-to-back recently. We have Jim Brown winning at Easton, a very fast, very difficult, very technical race in trying conditions. Brody McDonald, always a wild card, good for the podium. You know, Justin has come out of the woodwork here.
Yeah.
So here we're the figure eight of the first night. Again, start-finish is uphill, round one, downhill. 2 is fast, 3 and 4, 3 smooth, 4 is bumpy. It's awkward there. There's new pavement being laid. It's fast. 5 into 6 uphill. The wind's died down, so it was a little bit of a headwind, but I think that's calmed down. And then like we just saw in our replays and this final finish, carrying momentum through the final 2 corners is going to be the key to success.
This course is a fantastic race course. It's changed over the years. This is actually a different course than what Daniel and Brad Huff have won, even a different direction, as they like to remind us every time. So yeah, but nevertheless, the neighborhood has stayed consistent, but this neighborhood has changed a lot. A big thanks to the McNellie Group for contributing to that change over the years, where they've brought so many restaurants into this district. And if you're down here in Tulsa, you know that this is the place to be, where there's so many great restaurants that the McNellie Group has brought to life here on our Friday night here. Now, kicking off our bike racing, we've got the DCC program up at the front. These boys seeming to suss out each other a little bit. This is a tough race to sort of just jump into cold, and so the riders sort of midfield back are already on the pedals quite a lot more than the riders at the front. It looks like DCC trying to maintain some composure here at the front of this field while our riders get themselves sussed out. Let's take a look at our weather here tonight. Now we're looking at 78 degrees, one of the coolest Tulsa Tough Friday nights I've had the pleasure of being a part of. Winds are 10 to 15 mile an hour. We're looking at our Helmrich and Payne drone shot right now. We're talking wind earlier. I was talking with Brad Huff, who's our sideline reporter, as well earlier on in the evening. And he was saying that sort of the effective wind could change, but as we all know, wind dies down once the sun sets, and now that we get into our pro men's field, we feel that wind may be a lower factor in the overall as we get into this race. Certainly less so than the Pro 1, or excuse me, the 1-2 race that Daniel raced earlier in the evening.
Yeah, we just feel it in the booth. The cloth isn't moving around as much. The Zico banners aren't moving like they were an hour ago, 2 hours ago. So it's definitely calming down here. Temperature's cool. Still relatively humid. So even you feel that, especially when you start the body heating up and you start to sweat. So it gets a little swampy there. And we can see, yeah, it's not popped off quite yet. 3-4 wide. Again, Lucas Bourgogne gets a call up front row, and he starts to slide backwards. I don't like to see it, especially the year they had last year, where they played this game. A lot of energy wasted putting on the show. I would expect a little different attitude coming into Tulsa. Have fun, right? Enjoy the moment. But, you need to get it right. And again, he came into Tulsa last year with success, with confidence coming in here, and just fell short. And it seems, again, he could fall into a similar trap if he's not careful and doesn't give the peloton the respect he deserves.
We got a sideline reporter this year, Brad Huff, two-time winner of this event. Brad, how's it feeling out there right now?
You know what, we said the wind is dying down, but just now a little burst of wind came through, but that's because the riders are ripping through. You don't know what the conditions are going to do downtown, but it is the coolest night. The riders are heating it up. It's pretty incredible. Hold on tight.
The rush of the field as it comes by is always very special for every spectator out here. Any new spectator to bike racing is always amazed at sort of the rush. At one time, somebody described it to me as like a subway train coming through the station every lap. So this one rider's been on the front. We're trying to get a number for this one rider who's been very determined to keep the pace high at the front of the field. As we're looking through, number 12, that's going to be Tobias Koenig for Casa 13.
But I will look at the bike he's riding.
What has he got?
The same bike as DCC.
Ah. Okay.
Doesn't mean people can't work together, but a wink, wink, nod, nod. We see all the DCC at the front are majority of their guys. I think with another ally as well. It seems like DCC doesn't want to get caught in the anxiety of the first night, especially with maybe some guys haven't raced a Twilight Crit, maybe haven't raced Tulsa, can make some bad decisions early in the race. Seems like DCC wants to set the tone, ride together at the front.
Every great race needs a pace car, and this weekend we've got Don Thornton Automotive Group being our pace vehicle. They've got that, I don't know if it's a Blackwing, but it's definitely a Cadillac out there. And since 1969, Don Thornton has been bringing us our pace cars. Since 1969, they built one of the most respected auto groups in the country, representing Audi, Lexus, Land Rover, Cadillac, and Volkswagen, earning recognition from Time Magazine. Not only once, but twice as one of the top 10 automotive dealers in the nation for more than 50 years of premium vehicles, premium service, and genuine commitment to the Tulsa community. Tonight they're driving that CT 55. What is a CT 55?
CT5V?
It's not a V, it's a 5.
It's a Cadillac, it's a V. We all know that, Gabe. You know what a V means.
You know what?
No. It's a V. We know what that means.
A V?
And we'd like to borrow that tomorrow. I think there's some sightseeing we'd like to go do.
Yeah.
We need a vehicle, so if they would kindly drop off the keys with Gabe and myself so we can go see a little more of Tulsa tomorrow. Greatly appreciated. And then we can give some personal feedback on the broadcast of exactly what that car's capable of.
Brad Hoff in the pits right now. He has the foundation team director. Who do you got there, Brad?
I have one of the most renowned rider directors here. Where are you from? Who you riding with? Who you directing?
I'm from Argentina. I'm directing Foundation Cycling New York, and we're happy to be here.
How many times have you raced this, Seba?
I raced one time, and I direct quite a few.
Yeah, and Seba knows how to win here. How many of your riders have won off the front here or in the sprint?
I think it's always been field sprint in this one.
Yeah. I know riders have been off the front that you've led. What are the boys going to do tonight? How are you going to get them to the line?
Well, we're trying to play the same as everybody, wait for the sprint, try to be conservative during the race, and get together, the last 3-4 laps. But it's a key on when you launch your attack. I mean, it's a matter of timing, and at the end of the day, that's the rider's fault. They need to read the race, the last few laps, 2-3 laps, and see when they want to take control.
You've had the strongest lead out over the last few weeks. How are they going to put that together tonight?
Again, that's the plan. I think our plan is to be together in the last 2-3 laps. When they see the opportunity, they will try to go for it. We have 3 or 4 guys that they know how to do a lead out very well. So we're going to play that car with Jordan Parra as our sprinter. So we're going to try to wait until the right time. And it's always, it could be 3 laps to go. It could be a lap and a half to go. It's a matter of how the race goes.
You've got a rider like Brian Gomez that has more experience than anyone in there. He's been here. I think he's maybe even won here or been on the podium. Having 2 sprinters like that in there, what kind of cards are you going to play?
I think we're going to go for the sprint with Parra today as a sprinter. Brian I think is the best lead-out rider in the country. He is a sprinter. He can win, but I think when you have a guy who can do 500 meters at over 60 km an hour, he's going to lead you out. I mean, he's going to drop you with 150 meters to go clear. So if we can get him in position, then he will do the rest.
That's right. Look for foundation at the front with Gomez leading out Parra.
Sebastian Alexander on the sidelines with Brad Huff. 2 legends of our sport getting to chat here at the 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Great to have both of them racing with speaking with us. And remember, Brad Huff now part of our broadcast crew. Great to have him as part of the team. The Germans are on the front right now, really driving the pace. But what was that last insight there that Seba was talking about, where he's really identified their protected sprinter and how the team is going to work around him?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on the wrong side of Seba direction in leadership and delivering tactics to really good riders. I mean, it has really showed with Foundation. They've always been good, but when he's entered that program the last year and a half, or what it's been, is they've taken a step up. That's the importance of finding good leadership, good direction with a lot of experience to give these guys, again, like I said, this is the plan, right? This is everybody's role, but it's up to you to make these finite decisions in the moment of the race, right? Again, trusting these guys with the experience to be like, it could be 3 to go, it could be in a lap and a half. It's too fast for him to be in the radio to make those split decision calls. Up until that 3 to go, he's not really on the radio anymore. He's gotten to that point with feedback, with suggestions, follow the plan, good motivation. But after that point, it's pretty much radio silent, and it's up to the riders to make these good decisions. And he's given that information, that framework, before the race ever starts, and then he's pretty hands-off. And I think today's course, like we've seen before, is you have to pick one guy. This is not one where, okay, we have this guy, we have that guy, we're going to race it a little bit, cagey or a couple different things. It really is picking one guy. This is the plan, and this is what we're going for on a night in a course like this. You get tomorrow, you get into Crybaby Hill, different rider types, different tactics start to play out. We go, this is plan A, this is plan B, this is plan C, kind of thing with the riders going on.
Big thanks to Quick Trip for being our presenting sponsor of the live stream here this year. They are a local Tulsa business. They've got 1,200 locations around the region. They've got the best service stations, clean and spick and span every time. If you need a best place to stop off and gas up and top up on anything that you need, you're going to get yourself over to a Quick Trip for that for yourself. Big thanks to them. And also their intense involvement in the Tulsa community overall. They're on our board for the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, so great to have them as a piece of the action here tonight. Big thanks again to Quick Trip. Full roster here for our foundation squad tonight. Clever Martinez, Marcos Mendez, Jordan Parra, Sebastian Haedo, and Lucas Gaudet on the roster. Oh, and Brian Gomez on the roster for Foundation Cycling. Had a few questions looking over at our YouTube comments asking if Ben Oliver is racing here tonight. No, he is at Tour de Wallonia, where he just won a stage of the Tour de Wallonia. He won 2 stages of the Tour de Wallonia, so go over and check Cycling News and figure out what Ben Oliver is doing. You can also follow him at on Instagram, and the Modern Adventure social media has also been covering that. The question about the Williams brothers are racing. They both got a call up in case you missed that. And the length of our race here is 70 minutes total. You will see lap cards when we get to about 10 to go. Any other questions? Jump on over to our YouTube, drop a question in the comments section, and we will do our best to get you set up. There's Corey Williams with the camera on his head going around, and his brother Justin has the Red Bull helmet to boot. On the front right now, you got the DCC squad out here, and Casa 13 also in the mix. Parks Law Firm, I believe, getting themselves up into the mix. They got a number of great riders. Evan McQuirk getting himself on the podium at Crybaby Hill last year. Dushan Kalaba getting some top 10s the past few weeks. So perhaps Parks Law Firm gets themselves into the mix. Our drones are provided to us courtesy of Helmrich and Payne, another local Tulsa business with one of their offices right on the race course for tomorrow. Helmrich and Payne is a leader in the oil and gas industry with their technology and engineering. It's so great to have them as part of our St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Yeah, and just to touch back, I mean, it's super cool to see what Ben Oliver's doing over in Europe, right? Incredible mountain biker, gets on Mito Q. They come over here a couple seasons, and he really cuts his teeth, racing these North American crits, you know, here at Tulsa, Tour of America's Dairyland, Easton Somerville, right? And then goes in, does what he's doing in Wallonia. And I mean, he's had a really stellar year. He's been right there on the cusp a few times at the start of the year and what their schedule is, and it's really great to see him really kind of flourish. I mean, the first day was in the rain. You know, it's one of those things like we saw Artem Schmidt, you know, a few weeks before that on Ineos, was an action guy, cut his teeth racing crits, right? You know, was at Athens Twilight, could drive his bike. You know, not to saying, you know, anything in particular, but when it gets gritty, when it gets things, I think this is where crit racing really kind of gives these guys this 1%, and 1% matters a tough when things get crazy. And then watching Benno's sprint today, I mean, which is awesome. The overhead, just super patient, biding his time, and you know, he's got the confidence and wins again for a second time. And he beats like Arnaud Delis. I mean, one of the top Belgian prospects of global sprinting. So he's there. It's fantastic to see. And he came from North American racing, and there we just see a crash happen, unfortunately.
Well, we're ringing a bell for a $100 premium, but man, check out this party. It's Tito's is the official spirit of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka, distilled and handmade in Austin, Texas. Because good things are worth doing right, raise a Tito's tonight and toast to a great start to a great race weekend. Big crash, it looks like, on the back straight. Jim Brown. It looks like he's comfortable, but he is definitely affected. A few other riders. Lucas Burgoyne also affected in this crash as he was riding back in the Sprinters Lounge.
I don't know, whoever the guy's waving his hands, it's not something to celebrate. But again, look at Lucas Burgoyne. He's riding the back of the race, gets caught up in stuff like this. Jim Brown, unfortunate. One of the Cadence guys, not looking that that great. So we're going to see who's all involved. Some guys could be held up or feeling okay, but some guys might take a little more damage. So we'll see what this looks like. Maybe Brad can give us some insight over there directly in the pit.
Yeah, Brad Huff is over in the pit right now. Let's see if Brad's got any insight for what's happening in our pit.
Cesar Marte.
You've got Foundation up here. You've got several riders that are going to be in contention in this lead out. You actually have Lucas Burgoyne at the back. He's not getting to the front. He's not panicking. That's what a smart rider does. When you come to the pit, you want to calm down. You want to bring your heart rate down. It's a great time to take a gel and get ready. They're getting ready to push back in. Here we go.
We're going to get riders reinserted into this race. Cesar Marte.
What, they're in the middle of the breakaway?
What?
Why do they put him in the middle of the break?
That was a questionable release. What?
Absolutely insane insertion of that. I mean, this guy was in the pit. Now he's halfway to the breakaway?
Yeah. Okay. Well, here we are. Well, it's early in the race. 17 minutes in, a pre-lap. And
but we see DCC attacking with one of their big roller guys.
let's take a look at this crash real quick, just because we were talking about other things. Rolling that back courtesy of Quick Trip. Whoop! Oh, is it Eder?
No, that was Jim Brown, I believe. First guy seems to get his front wheel caught up.
Jeez. It's like overlap the wheel.
He gets hit a few times. Oh, that's so rough to be at the bottom of a pile like that.
Yeah.
And you see Jordan Parr on the right getting caught up. You know, Bourgogne, obviously. I think Fetzer might be in there. Cole Davis. Brian Gomez is picking his bike up.
Yeah. Chris Tolley. He's in the middle there. My goodness. So many people down here. Chris. All right, let's check out our pits. We got another release coming up from our neutral pit. Brad Huff, what do you got? Who do we have in here?
You know, I think Lucas is having some frustration with his bike. He's a little frustrated back there. You got Brian Gomez, that lead-out specialist in there. They're getting ready to get pushed back in. You have the Austin sensation. You have Chris Tolley. Everybody is in good position to get back in this race. Lucas making his way to the front. He's going. There we go.
What did he just say to you, Brad?
You ready to see some action?
Well, not if he's racing at the back.
Well, Lucas is pretty confident in the outcome of what's going to happen here.
So this is Riley Reitzman on Cheney windows and doors.
Riley's on Cheney now.
Yep. So he's a big motor, can really go. It seems like he's got a DCC rider of the similar stature and ability. And if these guys kind of commit to this, Riley can make an impact and put some time into this field. And it seems like he's got a teammate or two up there to help kind of disrupt the chase. But I think is this SWAT Club?
Who? This? Number 74. Let's check our start sheets here.
No, it's Rose Racing Circle. I think another German
they're getting
team.
a lot of call-outs here on the old YouTube. Rose Racing Circle is coming back, apparently.
Yeah, and then I think we also have SWAT Club, which is that the Italian club?
What?
I don't know if all these guys are Italian, but the SWAT Club is that really popular Euro team where they started small, super amazing culture. The Italian guy on SWAT Club, I think, won Italian Road Race Nationals, kind of as a dark horse.
Molto bene.
Yeah, so
all
really
right.
cool to see the different foreign teams come here, add some spice of life. But the field's hesitating.
Well, let's jump into the pit one more time with Brad Huff. He's got one of the team directors on camera.
You know, something you don't think about when the crash happens is it gets reshuffled and it helps the team. Parks Law Firm, how did it help you guys out there?
Well, I mean, it always helps when it reshuffles. We can kind of, get guys back in. Obviously, we're not hoping, anything ill on anybody, but, it'll help shuffle things up so we can move up.
And you got a bulk of your riders from Oklahoma and Texas. What's going on tonight for your team?
I mean, we're just going to try and, stay out of trouble. We're going to just look for Evan McCork and Dushan there in the finish.
That's right. And Dushan had a really, really good run last year. What are you looking for this year?
We're looking to get on the podium this year. We're looking a little higher.
Bingo. Here we go. Parks Law Firm.
All right. Thank you.
Big ambitions there for Parks Law Firm. And I think
David Beckham have a cycling team now?
Parks Law Firm trying to get themselves into the mix here. They've definitely got the potential. McCourt getting himself on the podium last year at Crybaby. But each of the days of St. Francis Tulsa Tough are very different. We're on the McNellie Group Blue Dome night. This is opening night, Friday night here. And the dynamic of this race course is extremely different from the rest of our nights of racing.
Typically pure sprinter course, right, is what we would call this. Again, not very many breakaways in this group has succeeded. It's been a long time since I think anything like that has happened. Then tomorrow becomes a rouleur course. Definitely can favor a breakaway or strongman, like we saw Maurice Balistrade a couple years ago. Strongman the break, put his head down, not play any of the games that were being played, and wins that solo. And then Crybaby Hill is war of attrition, not pure climber. A sprinter on really good form can win that race, but it's a race of attrition depending on weather and course conditions. We have weather on in the forecast. We're going to see what plays out, but if that course is wet start to finish, it's going to be a very interesting race to watch.
Well, don't worry, it's not going to rain because I packed my rain jacket.
I didn't, so we split it.
Oh, all right.
But now we see this group splitting up a little bit. Riley gets help from one of the Rose Circle riders. The DCC rider falls off. So now they've got two in the middle.
Oh, look at that. Silas, though, coming across. Rider number 13 there. Silas. I never say Silas's last name right. Sorry, Silas. Ah, well. Silas is going to get himself up into this mix with a DCC teammate, and Riley's just sort of churning away here. Do you think Riley's hoping that this mix will shift, or is the actual chase from the field that aggressive?
I mean, I think a little bit of both. And if we start looking at the teams, there's no one team greatly together. It's pretty disheveled. Even there's some strongman getting shuffled back. That if Riley continues on this pace, he gets a little help to keep this strung out. The gaps start to open. Anything kind of could happen. You know, I really like that he's putting his head down, keeping this pace going. It's single file. No team behind is super organized. But you've got to be careful in this moment to override it and really discourage people from riding. And then all of a sudden it kind of comes back pretty quickly. Reshuffles allows the other teams to kind of get back together and get organized. Right now it's pretty disorganized as we look down the chain of riders. Of DCC's got two. Now where's our next two teammates? Two DCC guys. It's onesie twosies, and if gaps open, tired legs happen, you know, and the right group gets off where guys just want to turn and burn and really establish the gap, it could change the outcome.
Michael Garrison on the front, driving that pace right now. Garrison has based himself in Europe over the winter season, having raced a number of pretty big gravel races, and so he's been sort of refining fitness and bike handling by racing a number of these big gravel events and then coming back across for our St. Francis Tulsa Tough weekend. Garrison always a factor in our races. If you follow the social media, he likes to use our commentary for much of his content, which is great, and he's going to drive this break right now to try and force it.
Has three in here. Christian Casello from Drifters is a strong guy. Riley seems to maybe overextend himself and might miss out on this injection of pace from Garrison. And this is where Garrison kind of has to look around and realize, hey, I can ride hard, take some workload, but not so much that I blow, you know, I don't give a chance for other guys to recover and participate. So we'll take a lap or two to see how this plays out. DCC has two. Is it two they like to drive this away? Christian should definitely partake in this a little bit to keep the momentum alive. If not, again, like we saw in the women's race, it allows Tyler Williams to just stay tempo pace and let it fall apart from the front rather than really put stress on the peloton where they have to burn a lot more energy.
Olivier Leroy, one of the Frenchmen on the DCC program, working with Garrison right now. Olivier coming across. I've known Olivier for quite a while over the past few years from our fixed gear Criterium scene. Great to have him racing with us right now. He likes to drive the pace. He likes to separate from the rest of the field. So he will be motivated to work with Garrison here early on to establish this move. The other strategy is actually for them will be to allow their sprinters to bridge across to an established breakaway. They sort of want to do that. We'll see if that plays out though.
Yeah, now we just have the ultimate professional Tyler Williams setting a tempo at the front, keeping it at this gap that's 100% manageable, and then also close enough where it might tempt another small team solo rider to bridge, but Preem's interrupt the breakaway for it to come back.
So Preem now coming up, and he's getting that money. So Garrison taking that Preem, and just ahead of Olivier Leroy. We'll see if Garrison and Leroy will continue to work together. Here comes the chase from Cheney Windows and Doors behind as they come by us in the pit. I think we're adjusting our socks here at the front of the field, so perhaps the motivation dying down for the duo off the front of the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see. I mean, we kind of reset after that little bit of a race that can really interrupt the two-man breakaway especially. But it doesn't seem like there's a big chase behind. That it has allowed them to kind of reset a little bit. So we'll see who it is at the front of the peloton setting a tempo, and it is Legion. Eder Ferrer just, again, setting a strong tempo so this doesn't get out of control. And again, enough that maybe somebody else wants to bridge across and chain of events happen, and it kind of bridges back naturally that way.
How important is the value of a Preem when you are deciding on whether or not to go after it?
I mean, it just depends on your situation. Some of it you could highlight reel. Some of it could be for a rider paying his gas, his hotel room. He's got to collect that. Realize he might not be a top 10 guy where the big money is, so has to collect it other ways.
Okay, so that was $500 on the line there. Motivating enough to
disrupt the breakaway at this point? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's all sorts of reasons that a Preems are tossed out. It's a great way for the action to get disrupted, but I think now that the $500 Preem has been collected by Garrison, the motivation to continue on is countered, but here comes the counterattack as they make that catch. I did see a Modern Adventure kit. There it is. I think that's Mr. Brody getting himself into the mix as he jumps onto the wheel of Jordan Habetz of the Rose Racing Circle program. We got an update from Brad Huff in the field. Brad, what do you got for me?
You know, I think that crash really mixed it up quite a bit out there. A lot of the riders are trying to find their form again. It was a little kind of mayhem in the pits. You had almost every key lead-out guy in the pit. I just asked Foundation if they'd give a little insight, and they were like, hey, Brad, not right now. Come back later. We'll give you more. I think they're just trying to get realigned and get their guys back into position.
Got it. All right, well, thank you for that. Great to have Huff on the sidelines this year to really get the in-depth insight from everybody. Brody McDonald doing a little gesture there as we came back to that shot where he seemed almost a little frustrated that others weren't working, but I think he, you know, this field is single file right now, so perhaps the field is happy with the tempo that was being set, and then Casa 13 and the Red Rose program starting to come around. Now Riley Wrightsman back to the front to set this tempo.
Yeah, and again, a guy like Riley is so fit, he's so good. He just needs that little bit of recovery, right? And when it's a counterattack or somebody comes over the top, it's still so high that even if you're really good, it's not enough to recover. But again, he's out there trying again to reset, get a better group that might be cohesive. But when it's just two guys, it's going to be so hard on this course. If something's going to stick with the field level, it really needs to be 5 or 6 guys that's committed and that is in the right team, except that they can trust that their guy can close.
Okay. I believe this is one of our Rose Racing Circle riders on the front. We'll get confirmation of that as we make this turn. And
yeah,
that is Jordan Habetz and another rider from that program. It looks like Foundation.
Clever Martinez.
Clever Martinez coming around. All right, more intel from Brad Huff.
All right, guys, anything can happen in the pit, and when you have a smaller team with bigger guys, you kind of run out of bikes. Well, Brian Gomez, they didn't have a bike that was 58 in the field. They got some fan on the edge of the barriers, gave him his bike. Brian Gomez is in the race. He's on someone's bike. Let's see what happens. He's still going to be up there. That's what Brian Gomez does. He gets it done.
Wow, so Gomez is on a spectator's bike right now. His bike was broken in the first crash that we saw. Gomez did not have a size 58 in the pit from the team, so a spectator has lent Brian Gomez a bike to borrow. Now, how does that change Gomez's role in the, or does it at all? Gomez is just going to get it done, as Huffy was just saying.
Yeah, so go back to the first report we got from Brad. Hey, Sebastian, what's going on there? Sebastian said, hey, we need a minute to figure a couple things out. Let me communicate with my team. So Sebastian has got a lot of different puzzle pieces he's putting back into place, having conversation. He's communicating with his guys in the race, saying, hey, stay calm. We're working on this. We're figuring it out. Stay calm. You know, one lap at a time right now in getting organized. And then Brian is on a spectator's bike, a bike he's never ridden. It's not fit to him, you know, saddle tilt, saddle height. They could maybe get close. It's not the same frame. It's not the same handlebars. It's not the same wheels. It's not the same tires. So there's a lot for Brian to figure out in a short amount of time of what this bike is capable of, what this tire is capable of, how the bike is going to react under big tension. Will they change the order based on Brian's feedback in the field, saying, hey guys, I don't feel super comfortable. I can go from 5 to go to 2 to go, but I don't feel comfortable pushing the bike over its limits or at its limits that close to the finish. So they might switch riders up, maybe not. I mean, Brian is an absolute cinder. He's an absolute professional.
Yep.
He's not afraid to race his bike, absolutely. But they might be having the conversation of, hey, figure this out. You know, we don't want you to, you know, compromise yourself for their days, or even your leadout guy, because if Gomez pushes so hard and he goes down in front of his teammate, that's 2 of them out of the race, no result, potential injury. So they've got a lot of moving pieces they've got to figure out in the next 20-ish minutes, and you know, we're going to see that play out.
Well, they've got a great director and they've got a great team overall, so I think that they are going to have at least the communication potential to figure that out. We've got another Preem on the line. It sounds like Preem bell being rung on the line. That will continue to spice this up. We have 3 riders that will be released into the race, each of them getting a push. And there they go, safe release from our pits. We got 1 rider really driving the pace, but the Preem bell was just rung, and so that will potentially make this effort a little harder to find some success as we come around. Nevertheless, we love to see the aggressive tactics of any rider that has joined us here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, as they've come from far and wide to join us here for the 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. My name is Gabe Lloyd. I'm with Daniel Holloway. We got Brad Huff on the sidelines here tonight. This is your Quick Trip live stream brought to us in the Zico broadcast booth. We got so many great Tulsa sponsors that make tonight possible. Helmrich and Payne have helped us out with the support of our drone shots. So if you're enjoying the coverage that you see here tonight, we do give us a thumbs up and a like out there. It does help us out. And of course, jump into the YouTube chat if you got any feedback for us, where we can help to answer any of your questions. We got a Preem on the line right now, Preem lap, and this one rider has kept themselves away from the field as they are trying to reach back out to him. He's coming through 7, now through 8. This one rider may find himself a few dollars richer for this Preem as he comes up to the line. Let's take a look at the finish line as we're looking to see if this one rider can get himself this Preem. Oh, it's going to be close, and he did it. Nicely done, sir, collecting that cash Preem for his efforts. Love to see it. At the very least, drinks on him after the race. That was Alex Atkins. We've got an update from Legion of Los Angeles in the pit. Let's take it away, Brad Huff.
All right, CJ, a lot of nerves are getting kind of blown out of the water here. Some riders have been in the pit. What's going on for you? We saw Jimmy had quite a bit of road rash.
Yeah, it looked like Jim kind of, I don't know if he overlapped the wheel coming out of turn 1 there or going into, I guess, the last turn. But yeah, he definitely hit the deck pretty hard. His pedal was pretty busted up, but I think he's all right. We'll see how he feels going into the last couple of laps, but yeah.
I mean, the rest of the team was in there, and they're in great position. How do you feel for your brother at the finish?
Man, Justin is always a wild card. You also have Corey in there. They're both pretty good at this finish, so we'll see who feels better. But yeah, I feel really good for both of them to come out with the win, so we'll see what happens.
All right, CJ, thank you so much. We look for you guys at the line.
Thank you, Brad. That was great. Great intel there. And we've had other comments on the YouTube asking about specific riders throughout. And this is the moment where we talk about how the names we do not say throughout the broadcast are actually the names that have the most potential for success. Why is that, Daniel?
I mean, they're keeping their powder dry. They're staying tucked in. They're riding the bubble. You know, they're not doing big accelerations. They're just trying to keep their power flat, their energy really conserved, right? So on average, you're 10 wheels back. You're in a bubble. You're saving at least 30%, if not more. And then if you've got good technique and everything else, you can really save even more by just being fluid, floating everything, not panicking, reading the race, say, hey, you know, I'm 50 wheels back. I don't love this, but you're really looking at the front of the race to see when that lull is going to happen, right? And carry momentum, time it right, where you can just move 30 positions up without ever changing your power profile, right? Just by reading the race. So it is those guys. Again, 2 years ago when Justin came out of nowhere, right? We knew he wasn't on good form, right? Because he was coming back from the injury.
Yep.
And just knows how to take care of himself, knows how to maximize opportunities to do that, right? So there could be a lot of other guys in here with a similar thing. So we'll see.
Well, we'll see. We got some great riders. Eder Frere getting himself up to the front. Eder's training partner is Isaac Del Toro down in Baja. Yeah,
so he's motor pacing all the time.
Yeah, and these guys actually they're both going to world championships. Del Toro and Frere are going to world championships for Mexico in Montreal. And so Eder's had this really great experience the past few years of getting to train with UAE and some other things, and now he gets to translate that fitness and experience back into the Legion program and really get these guys into a good sort of leadership on the bike position. So that's a really strong asset. That's Eder Frere on the front right now. We've got a little situation in the pit, it looks like, but it looks like this rider's figured himself out. Luke Ferris is walking his way to the Tito's after party, it looks like. So big thanks to Tito's once again for being our spirit of choice here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Riders coming around. We have done 38, let's call it 39 minutes worth of racing. This is a 70-minute race in total. This is also an ACC race, so we're going to have a few ACC sprints coming up, because don't they do a mid-race preem? I believe we saw that in our pro women's race. Will the preems and the ACC have an impact upon our night here, do you think?
Not traditionally. Kind of depends who goes for it, how fast it is. Again, we've seen a couple cracks in the field as, you know, teams weren't quite organized there to help each other out, but definitely seems like people have reshuffled, reorganized to get back one another, that, you know, nothing is going to get too unruly at this point. It's just going to be a big acceleration. It's going to be a big effort for a handful of guys, and likely not be let too much out of control.
There you go. So, Frere trying to take some...
That's Tyler Williams.
Oh, excuse me. Tyler Williams at the front taking control, and then you've got Cadence now taking up...
Cesar
Cerna going to do some work at the front for that program. This is a moment where we're going to see maybe an aggressive rider or a gambling rider take the front, maybe try to get themselves some distance away from the pure sprinters of the bunch. This is a Helmrich and Payne shot for our drone coverage. Great shout out to them for doing all this great work with us here today. As we come up to the finish line at 40 minutes of racing, we're going to come up and see if we're going to have any changes in our order as we see riders almost fence to fence right now as we come around. What do we think, Daniel? Are we looking at sort of a lull in the action, or as we are having the same rider on the front for the past 2.5 laps now?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a reset directive. You know, again, it's never good for a sprinter to have a really start-stop race. So it's, Tyler, say, hey, let's just set a tempo strong enough where we're not getting these big surges. It's a pace that he could do for multiple laps. See if he gets help or not. And again, it allows Jim to collect himself, talk with Justin, talk with Corey, get their bearings on, kind of the next set of decisions going into the second half of this race.
Okay. DCC seems to be getting themselves organized behind Riley Wrightsman at the front of the field for chaining windows and doors. Looks like our camera is catching we did catch the Red Bull helmet there of Justin Williams, and behind him is Lucas Burgoyne. So the two sprinters hanging out in the sprinters lounge back there as they come through. Now we're jumping to a Hummer campaign shot as we dive down with our FPV drone as we come across just to take a look at the race from this perspective. I can see Brody McDonald in the mix here as well. This night doesn't necessarily suit him. That was part of our pre-show where we talked with him last night at Ride with the Pros over at Spokehouse Bicycles. Had nearly 500 riders show up to the Spokehouse ride, and it's such a great night. If you're ever joining us here in Tulsa, Oklahoma for the opening of our weekend of racing, put your flight to arrive on Thursday so that you can join us at the Spokehouse for Ride with the Pros. You get to meet the riders and ride alongside them and really hear what they have to say. Last night, Brody McDonald, who found success here multiple times, has said that this night has always sort of been a challenge for him, but last year winning at Crybaby gave him a lot of confidence. And so maybe Brody, who's on the front right now, will find that confidence, find success here tonight. Sounds like my man Brad Huff has another update from the pit.
We never like to see it. It happens in crit racing. We go down. I've got Lucas Gaday with Foundation. Lucas, what happened out there?
In the last corner, Brody and the other guys break, and me break, and the back take me and crash. And after, my hand no good. Maybe for tomorrow, I don't know. But for my family, all good.
Yeah, I saw you out there riding around trying to see if you could actually ride one-handed. When did you say, I need to call it and see if I can ride tomorrow?
For tomorrow, I don't know. My hand now is no good, and maybe tomorrow, yes, I don't know.
Recuperar, hombre.
Thank you.
Ciao.
All right, so Gaday having to drop out potentially with an injury to the hand. He could not hold the handlebar and was unable to continue. On the front of the field right now, Casa 13 driving the tempo. Casa is one of the other sort of the German second team. Not even a second team, there's the other team from Germany joining us. So DCC and Casa 13 joining us here at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, where we have nice tempo being set at the front. Looks like Butcher Box has got themselves back into the mix. And the Rose Racing Circle program also getting themselves into the mix. Jordan Habets has continually been at the front for that program throughout the night from the beginning into the current situation. Here's a little attack here as we come out with 44 minutes of racing from Butcher Box cycling program, jumping out of the field with a nice solid aggressive move into 5, I believe, and following will be Silas as we come around for the tempo setting at the front of our field. We'll see if this is going to draw out a real separation or not, as we see Olivier Leroy joining under the back of that. So DCC very attentive on these moves. I like to see the aggressive tactics of the Butcher Box program, or really any team really getting themselves into the win here for a little bit, sort of shaking up the order.
Yeah, so do we start jinxing riders by calling them out?
It's happened before. Like, remember like last year or the year before, we were talking about Justin at Crybaby, and then like it's like the grenade was installed on him. So what's your take? Who are you gonna jinx?
Yeah, I mean, it's not jinx, but right, it says it's who we don't talk about ends up coming, right? A team that we haven't, fully discussed A rider that we haven't mentioned quite yet up to this point is Preston I. Right, he's a guy that's so capable of consistently punching top fives. Right, it's like you're almost like put 10 on Preston to get top 10. You'll make $2. He's been on the podium this year against some hitters, but he's not figured it out to get that top step. He's absolutely capable of it. He's got a couple guys that are a small team to get him there. But again, a team that hasn't shown themselves. He hasn't, they haven't put the team on the front. They're keeping conservative. Again, a team and a rider that's putting, their powder dry.
We're going to do a bike swap for, I assume, Gomez. Brad Huff, you got an intel for me? What's happening out there?
All right. Saba is going to do a bike change in a crit. He's on a fan's bike. So whenever he was able to make it in, Saba's all set up.
Is this Gomez's actual bike?
I don't actually know. I wasn't able to get the info, but we are going to do a bike change whenever it's possible.
Is there a free lap permitted for Gomez?
You know what?
Or does Gomez have to do like a cyclocross pit?
I think we're going to do a hot pit style.
Okay, so Brian Gomez, he's currently on a spectator's bike because his bike broke in the first crash. It looks like his bike has been repaired. Gomez is anticipating coming in on a spectator's bike and doing a hot exchange because he cannot take a free lap is our understanding. We'll see what happens here. This is Sebastian Alexander. I don't know if it's going to happen. Look how fast this field is right now. Gomez may say pass. What do you say?
I think he wants to, but I don't think there's a time to do it.
Yeah.
We're going to see what happens.
Tempo is very high right now.
This is I mean, it's super difficult. Similar experience I was in, Gateway Cup 2014.
Okay.
It's the last day. It was a super long lap. You kind of shared a pit window, right? Because it had a connection point like this.
Okay.
But I started to get a real flat inside of free laps. And so all of a sudden it's got to be quick communication. Hey, I need your wheel, right? When are we going to do this? Okay, out of this corner, we're going to start at the front, pull over, do a wheel swap, and have to chase. Thank God that was in the era of quick releases and rim brakes where we could just drop to the 11, pop the wheel out, do the swap, and get it done before the full peloton goes by, and then have some teammates help chase me back on. So for Gomez to be successful here is that he actually needs to get to the front.
He's first wheel right now.
Go through corner one and just hook it tight, pull the anchors, and do a bike swap. But this is exactly how he has to do it. He has to do it from first wheel to have enough time for the peloton to go by, him get in. Maybe we'll see if there's a teammate or two towards the middle, towards the back, to help pick him up and help him back to the front of the race. But no, this is exactly what needed to be done. He's waving, hey, don't follow me.
Don't follow me, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull the brakes. Here we go. Brian Gomez, a live exchange. Let's get this camera going here. This is a live bike swap for Brian Gomez. Off, on, in.
Professional. Wow. So now where does he end? Has he and he's not even at the back. He got in before the back of the field. On the left side, he's in there's a flashing light on a bike. He's right there.
Brad Huff, what's the sentiment in the pit?
That was textbook. I have chills. Hold on a second. One of the other directors said the favorite win he ever had was that same scenario. And Brian Gomez was back in the field. He wasn't even off the back.
Right.
And he's got a teammate back there. I think he's got Mendez with him. He's got Marco Mendez right there. And now they've got some time to just start 5, 10 riders at a time moving back to the front. Look at this.
We're going to roll that back thanks to Quick Trip. Going to grab the bike just like in cross and then back on it. Gets the push from Saba, and he's back in the race before even half the field has come by.
And then another thing to look at, right, if we're going to get into the nitty-gritty details, is that if you go back, screenshot that, look at where Saba put the chain on the cassette. Right? It's not in the 11. It's not at the top. It's right there, in the middle of the cassette to get back onto the pedals, and the gear's not too big or not too small. So again, this is where it's so important to have good leadership, good directors in your program to make these small decisions, right? And staying calm, being very thoughtful on how each step of thing is everything is going to go.
Yeah, that was very cool. Love to see it. So thanks again to that spectator for letting Brian Gomez ride that bike. And Brian Gomez getting in there. Now we're seeing Clever Martinez riding second wheel up near the front. Clever's one of our favorite riders. He's just one of the nicest dudes you will ever meet. And he's now sitting second wheel right behind DCC. Clever was very confident in the team's ability when I was speaking with him last night at Ride with the Pros. You can see him on the radio right now. They've got a very specific strategy, not dissimilar to what Seba was talking about when he was talking to Huffy earlier in the broadcast. Clever has been pivotal for success for Foundation this year, right? So we've seen Marcos Mendez, Jordan Parra, and Brian Gomez each finding the top step at various parts of the season, but Clever has been the keystone for much of that success that we've seen in 2026. The fact that they've found this real good camaraderie and this really good cohesion where sometimes communication isn't even necessary between them, based upon the conversation I had with Clever last night, is really helped this team find that good success.
Yeah, I mean, they're all some kind of sprinter. They're all some kind of rouleur. You know, they all speak a common language, right? They're all Latin guys that have come to this point with their own journey. And again, like from the top of the broadcast, talking to Seba, is that, again, here's the plan, here's a formula, but then it really is up to rider instinct in the closing laps to make these decisions. And when you've raced against and you've raced with your teammates and you've seen how they ride, how they make decisions, that you don't have to speak, you can mind meld, you know, it really makes special work. And that's why we see teams like DCC come here, somewhat unknown territory against unknown riders, and success. They've got that mind meld going on, and that's why it's really important to have teams and riders for multiple years and not just kind of try to find the bright shiny objects and move guys around, because you lose that chemistry, you lose that ability.
Tonight we are calling the shots from our Zico broadcast booth, and we are presented our entire live stream courtesy of Quick Trip. The Zico broadcast booth is your home base for every lap and every sprint and every finish this weekend. And Tulsa Tough is a favorite returning event for Zico right here in Tulsa. They're based in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, and Zico's been a long-time supporter of our events. And with Quick Trip, they have over 1,200 locations, fresh food, great coffee, and the fastest pit stop in the game. You know what? If we had a pit stop prize, Brian Gomez and Foundation would have just won it with that. But Quick Trip knows a thing or two about speed, and they know Tulsa. Quick Trip started right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1958, still headquartered right here today. Quick Trip is the official fueler of Tulsa Tough, and they're bringing your live stream for you here today. Speaking of fast pit changes, let's go back to Brad Huff in the pit with Sebastian Alexander.
Listen, Tulsa Tough is a celebration of the community, and right now we had a celebration of a fan helping the team.
Yeah, there was a father of a rider who is actually racing against us on the side of the course, watching us having trouble with the bike, and he lent us the bike to race. So that's why Brian was able to get back in under the rules for the laps and then give us some time to fix our bike, and then we needed to swap. But we got to thank the community, because everybody's helping each other here.
I mean, I love it, because we at Tulsa Tough, at Dude Man Say, we're all on this ride together, and this is an example of Tulsa showing up.
Amazing. Tulsa Tough is here for everybody, and that example for Foundation and Brian Gomez specifically, super cool. All right, well, let's jump into the final. So I think we're going to be pretty soon seeing lap cards coming up.
10 to go.
Oh,
you're
my
welcome.
Goodness. Look at that, 10 to go. So we went from about 55 minutes of bike racing now into 10 laps to go. Now we see lap cards, now we see structure, now we see this organization. Look at the color of the jerseys riding together, and we'll start to see who is really in it for the win. We believe all these red jerseys are going to be the Foundation riders.
But DCC.
Oh, it's DCC, my bad. They change their jersey every year. Red jerseys with DCC. Now DCC, we expected this, because DCC shows a lot of cohesion and a lot of structured European style racing. Remember Casa 13 that's on the front right now, not technically the same team, but if you look at the bikes, as Daniel said, they're very friendly with each other out there. So quite the lead-out opportunity here for, we assume, Dario Raps. Dario won here last year. He dove into turn number 7, but listen to this. We got a bell being rung. And it's a $100 premium from Bicycles of Tulsa. Thank you, Bicycles of Tulsa, for that cash prize. $100 for the winner of the next lap. Is $100 going to affect the dynamic of this field at this point in time when the bike race win is on the line?
I mean, at this point, they've really got it single file. It's going to be a small rider's last-ditch effort to make some money. You know, maybe they realize they don't have good enough legs to sneak into the top 10. This is going to be their final sprint and exit of the race. If not, it's just going to be a gift to DCC for putting on a show. And as I look through kind of the start sheet, you know, through the numbers, again, seeing names that we haven't called yet.
Yeah.
A dark horse. He's riding by himself. I don't think he's got a ton of racing in his legs, but a guy that knows how to finish. Cesar Marte's here.
Yeah.
You know, and then another one that I like, he's from Boulder. He's 19 years old, Dylan Haynes.
Okay.
Our early season races, I mean, he's just been a hitter for 19, battling some really good guys in Colorado. He does have a pretty good finish, all things considering, for him.
Okay.
So he's riding by himself, red kit, red Bontrager helmet. He's got blue on his left arm brand. He's number 8 there. So
okay.
He's a young one to look out for that, you know, I think, you know, would go top 10 here.
All right, well, $100 on the line. Let's see if anything changes. Looks like Casa 13 is going to go ahead and take this $100 premium, and DCC continues to have their control at the front. Big pain face, at least, from the rider on the front right now, so at least they're putting in the big effort there. That's going to be Tobias Kong from Casa 13. And the rest of this field here, oh, we got one rider coming in from the pit here. That's a tough time to come in with 8 laps to go. So Tobias on the front right now, really driving this pace.
If we get an extended shot here, we've got a Para with Clever Martinez, and then a little further back, we've got Mendez with Gomez. So
okay.
Again, with what Gomez has gone through already today, they're just they're hoping to make a few positions at a time to get Brian where he needs to be. If you do it too fast, right, it kills your legs. You can't hold position, or you ruin your sprint. So they've got a kind of a split squad at the moment, with Clever taking care of Para, who they already established as their sprinter, right? And then you have Gomez with a teammate. I think he's got a teammate or two around him to, again, find these moments to just pick 4 or 5 guys up at a time without killing his legs. That way he's going to be able to sprint.
Michael Garrison and his teammate Cole Davis are kind of drag racing DCC at the back of their train, trying to insert themselves, but they're doing a really nice job protecting their position up at the front, little shoulder to shoulder every once in a while, just to sort of maintain a little bit of authority here. Is it a little too early, though, for a small group like this duo to be putting themselves right up in the front?
I mean, they're very strong guys. They get to find little bits of half draft everywhere, so it's not just them full time in the wind. You know, they're able to tuck in, get a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there to find their draft. And in one of those last shots, we saw Justin Williams start to make his way forward. He's sitting 20-ish wheels, kind of a master of that swirl. There he is with the Red Bull helmet. Right behind him, you know, again, a name we're going to mention more or less for the first time as a racer, Bourgogne. Okay. Right, but Cadence has been heavily compromised, right? The last couple of weeks, they lost Kate Bickmore, they lost Danny Summerhill. So they've got Caesar, who's been up front. We've talked about him. He's been managing small gaps, having presence. But really, it's Fetzer and Bourgogne.
Yeah.
But that's a deadly duo. Talk about guys you can mind meld. Fetzer knows exactly what Bourgogne likes, what he needs to be successful. So they're starting to move their way forward into that top 30 bubble, knowing that half these guys are going to start to drop off from lead out duties. But you can really start to see the pressure going on. You know, 30 riders back, it's single file. You know, pain faces are happening. It's, you know, these DCC guys are, and the Rose Circle team, not playing around.
Yeah, it was interesting for me to see sort of DCC starting to fall apart a little bit, but I don't know if that's accurate, honestly. It seemed like we had a very structured line of red, And now we've got a little bit of fracturing going on with organization. Am I incorrect, though? Because Garrison was second wheel there for a hot second, but then DCC's now coming back into the mix.
There's Gomez.
There's Gomez again. So 7 laps to go. 7 laps remaining. So maybe DCC thought it was, 6 laps to go.
Yeah, so it's, again, you get to the front, you set a tempo, a pace that you think is going to be sustainable. You might overshoot that, right? And then have to back it off based on, hey, we don't have enough guys to tick down, so let's take it back a little bit. And what that does is let people behind move back around. So it's not that DCC fell apart. They just, hey, we got to back it off just a little bit so we can make it as far as we need to make it with our strategy. But Gomez is back into position with Clever Martinez, Jordan Parra.
Yeah. Hey, we got Helmer Payne is our drone sponsor. Founded in 1920, Helmer Payne has spent more than a century pioneering technology and engineering that drives energy production across the globe. They're the largest onshore driller in the U.S., and they are based right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So thanks to Helmer Payne for being our sponsor of our drone coverage here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, their 20th edition of this race. I'm Gabe Lloyd. I'm sitting next to Daniel Holloway, who won the first edition of this race 20 years ago. And we are getting into the final kicks to the line in our men's pro race here tonight.
I think we're having a look at our first SWAT Club rider, number 88. He's kind of got a multicolor jerseys on the right side of the field, trying to find his way into a lead out, kind of bouncing around, but it's the first time we're kind of seeing that jersey riding next to Parks Law Firm, you know, right there, that red, yellow, green, right behind the foundation train now. And that might be who we're looking for from SWAT Club to do their finish.
You know, Garrison and Davis have done a fantastic job the past few laps, really maintaining their position over, but now we're going to start to see the pressure really ratchet up again, and they're starting to move up because as foundation start to put pressure on them from behind, and now Burgoyne and the Cadence program, we're going to be, I assume, seeing Luke Fetzer coming into focus here in the next 2 laps. They only have so many cars to play.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing what Garrison is doing, just a couple wheels back, right? And like I've said before, is, you know, riding right behind a lead-out train is messy. You could spend a lot of energy because a lot of guys want to do that. But when you have a guy like Fetzer, when you have a guy like Garrison who can ride next to a train, that's really what you want as a sprinter, right? There's less fighting, you're tucked in, and you have a guy that can just sit there lap after lap after lap. That's guys like Garrison, that's guys like Fetzer, that can do that for their teammates. So it's starting to get, you know, we've got DCC in the middle, we've got Legion on one side, we've got Garrison on one side, kind of with Fetzer, and then you got Justin and Corey floating that middle, and there's maybe no better guys to kind of float that middle than the Williams brothers. So again, all our players are starting to move to the front with seemingly the right guys around them coming into the finale. So it's going to see how it plays out.
Yeah, 4 laps to go right now. 4 on the counter at the start-finish line as we come by. And then that was Cedric Apt from the DCC program taking a big pull. Now this is Zylas at the front of the field. And he's got Marcos Mendez right behind, Brian Gomez behind that. And it looks like Clever Martinez sweeping for them, which means we got Jordan Parra as potentially the protected rider. But Parra is a little far back.
No, he's the 4th guy in line.
Oh,
right
he's
in front
4th.
of Brody
Great.
McDonald.
Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. So Parra, great position. Happy to be corrected about that situation because he got Clever right in front of him. But look at this. We're going to go wide here as we're coming down the back straight. What is that? Is that Garrison?
Taking a flyer. I mean, right? DCC now fell apart.
Smart.
Foundation ended up at the front, but it's too early, right? That's that instinct with the riders that they have, right? They're down a man from the crash, that being at the front with 4 to go is too much. So it's that everybody's doing a delicate dance, right? Fetzer has been, you know, appointed, hey, go up there, work with whoever's working, keep this tempo high. And Bourgogne wants to bounce around and take care of himself. But, you know, he's 25 wheels back with maybe some unknown legs in between him. But again, we're 3 to go. A lot of things can happen, but there are some compromised lead-out guys in the middle of this.
Yeah.
That if somebody were to go ballistic and gaps open,
that's right.
That might be it.
I think that's exactly the strategy of Garrison right now. He's just hoping to go ballistic and just crack this field, right? He's hoping that gaps are going to open, that will create chaos, and that will disrupt teams behind him. And then Garrison potentially strong enough to capitalize. And look at this, though. He's looking
Big
back.
hesitation.
Then this hesitation will allow those cracks that were starting to form to potentially weld back together. Question becomes if Garrison's strong enough to recover and go again within the next 2.5 laps or not, because he's got big teams around him. And let's focus on that. We got Luke Fetzer now coming into the win on the front of the field a little early for him, which is why he is also hesitating. I wouldn't say we're fence to fence, but I would say that we're too far from the finish for the proper lead out, but everybody knows that they got to be in the right spot.
Yeah, and so that lull allowed DCC to kind of get themselves back together. Cesar Cerna finds them well back at the front to help these guys, and Fetzer and Bourgogne to kind of get back. But again, Bourgogne maybe a little far forward. We've seen this before in some other highlights from earlier this races. This is where some communication from Sebastian is going to let Gomez know, hey, Bourgogne's on the wheel. And maybe don't take it as far as you were supposed to. Leave Bourgogne hanging in that sweet spot. But 3 to go, a lot of shuffling can happen. Garrison's back in there to take care of Cole Davis, but no committed lead out. This gets dangerous because of the lull, how wide we're going in here with tired legs. So it's going to get spicy.
It is going to get spicy here. We got Williams up in the mix here as well right now. And it looks like Preston I and the Drifters are also putting themselves into the mix on the outside. Dario Raps glued to the wheel of Bourgogne. Bourgogne trying to find a draft. Bourgogne is exposed. He does not like this. He's trying to get Fetzer to wind up this tempo. Cole Davis right behind him, trying to also keep it fast so that Garrison has an opportunity to slot in, but Garrison about 10th wheel right now. That's okay, though. We're a lap and a half out. A lot of things can shift.
Yeah, so this is a replay of Air Force, right? They didn't have the full squad. Fetzer went ballistic with a lap and a half to go and basically took it as far as he could, and Lucas is hopefully spotted in to the correct position. Justin has to find himself in front of Garrison at this point, if that's a gap that's going to open. That Justin can't afford to close at this point. But we've got Clever, we've got Jordan Parro, Dario Raps.
Yep.
Lucas Bourgogne.
Swapped wheels. Lucas swapped the wheel. He's now on Raps' wheel.
Excuse me. So, again, there's some communication happening across multiple teams on what's going on. So this is 1 to go.
1 to go.
Cole Davis is not going to take this up. Clever has to read that situation so they don't lose momentum and have the back of their train swarm. So here he goes.
Here he goes. This is your lift here by Clever. Clever's got to go. Cole's going to try and cover it, but Clever Martinez now driving this pace with Marcos Mendez on the wheel. You got Dario Raps right behind them with Brody McDonald now on the wheel of Raps. Where is Bourgogne? Are they going to get themselves there? There's our split screen over the head. Seventh wheel for Bourgogne. Is this going to be too far back, or will he get himself into the right spot? Justin Williams on the wheel of Garrison right now as Clever drives through turn number 3. 3 of 8 turns. Now we're coming into turn 4. Halfway through this lap. What are you thinking, Daniel?
Brody McDonald, Garrison, Justin Williams, Parra, Gomez, Bourgogne, Preston I is there. Dushan Kalaba, I believe, is the pink jersey. But this is the last thing. I mean, Dario Raps getting through these final corners. Again, like we saw before, if he gets a good run out of here, can go. But there's Brody McDonald, Garrison fighting. This is where Justin has known to come from in the back. But Lucas launches a long sprint.
This is your lift. This is your coming into turn number 7, and there's the big kick. It's going to be Bourgogne. Crash behind with McDonald, and coming around Raps' first wheel one more time, just like we saw last year. Bourgogne third wheel in the second wheel position, I believe it is going to be Gomez. But it's Dario Raps on the front, like we saw last year. Dario Raps from Germany, untouchable here at Blue Dome, and Dario Raps goes back to back at our McNellie Group Blue Dome at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
Amazing. I mean, he's been reading that line all night. You could tell it. He wanted to be where he was on the outside of corner 6. and we saw everybody was keeping it tight for non-optimal line or block that. But if you looked, Mendez was looking left, and when he looked left, the door opened, and Dario committed to that line, which gave him the run into the final 2 corners, and it was just a gap that the guys behind couldn't make up.
Phenomenal kick, just like what we saw. Now we'll want to see what happened with the little bump there on the back straight. Make sure Brody and the other riders are okay. This is aggressive racing out here, but these boys all have a lot of respect for each other, and they know that we're going to roll this back with a quick trip replay. Now this is shoulder to shoulder.
So you can see Mendez looking left, and it opens the barriers up just enough for Dario to come through. Look at that amazing bike handling, elbow to elbow.
Wow.
Composure.
Wow.
Right, and Lucas just being maybe a little too bit aggressive, and he was the loser on that exchange of momentum.
Okay.
And Dario just stayed calm, kept it rolling through. And again, in those final 2 corners, he was able to get on the pedals just enough, right, to accelerate, create that gap that was just unsurmountable. But Gomez goes down, breaks his bike, rides somebody else's bike, does a non-free lap bike exchange.
Yeah.
Just absolutely, what a story. That's just who Gomez is. So that's crazy to see that.
If we had a fastest pit stop jersey from Quick Trip, it would go to Brian Gomez after tonight. We're going to try and get some words with our race winner, Dario Raps, on the start-finish line as these boys come around and celebrate. I mean, look at the number of spectators that we have out for our McNellie Group Blue Dome race here tonight. And we've got Sebastian Hayedo apparently with Brad right now.
All right, it was in the red all night long. GCN man, Sebastian Hayedo, the World Tour rider, the crit specialist in America. What happened tonight?
Oh, it was crazy, man. The guy's going so fast, I had this idea to try to be back for one day, in US, because, I started in 2007 with the rock racing. And then I say, it's a good idea to come in filming.
I got to go. The winner is right there. You're a winner in my heart.
Dario Raps now coming on up. Let's listen to Brad Soner talk to Dario Raps.
Dario, congratulations, my friend. Another huge win for you here in Tulsa. Obviously, this was a big goal for you coming on your American tour here. Talk about what this means for you and your DCC team to check this off the list on night number 1.
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of pressure on our shoulders. We came such a long way. And on the last weekend, we already felt that we can be at the very front, but it didn't work out. And now we are just so happy that we are on the first top step. And it was so amazing with this crowd here. Thank you.
Dario, I want to bring your DCC team in here because I know that this was a team victory for you guys out there. Talk about how important this was for your DCC team and to have them on the front for you all night.
That was so important, really. I didn't have to go into the wind just one time, only on the last 200 meters. And I always could rest and gain energy for the end. And they did such a good work. They were always there, every attack. They did so much work in the front. This was such a perfect team effort, and I'm so proud of my guys.
And lastly, we know you guys not only bring the speed, but you bring the party as well with DCC. Talk about what racing in front of this crowd in Tulsa is like for a bunch of German guys coming to America.
Really, we have nothing that is nearly comparable to this. You are so crazy how loud the crowd is cheering. This atmosphere, we are totally hooked. We never felt something like this in Germany or anywhere else. Thank you so much.
That's why we love Tulsa Tough. Make a little noise for Dario Raps.
Dario Raps, your winner here tonight at McNellie Group Blue Dome for the first night of racing of our 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Let's take a look at our final sprint to the line to take the win here, thanks to Quick Trip for this replay. We're coming out of turn number 8, and Raps has the gap already. Already to the line, untouchable to the finish. And there it is. Looks like Foundation went 2-3 there at the line. We're going to wind this back even further as we see from a different angle with Dario Raps leading out of the final kick to the line. Brian Gomez and Marcos Mendez trying to get themselves to the line. I think they just got ahead of Lucas Burgoyne, but we'll go to the final results to get confirmation. Either way, congratulations to Dario Raps for another win here at the McNellie Group Blue Dome. My name's Gabe Lloyd, this is Daniel Holloway, and we are in the Zico broadcast booth here tonight as part of the 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. It's been a thrilling night of racing where we talked through the women's pro race, and then we just saw our men's pro race. Remember, there are 3 days of racing at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Tonight is the McNellie Group Blue Dome event. Tomorrow, we're going to be over in the Arts District, and then on Sunday, the infamous Cry Baby Hill. Stick around, though. We've got more podiums and more celebrations for everybody here tonight. If you joined us late in the broadcast, thank you for joining us all together. Be sure to jump onto the YouTube comments and let us know what you thought. And, of course, thank for everybody for being part of our action. In our women's race here tonight, we had one of the most thrilling finishes that we have seen to date, coming down to literally 1 inch on the line. Daniel, talk us through the final kicks here.
Yeah, so we have Tess Edwards laying it down for Caldera, and Laurel just quite not able to hold the wheel tonight. This gap opens, and it compromises their lead out. It compromises Kendall going into the second half of this lap. So this is, I believe, out of 6 going into, nope. This is
early, so this is out of 3 coming into 4, and already Tess Edwards has created this gap.
And you have Higher Dose together, which is what they want to do. But as we get through these 2 corners and into corner 6 where the pinch is, Odette Lynch just misses out. She loses the wheel. And if she was on Eileen Seitz through that pinch point, she likely would have won. But just further back was Holly Breck and Skylar Schneider. And you can just see Skylar is calm as ever. Kendall sees that she has to go early, take a little bit of control. So going through, that's corner 5, up the little hill to corner 6. They keep it tight. Higher Doses all together, and Odette gets pinched out by Paula Munoz and Kendall Ryan in that situation. Skylar is hidden. This is Justin Williams a la 2 years ago. Out of sight, out of mind. You're not even thinking of her. Then she starts to pop out. Kendall versus Eileen Seitz going through these final 2 corners. They're not able to keep momentum, choose ideal lines. And here's Skylar. Boom, perfect line. Look how much gap she closes just through there. Slingshot, and just takes her run all the way to the finish with momentum. And it ends up being the closest finish of Tulsa Tough history on year 20, and it goes down to an absolute inch. But look, if we look at that through the corner, Skylar knows.
Yeah.
She puts one hand up. I mean, that's a sprinter knowing what 1 inch is at 190 beats per minute at 75K an hour. She goes, I got it. I think it was me. I'll wait for everybody else to confirm, but I know what I just did.
Look at this, 1 inch separating Skylar Schneider at the top to Kendall Ryan down below with Eileen Seitz in the middle. What a thrilling finish. Definitely jump back into our YouTube channel to watch those replays for yourself so you can break those all down. We just also concluded our men's feature race where we saw Dario Raps win back-to-back. But up next, we're going to have our women's podium coming up next. So do stick around. We're going to toss out to Brad Huff, our sideline reporter. He's got somebody that we need to talk to.
It's done 20 years in a row. Stefan Roth with Sound Pony Racing. How does it feel? 20 years in a row, Stefan.
I feel like I'm getting older and the competition stays the same age, but it's a thrill. I like it just like the first day back in 2006, you know, when we were racing. And the Germans are like still kicking ass, you know.
I mean, you're pretty proud of your country right now.
A little bit. I mean, I do have my German-American passport, but I'm happy to see Dario win again, yes.
Stefan, we love it when you're out here. Every year you bring some energy. Do we think you'll make it to the front on Crybaby Hill?
I will try my hardest, you know. I have a lot of people kind of at home watching and supporting me, and they tell me, Stefan, give me one flyer and give me one preem. Do it for the old guys, but, you know, I don't really consider myself old. I just go by how I feel, you know. As long as you surround yourself with young racers, like, it's a lot of fun.
Right on. Well, we will definitely see Stefan at the Sound Pony Bar, Sound Pony Racing. Love it, man.
Sunday night.
Yeah, see you there.
Rest and recovery crucial for Stefan Roth to get himself up to the front of these races at this point. Stefan racing in the first edition that Daniel won, and then you know, Brad Huff was also in those races as well. So next up, we got our women's podium, and here we go. Looks like Eileen Seitz in third position, Kendall Ryan in second, and your winner here for the McNellie's Group Blue Dome District Criterium. It's going to be the one and only most decorated Saint Francis Tulsa Tough rider of all time, Skylar Schneider. And we've got ourselves the official winner's jersey from Moo Apparel, the official jersey of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, with limitless performance built by riders. Every podium jersey you see presented this weekend is a Moo. And if you want one of your own, head over to the merch tent where Tulsa Tough kits are available right now, courtesy of Moo Apparel. If you want more information, check out tulsatough.com or moomooapparel.com. We've got our champagne celebration. Here it comes. Thankfully, we're a block away.
Give up your Women's champion one more time for Skylar Schneider.
Uh-oh, nobody pre-corked it, huh? Just keep shaking it, it'll go. There you go. She's gonna slam it on the podium, you know? Orlando North style. All right. So this is day number 1 of 3 days. So, of course, your race winner from today is also your Omnium leader. So Skylar will be, I believe, wearing that jersey tomorrow at in the Arts District for day number 2 for the FC Tulsa day number 2.
Absolutely. And uncharacteristically not pink, red, white, and blue, year 20, Route 66 is 150 years old.
Yeah.
So there's greater story that's going on here at Tulsa. A lot of things combining. So we'll have to retrain ourselves of what jersey to look for outside of that pink leader's jersey we've become accustomed to.
We have our ACC leader's jersey.
This is the point sprint, the green points jersey.
All right, so the green points jersey for Yareli Salazar. Uh-oh, big old tag there. Well, we'll just Photoshop that out.
Somebody will.
Great tools in Photoshop, man. You just make a loop around it and it goes, boop, goes away.
And then finally, we'll award our American Criterium Cup red jersey, the overall ACC.
The overall ACC jersey now coming up.
Skylar Schneider.
And Skylar's going to take that by winning the race. Skylar really adding to the jersey collection here this evening by collecting a Moo Apparel jersey for being the series leader at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. And this was also the first stop of the American Criterium Cup this season. And so Skylar is now your leader of that series as well.
starting with our top 3 on the day today.
Okay, pro men up next. Do you have any podium tips here, Daniel?
Don't goof it. Make sure your zipper's all the way up. Wear those correct sponsor items.
Second place in
Jordan Parra.
He will join his Foundation NYC teammate on the podium. Next up, we say welcome to
I got that right. I thought it was Mendes. You know, they got the same facial hair. So Jordan Parra on the steps, and Brian Gomez, the unofficial winner of the Quick Trip Fastest Pit Stop Award.
It is my honor to present your winner tonight from Germany. One more time for Dario.
And Dario Raps taking the win here.
We're going to photo with those guys on the podium. And Dario will also receive our Mumu Apparel white stage winner's jersey.
Love to see it. So our Mumu Apparel leader's jersey. All right, there we go. Our Mumu Apparel leader's jersey for the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Now being worn by Dario Raps of Germany, Brian Gomez of Colombia, and Jordan Parra, also of Colombia.
Yeah, both track riders.
Yeah. There we go. All right, here we go. Shake it good.
But first, a little champagne
There it is.
celebration for the German back on the podium in Tulsa.
Amazing. I don't think they goofed that podium.
No, that was
a good one. Yeah.
That was an A.
A grade for sure. And I believe we'll have some ACC podiums coming up.
Yeah, curious who got the points jersey.
Yeah, I don't know.
But obviously Dario's going to be in the red.
All right. Oh, yeah, he got a preem in the middle. I guess that was the points jersey preem. Excellent work, young man.
Is he old enough for them to handle a bottle of champagne?
Does not appear to be old enough for champagne.
Oh, 21 it says.
Oh my gosh. He was 1 year old when you won this race.
Wild. Absolutely wild.
Okay, well, nice job by him. And Dario will jump up and get the red leader's jersey.
Back to the podium for Dario Raps.
And as Dario gets his ACC leaders jersey on, big thanks again to the McNellie Group for presenting tonight. Since Elliot Nelson opened doors of McNellie's Public House, downtown Tulsa in 2004, they've been bringing all sorts of restaurants and stuff to us here. So that great platform for Dario Raps to take the American Criterium Cup leaders jersey here tonight. Yet our McNellie's Group Blue Dome Criterium as part of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
There you go.
All right, let's get all of our American Criterium Cup jersey winners up there for another champagne spray. He really knows how to do this. A little help with the green jersey for that loosening. I'll just go for it.
Number one, let's make a little noise for your American Criterium Cup podium.
Well, somebody needs to teach that boy how to put a thumb on there. All right, well, there's your podium for your American Criterium Cup.
Congratulations to all our winners.
Amazing racing here tonight. Jump over to AmericanCriteriumCup.com to check out the full season of races that are going to make up that calendar. Great to have that series as part of our American Criterium racing scene. And congratulations to our jersey winners who have earned their jerseys here this evening with their points and with their race wins. It looks like our podiums have concluded. Our friends are asking us where the after party is. One more time, if you need to know, you're going to head on over to the Boom Pop party. Where am I headed I need my cue cards here. All right, well, head on over to the Boom Pop party. There it is. The Pearl Beach Boom Pop party is happening right now. And thank you for joining us on the Quick Trip live stream in the Zico broadcast booth. We've had a great night of racing here to kick off the 20th edition of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Thank you for joining us, and be sure to tune in tomorrow night for the second day of racing in the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. Big thanks to Brad Huff for joining us as well. We'll see you tomorrow night for the continuation of our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough coverage.